And we are live. What's up, guys? Welcome to Fresh Air Podcast. We're here with Matt Cox. We got a lot to talk about. Let's get to it, baby.
Let's go.
We are back. What's up, guys? Welcome to the Fresh Air Podcast, man. It is Money Monday, and we are here with a legend, Matt Cox. We got a lot to talk about, man. We were chopping it up a little bit before the show. Sorry for the delay. Quick announcement before we get into the show, guys, and I apologize if my voice sounds crazy. I was sick the past few days from the RNC, but rumble.com/freshfit. Check us out over there. Also, castleclub.tv, as you guys know, that is the home base for us, so you know where to find us at any time. castleclub.tv. And anything else? Oh, yeah, Yacht Party. August 10th, guys. ffpod.org, man. Go ahead and get in there. We got a big yacht. You want to talk about it a little bit?
We got from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m., 3 stories, free bar, and food as well. A lot of girls, a bunch of girls are going to be there. Celebrities, too. Don't miss it. We'll see you guys August 10th, 9 p.m. to 1 a.m.
Yep, and the price point, we went ahead and made it more affordable for you guys, $9.98.
Yep.
For you to get an open bar, free food, a big yacht with 350 people. Hey, man, you're not going to find that price point.
And we're going to be there, too,
and
man.
we're going to have a bunch of girls.
Come
and we're
on,
going to be
bro.
there with some other influencers as well. Sneeko, we're trying to get them over there.
Yeah.
And whoever else is in town, Zerka probably. So it's going to be a good time, guys. So check us out on that yacht August 10th. It's that Saturday, 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. It's going to be a good time. But without further ado, we got a special guest in the house, man. Welcome, man. This interview's been in the works for a bit. I'm so happy to have you here, man. We're chopping it up a little bit before the show. Come from different and backgrounds, which is interesting because like adversarial almost, but it's great to be able to be on a podcast and have a discussion about it.
I appreciate you guys having me. Is this good?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah.
So, Matt, we know who you are, but can you introduce yourself to the people real quick?
My name is Matt Cox, and I owned a mortgage company. I did, depending on who you believe, roughly $55 million in mortgage fraud. I was on the FBI's most wanted list. I was number one on the Secret Service's most wanted list. I was on the run for 3 years, and I did 13 years in federal prison for bank fraud and a slew of other charges related to bank fraud.
So, can you kind of take us through, before we get into like the criminal investigation and everything else that went into that, can you kind of take us through like your background, where you're from, what it was like growing up?
Yeah, so I grew up upper middle class. Like, you know, other people have a good reason why, you know, you grew up in the projects and you end up selling drugs. It's like, okay, well, you were surrounded by it, you know what I'm saying? So I can kind of see how it's tough to escape that. But I was raised upper middle class, severe learning disability, went to school for kids with learning disabilities. My father was a alcoholic, and, you know, just, you know, had a, whatever. I basically wasn't the son that he thought he deserved. Wasn't super tall, wasn't super athletic. He deserved better.
Dyslexia, right?
Yeah, dyslexia. Yeah. You know, visual and auditory dyslexia. So anyway, I ended up graduating high school. I go to college. I ended up getting a degree in fine arts. And after getting a degree in fine arts, I worked, got laid off from a few jobs. And
Where'd you get it from?
What?
The degree in fine arts.
USF.
USF?
Yeah, yeah.
Did you know what you wanted to do while you were in school, or you didn't know yet?
Well, I mean, when I was in high school, like, I thought I wanted to work for State Farm. That's who my dad worked for, right? State Farm Insurance. He was a super successful, made a bunch of money, great. He was a great manager. You know, when he was sober, everybody loved him, and he, you know, but he would go on these 2-week drunken binges and become just a complete jerk off. And it's funny too, because he did so well for State Farm, they would sober him up, put him into a rehab for 60 days, 90 days, and then he'd come out and then he'd be okay and he'd be good. He's good for a couple of years, you know, maybe it'd be 6 months, maybe it'd be 2 years. And so anyway, eventually it's funny because I always think, somebody always asks me whenever I think about my childhood, I always think the one thing that he definitely taught me was that if you make enough money you know, you can pretty much do whatever you want. You know, you can treat people the way you want. They will enable you, that sort of thing. And I think that I got that as a kid. So in high school, I thought I wanted to be a manager, like a State Farm manager, State Farm agent. Yeah. Ended up going to college, tried to get a degree in business. That's no joke, bro. Like,
yeah.
so I realized right away by like accounting 2, which was the only C I ever got in college. I was like, oh, I'm not going to be able to do this. Like, I'll never get through micro and macroeconomics. Like, there's no way I'm doing this.
Right.
So I switched it to the easiest possible fine arts. It's like, what is the easiest thing I can get a degree in? I thought fine arts. I'm super creative. I can paint. I can draw. This is going to be easy, and it was. You know, I did really well. I got basically all A's, maybe a B or 2, and yeah, graduated. And
what year did you graduate?
95.
90. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Holy crap! Okay.
What gender does mostly arts in school?
It was a bunch of chicks in there probably too, right?
I already know.
There's probably a bunch of girls in there as well.
So you know what's funny about that? Like, I had a girlfriend that I dated probably for 3 years of college, and this is funny. She was a stripper who was working her way through college. Really though,
yeah. For once, right?
Yeah, exactly. She really was. She
was in school,
and she got a degree in business. So, anyway, and as far as it was, you know, it's liberal. It's the liberal arts, right? Bro, they're all like, you know, the women are mostly lesbians, or they just hate you in general.
Yeah.
And I used to wear. I don't know if you know who Rush Limbaugh is.
Rush Limbaugh.
Sounds familiar.
So he's like the one of the first conservative talk show hosts ever. This is before like YouTube.
Okay.
So I used to wear a T-shirt that said Rush Limbaugh for president. Like they hated my guts.
Oh,
I drove a BMW. I mean, look at me. Like, you know, and I mean now I'm 55, but back then I was young, blonde hair, blue eyed, worked out all the time. Like they hate my guts. I'm everything they despise.
Yeah, you're the wasp that they hate. You're the man. You're the oppressor. You're the patriarchy in their eyes.
Right.
How dare you?
Yep. But I still graduated.
Yep.
But you know, wasn't, like I said, because of the dyslexia, I wasn't very good at, wasn't great at business. Got laid off a few times.
No, we're good. We're good. Don't worry. The audio thing here in our headphones. Mo, can we fix that, please? Go ahead. Continue.
I got laid off a few times. Started working construction. You know, behind on my bills, and the chick I was dating was like, "Listen, you know, she had met some guy who owned a lender, right? And they had a bunch of offices, and she said, you know, this guy, they're mortgage brokers. He owns a mortgage brokerage business. You should go to work there. Like, you'd be great." Right. So I went and I applied, and I got the job.
What year is this now? 96, 97?
No, this is probably 99.
Oh, okay.
By the time I started, it was like 99.
Okay.
Oh, 'cause I worked for those other companies. You work for them for a year, you get laid off. Work for another one year. Tried construction for a couple of years, barely paying my bills. Construction sucks.
Yeah.
I'm not built for construction.
Yeah.
So I start working as a mortgage broker, and I, you know, did very well, like right away, because basically my very first loan, I started committing fraud. Like by the time I got there, keep in mind, by the time I got there, I hadn't worked in weeks. By the time my first loan is about to close, I haven't been paid anything in month and a half.
Was it all commission based?
It's all 100%.
Okay, so it wasn't hourly.
Yeah, I'm behind on my car, a couple months.
Yeah.
You know, my mortgage is probably 3 weeks, maybe a month overdue. Credit cards, like I'm banking. You know, I put everything into this. Like, this has to work.
Right.
And I mean, it's that, or you move back in with, you know, my parents.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So the very first loan I had was, you know, perfect loan. It's ready to close, and I go into my manager's office, and she opens up the file and pulls one document, puts it aside, and says, and you know, so she closes. She goes, "Look, everything's perfect, ready to close." She goes, "But on your verification of rent for your borrower, she was 30 days late on her rent in the last 2 years."
Okay.
So maybe 6 months ago, maybe 2 years ago, and I was like, what do I do? Like, that's a deal killer. It's over.
Yeah.
And she pulled out a whiteout thing and went, and she goes, "If I was you, I'd white it out, make a copy, stick it in the file, send it to underwriting. It'll be fine."
The devil himself,
like,
man.
Holy shit. And I was like, that's fraud. I could go to jail. She says, "Nobody's going to jail." She says, "Worst that happens is they fire you." She says, "They're never going to find that. They're not going to call. They're not going to know that." She says, "It'll be fine." And I was like, so, you know, I'm desperate. And she was like, "You don't have to do it. Nobody's looking for my car." She says, "Do whatever you want to do." And I'm like, fuck. So I white it out, it goes to underwriting. I sweat balls for 3-4 days. And then they say, hey, you can close in a couple days. We close whatever 4 or 5 days later. I get a check for $3,500. You know, it was the right decision.
Wow.
You know what I mean?
So, okay.
Yeah.
So this is what, 1999 this happens, right?
Yeah.
99. And $3,500 back then is a lot different than now. That's probably, I would say, maybe $7,000 purchasing power now, right?
Yeah,
Easily
but I mean,
double.
not just, yeah. Keep in mind, my mortgage my mortgage payment's like $500. You know,
mortgage,
my
your car.
Yeah, my car payment's probably $300. You
Yeah.
know, so yeah, but it wasn't just that. It was that like the next guy that comes in, he's got a W-2. He doesn't make enough. He doesn't what debt to income ratio. He doesn't qualify. Right. He doesn't make quite enough money. He makes $50,000, but if he made $57,000, he can get the loan.
Real quick for the audience, can you explain, like, as a mortgage broker, like what your duty is, just so they kind of understand? Because some people, like, unless they're in real estate, they're not going to know what your job is specifically. We're talking about is like getting people loans and everything
Right.
else for a house. Can you describe real quick
So at
your
that
duty and then how you how you were able to kind of finesse it?
at that company, all of the loans went through their own lender. They were a lender.
Okay.
Right. So, but it's pretty much the same anywhere you go as a mortgage broker. So what we did was I would go out and I would find people that were interested
In buying a home.
And so you want to get a house and maybe you don't quite qualify for Bank of America. You can't go to the bank.
Yeah.
So you come to me.
My credit's fucked up. Maybe I'm behind on a payment. Maybe I got something in collections. Yeah.
Right. You don't quite have a high enough credit score. Maybe
Yep.
you've been late in the past, whatever. So, I put together a package and I sent it through a subprime loan. It was a subprime loan. And maybe I get you 85 or 95%. You put down 5%. And of course, I have to collect all the documents and I make sure that your package is correct, right? Like you have to have verification of your rent for residency or mortgage, verification of your employment, and you have to make enough money to qualify for the loan, right? So you have to have a percentage of your income has to be allocated to cover that mortgage payment.
Yep.
Then also you have to have the appraisal. The property has to be worth it, right? Like you can't buy a property for $400,000 if the appraisal comes in and says it's only worth $300,000.
Yep.
So, and then of course the title has to be clean, but that basically is the property. And then the other thing is you have to have a down payment.
Yep.
This is if you're purchasing. If you're refinancing, it's different.
Yeah.
It's based off the equity. Thank you. Thank you so much.
WNG in the chat.
Yeah, Andrew, bringing up some
Great coffee.
Speaking of which, where's mine? No, just kidding.
It's on the way. It's on the way.
Yeah. Angie's hooking us up. Sorry. So you were saying, so these things need to be in touch, obviously.
Right. You put together a package, you send it to underwriting.
Yep.
Now, if you're a mortgage brokerage business and you are signed up with multiple lenders, I might take that package and I might send it to SunTrust Bank. I might send it to Mortgage Warehouse. I might send it to, Household Bank and see who gives me the best rate. Or some of them are just going to say, hey, you can't, this doesn't fit into one of our programs.
Yep.
Sorry, no, we're not interested.
Yep.
And, you try and get the most yield spread back, right? So if your interest rate's 6% and I tell you, this is going to sound sleazy. So if I say, the interest rate Household Bank quotes me, says, we can give them a loan at 6%. And I go, oh, okay. And I go to you and I say, listen, I can get you 7.5.
Oh, yeah.
And you go, oh, okay, cool. 7.5, I'll take it. I know you'll take it because I know you've been turned down by 3 other places. You don't have a choice.
Yeah.
So what that does is let's say, and this is an exaggeration, it's typically like 25 or 30, but for the sake of this, every 50 or half a point, I get a point back on the loan. Yeah. So if you borrow $200,000 and I just jacked up your rate by
a 1.5%,
1.5, which is multiple 350% basis points, that's 3 points back. So I'd get back $6,000, and I'm charging you a broker fee of $3 or $4 grand.
Yep.
So I might end up making $9,000-$10,000.
Yep.
And so the first month, I closed 4 loans.
Yep.
Because like I said, the guy comes in, he's got a W-2, he doesn't make enough money. I know he's got to make more money, so I change the W-2. He doesn't make $50,000, now he makes $57,000. Guess what? We send it to underwriting, and I start to
made the requirement.
Right. And I start to figure out what underwriting asks. All they're really asking is, does he work here?
Right.
Has he worked here for 2 years? Did you fill out this verification of employment? Yes. Okay, thank you. They're not saying how much was his last year's W-2? How much? They're not asking all that.
Yeah.
I provided those documents. Why would they question the documents?
And I think it's really important because we've done episodes on real estate here, and it's fantastic to kind of get it from your perspective of what a mortgage broker is and you know, for the guy, chat out there, guys, like you want to buy a house or whatever, and your credit isn't that good, you go to a mortgage broker, and what he'll do is he'll shop your package around to other places to help you get a loan, because not everyone has good credit, etc. Or let's say you maxed out your ability to get certain, you know, Fannie Mae loans or whatever, then they'll be able to help you out. So you were able to, so you were in a very, I guess, good position where you could get the person a loan, and these are people that don't necessarily have the best credit or the best financial background, and you're able to kind of increase interest rates, make them say that they make more money than they really do, etc. So
yeah, they're not going anywhere else.
Yeah.
And also, that applies to cars too as well. With cars, buy your pay here's.
Oh yeah,
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Were you
No,
doing
the
car
rates.
loans, or were you just doing strictly?
No, we're
home?
just doing mortgages.
You were just doing mortgages, right? Okay. So-
But yeah, it's rampant.
Dude,
in
I had no idea how bad it was until like a friend of mine pulled up a contract that he had, and you're right, the points matter. So
yeah.
if they get a higher point percentage because they know you can't get any better rates, it's like, you know what, we'll give you 9%. All right, bro, I can't get anywhere else, I'll take it. And then they get money back.
yeah,
W for them, but for the person buying it, it sucks.
yeah, and that's why a lot of times they want to do the financing themselves. You know,
In-house financing.
right? It helps them make additional money, right? You buy a car for 50,000, you might make an extra 1,500, 2,500 because you can really jack up the rate. So anyway, what ends up happening is I worked at that company for maybe 6 months.
So
Maybe
you close that first loan, you get that first taste, $3,500.
Yeah, it's four loans the first month, then it's 4, then it's 6, then it's 8, then it's 10,
How much
then
did
it's
you make
12.
that first month?
I made not that much because they took 30%. So I probably made 9 or 10, right? Because it's not always 3,500, and you don't always get to bump the rate, right?
Yeah.
So it's not at that company, but when I went and I started my own company, because keep in mind you might get 1 point from them, and they are getting 2 because they're the lender.
And
But
can
when-
you explain to the audience real quick what points are?
Yeah, points are like if it's 1% of the loan amount.
Okay.
So if I jack up your interest rate by 50 basis points, like half of the rate or half the interest rate. So instead of 7, it's 7.5. I get 1 point back.
Yeah.
Right. So, but keep in mind they're the ones who are really getting most of that at the lender. But when I went to and opened up my own company, now I'm getting all 3 points or 2 points or 5 points. Some of these places are doing 5 points.
Yes.
So now we're getting that. And then I went out immediately. I hired a bunch of mortgage brokers.
When did you leave and start your own? So you did your first month,
I'd
4
say-
loans. You made like 10K, which is like 20, 30K nowadays, right? That's a lot of money back in '99. And then you did that for a bit. And then how long until you left?
6 to 8 months.
Okay, so you're only there. Okay.
How many companies nowadays
Might have been a year, but go
do
ahead.
that right now? You'd say a lot of them.
So I want to say, is it Dodd-Frank Act was passed, and they've limited the amount of points you can get back and how much the rates are. Like they've changed a lot of they've tweaked a lot of little things so it's not, you don't have quite as much of an incentive, and they're also track anybody who originates a loan. Where I'm originating a loan and everything's closing in the lender's name, like they don't even know who I am.
Yeah.
But now you have your numbers attached. So if they say, hey, this guy's done 100 loans this year and 40 of them went under, like it's fraud and he's all over, like they'd immediately jump on you and investigate you. But back then they have no idea who's
And I think
closing
it's
these
important
loans.
for the audience to know this is before 2008, guys.
Yes.
Yeah.
This is when you can get a loan
Housing
for
crash.
literally anything. This is before the housing crash. So this was like a fantastic time to go in and be in this business. So you do that for about a year. You're working with this company. You're making 8, 10K a month, and then you're like, no, I could do this myself. I could get make more money.
Yeah, they actually had they had an issue with their credit line, so it was a combination of the two. Like one, they're having problems, and I was like, you know what, I'm done. Like I've got a bunch of people that want loans. I'm gonna go start my own company. So I started my own company because I really didn't want to own my own company. Like I wasn't thinking I was making great money. I'm thrilled. The chick I was dating, we're not dating anymore. She actually started dating the owner of the company. He divorced his wife. He had 3 kids, 3 boys, and a wife. He divorced her and ended up marrying
Your chick.
my chick. Her name was Chrissy, and then they ended up having a baby. And so from her perspective, it's romantic.
She put you
yeah,
on.
Yeah, from my perspective, she's a whore. But the point is,
Agreed.
regardless, good for her. It's a romance.
How
So
dare you?
I'm excited for it. So, and they're still together to this day. So to be honest, she made the right
Really?
call. Oh yeah, to this day, she made the right call. And he's a nice guy. He's a good guy. I'm sure his ex-wife doesn't think so, but that's either way. I'm sure Chrissy, they're very happy. So the point is that I start my own place. I start I hire a bunch of guys. I hire like 10 or 12 guys, and pretty much anybody can be a mortgage broker, right? Like I got guys who are. I got a guy who's literally worked for like Pestex for 2 years, and he quit there and came to work. I got another guy that
because you had all the contacts with the lenders, right?
well, and keep in mind, you don't have to be all that good.
Yeah.
You just get people that want to buy houses.
Yep.
If they have a pulse, I'm going to make sure they get a loan.
Boom.
I'm going to get them. I'm going to make their W-2. At this point, it's graduated from I'm going to change the 7, or I'm going to do this, and I'm going to be scared the whole time, to just I don't give a fuck. Like we're gonna you come in like, does he have a job? No, he doesn't have a job. He works for himself. He washes cars. That's fine. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make W-2. I'm gonna make 1040s. I'm gonna go find this. Go get this chick. I had a chick that would make 1040s for. So he isn't. He still washes cars.
Yo.
But I'm gonna get a year-to-date profit and loss. I'm gonna get 2 years taxes done. She charged me like $25, and then we'd go in and you'd go to a company that didn't file, let's say it's called a 4506. So you find a company that's not going to file a 4506, so they're not going to pull the taxes from the IRS. They're just going to accept what he has. If he has over a certain score, there's lots of programs. So you're like, hey, we can do this with this guy. Don't worry, I'll call so and so. He needs to make about 85,000. We'll do the write-offs, everything. Or this person doesn't make enough money, or this person has a W-2 job. But they don't claim taxes. That's okay. I'm going to have him work for my company. And I had 4 or 5 companies and cell phones. Like I had a Credenza. It's got all these cell phones on it. So if somebody called to verify your employment, I just answer the phone. Hey, Express Tax Services, how may I help you?
Wow.
And they, hey, I'm calling, about Byron. Does he work there? Actually, he does work here, and he's not here right now. And they're like, oh, no. We're just calling to verify he works there. Has he been there 5 years? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I filled out a verification of employment for you, right? He's getting a house, right? And they, yeah. No, he's good. Oh, okay. Do you need anything else? You need me to fax anything? No, that's fine. Oh, okay, thanks. Click. We're done.
Wow.
We're done. So, you got W-2s, pay stubs, and I just verified your employment. And then, of course, they got other checks, right? Like they would check to say, hey, the tax ID number on this W-2, is it a real company? Of course it's a real company. I have a real company. Has it been in business for 5 years? Of course it has. I just paid up a company that had been inactive. And after 3 years, in Florida, you can catch up the dues, right? Like the fees, right? The yearly fees. You catch up the yearly fees, and now the company's active again. I can put it in anybody's name. Looks like it's been active for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
And you can put
age corporations.
Yeah, they call them shelf corporations, right?
There you go.
So I would have those, so you can call. I got to a point where I would not only would I do that, but I would make a website for it.
Wow.
And there used to be something called the business directory, right? I could add the phone numbers to the business directory. Like it doesn't matter if I spend $500 or $1,000 or $1,500 on this fake corporation for you, because I'm going to use it for you and him and Jimmy and Todd. Like I'll be using this thing if I have 5 of them. And it was the same thing with banks. I got to a point where it's like a lot of times the lenders would say, look, this person doesn't have great credit. So they've been on their job, but they don't have great credit. Mm-hmm. And the issue with them is that we're afraid they're not going to be able to make the payment if something goes wrong. They barely have enough money to pay the down payment. And they would say, we really want them to have reserves, like 6 months worth of reserves, which means if they lost their job, they could still make all the payments. Yeah. And then they're like, so I'm sorry, we're going to turn it down. They would say, we're sorry, I'm going to turn it down. I go, whoa, wait a minute. What do you mean? He's got like 30 grand in the bank. What are you talking about? And they go, Matt, he's got like $8,000. I go, what account do you have? Oh. And they go, oh, Bank of America. And I go, oh, no. Oh, I didn't send you Bank of Ybor. And they go, yeah. I go, yeah, no, Bank of Ybor. I can get you 3 months bank statements right now. Yeah. And I'll send them over. He's got over 30 grand. We didn't send you that. The processor didn't send you. Tracy, Yeah. And, you know what I'm saying?
Morgan.
They'd be like,
write it up.
Right. And I'll fax them over right now. And of course, there is no Bank of Ybor. It's actually just a website that I made.
Yep.
But you could call it. It had a phone number. Somebody would answer. And so I even had bank statements. So I had bank statements for that one. I had another one called Express Tax Services. No, not Express. What am I saying? It was a Southern Exchange Bank. That's what it was called. Southern Exchange Bank. And that was a real bank that had closed. So I did Southern Exchange Bank of Clarksville.com because I couldn't get the website because it had actually been bought out by like SunTrust or somebody anyway. So I used that, right? And I had a website. I built a website for that. And so I had multiple banks. So I can verify your down payment. I can verify your reserves. I can verify employment. I can verify anything I want. And so that was working out great. Like I was making a bunch of money.
This is crazy. So it went from like you just whiting out a thing, right? To, you know, he makes what was the first one again? And when you white it out, it was to show how much money they made. Oh no, they
30-day late.
They weren't late on rent.
Yeah.
It went from that to creating all these different infrastructures to substantiate someone who's unqualified.
Yeah.
To make them qualified, you make this much money. You even went to the extent to have them have bank accounts.
Yeah.
So if you're breathing, you can get a loan.
Yeah, that's what I used to say. Yeah, guys would come in. They'd be like, "Bro, like if somebody's got a pulse, you know, we can get them on." I'd be like, "Absolutely."
So you had all these things just set up in the background to make sure that you. What was your close rate at this point? 90s?
I mean, oh yeah. I mean, everybody that walks in, that they want to buy a house. I mean, they still had to have. Not always, but if it was somebody off the street, like you've got to have your down payment. You know, like we're not just, you know, we're not pulling homeless people off the street and giving them, you know, they have to be like if somebody came in and they, you know, they've been evicted 4 times, they don't have a down payment, they, you know, they're on Social Security disability. It's like, yeah, you can't pay a mortgage. Like I can't. I'm sorry. Yeah. But if it was someone who was reasonably having some issues, and we thought they'll probably be okay, which is, by the way, not the underwriting standard. But you know, but for us, it's like, yeah, they'll probably make a few payments. We'll be good. Yeah. So yeah.
In the car industry, they get very creative. They actually give you like months to pay the deposit. So they'll give you like 3, 4, 5 months to pay the full down payment, and then you still get the car up front. They get very creative.
That's
bro.
great.
No, that's that. Because now I got the car. What if I don't make the payments? Well, see, the thing is, with a car, you can take it back very quickly.
Yeah.
With a house, if I put up any fight at all, it could be 6 months, a year. Most of these people don't, though. If they were, you know, if you have somebody in a lower income area back then, if they you know, they didn't pay and they start the legal process, and these people aren't capable of fighting a foreclosure, so they just lose the house in 90 days, 120 days.
So Matt, who taught you all these like tips and tricks? Because I feel like to know this stuff, you got to know the weeds of like the whole industry.
Well, I mean, you keep getting caught. Like I would get caught, and the nice thing about being in my position is that if somebody got caught at that time, you got caught. What Eddie LaFuente did what? So if I get the phone call, I go, yeah, let me get him in here. Eddie, what did you do, bro? I got this underwriter calling, or I got the head of this bank calling, and you know, and he's sitting there like, motherfucker, you know what? Shut up, you know. And then you say, well, how did you even? So how did you catch this? Well, one of the ways that we, you know, catch, you know, or we look into whatever it is, you know, bank statements or this or that, and then they tell you, and you're like,
thank you, brother.
Next time it's got to be a real tax ID number. Okay. You know, next time it has to be this. Next time so you just make that alteration. It gets to that point where you're like, you're 100% positive.
The underwriter would make these complaints. Yeah. And then you would say, what was it specifically? You'd bring that person in, fake yell at, oh, that's genius.
Yeah, you yell at them a little bit. Genius. And say, don't send and then you just say, don't send anything to Mortgage Warehouse again. Yeah. Like wait 6 months before you send anything because they think you're fired. Gotcha. Okay. They're like, cool, bro. No problem.
Listen, man. Wow. This is funny because I got family from Nigeria, so seeing these scams is hilarious.
Nah, so this is interesting because it's like, you know, obviously, you know, there's this old saying, you know, you can't lie once, right? You have to lie multiple times. So like, you would, you know, obviously get them the loan, but then you find out, okay, you don't qualify for this, or no, I got to get this now. So like, you pretty much had it where you had bank statements, you had jobs, you were verifying their employment, you were doing all this stuff. So you do this for how many years did you do this for before you got caught the first time?
I probably did that for
99 we started the company?
Yeah, probably a couple years. And then what happened was the way I got caught was so it's I usually don't even mention this part, but just because it's irrelevant. But remember the chick that had me white out the thing?
Yes.
Okay. So that company had gone under.
Okay.
And she came to work for me.
Oh shit.
Right.
Oh, wow.
So now and listen, what a bitch. Like, I mean, just horrible person.
Was she impressed by how you just came up off her little whiteout chick?
She's like, you owe me, buddy. Matt, you owe me.
No, I mean, listen, she was an amazing closer. I mean, like she was cranking them out. And so she came to work for me for a couple months, and then she and her husband went and opened their own place. Ooh. And so it was called Creative Mortgage Brokers. So,
fantastic name.
Yeah, perfect, right? That's no red flags there. So she opened her own place, and here's the thing: I had gotten married, And so I got married.
What year is this now? 2000?
Yeah, I'd say 2000, probably just 2000, 2001, let's say. Because there's so many things happening at the same time, right?
Pre 9/11.
Pre 9/11.
Like
yeah,
before
no,
before
definitely.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So I date this chick. She gets pregnant immediately. We get married, and she's like, "Well, I want to stay home with the baby," and I'm like, "Yeah, it's not going to happen." I'm like, "You're going to have to." I'm going to buy a bunch of rental properties. You can collect rent, then you can raise the baby. That's fine, but you're not sitting home. So we're gonna buy a bunch of rental properties. So within a year, I've got about $1.5 million, maybe $2 million worth of real estate that she owns.
Okay.
I mean, we both own it, but
Yeah.
And she's collecting rent. She's renting them out, collecting rent. And
So she's basically a property manager.
she is absolutely
Yeah.
opened a property management company, everything. She didn't. Obviously, she's not a real estate. She's not a real estate broker because she owns them. If you own the property, you can open a management company. You're managing your own property. So also, she could verify people's employment. I mean, verify people's rent.
Yeah.
So if you own a property management company, I remember it's called Utopian Properties. So if I need to verify your rent, they rent from her, and they could call and verify.
Oh, so your people that would borrow from you, you'd have them basically be one of your tenants.
If I have to.
Is it spider web? He's the one controlling the web.
Yeah, it gets worse and worse. So, but what happens is the Gretchen and Pete, which is the manager, and her husband open a place, and
This is a whiteout lady, right?
Whiteout lady.
Yeah.
And she ends up.
The devil.
They end up. What do? They end up running what's called the straw man scam. So they had a couple of Italian guys that came in and bought a bunch of $1 million properties that were probably selling for $500,000 or $600,000, but they could get them appraised for $1 million. So they get a loan for $1 million, pull out $300,000-$400,000 on like 4 or 5 properties, and take the money and run. They never make one payment, which is just completely stupid. Like if you'd made 4 or 5 payments, you'd have been fine. But instead, these are first payment defaults. So immediately the bank says, you're a good risk. We just lent you $1 million. You didn't make one payment? Something's wrong. So they investigate. Had you made 3 payments and said, man, my business went under, I can't pay, that's reasonable. That happens. But no, just idiots.
Mob guys? Gotta be mob guys.
I think so. I mean, I always thought so, but...
So they basically, so they went ahead, got a bunch of houses appraised, way over appraised.
Yes.
Do cash out refinances, pull the money out, and they just never paid the loan back.
Or maybe even, I think some of them were even just direct purchases. So the owner is in on it. Possibly.
Okay.
Right? Wow. So you only want $700,000. I buy it for $1 million. You cut me a check back for $300,000. Maybe you don't even cut it back. Maybe we just have part of the proceeds go directly to a construction company. Right? Like I did that all the time.
Okay.
Where I'll get you money out at closing. You'll walk away with $40,000. You bring 10, you'll walk away with 40. So, and it goes to a construction company, and then I cut the check back to you. So that I own.
And you would do that for people that wanted to so you didn't just do loans, you did refinances as well.
Oh yeah, we did refis, we did everything. And we were an FHA approved lender, VA approved, subprime.
FHA too?
FHA
everything. Yeah, we were.
Wow.
Yeah. Listen, from the outside, it looked
no wonder the feds went after you.
It looked extremely legit.
Yeah.
From the outside.
Yeah.
You practically thought you were walking into a bank. Everybody looks good. They don't. It's dirty as hell.
Do you ever feel any remorse? At all? No. I have. Yeah. I have very, very. I'm not saying I'm 100%.
You're ripping off the banks.
Yeah, and I'm not saying I'm 100% sociopath, but I'm definitely on the sociopathic, scale, right? Like I have very little empathy, and then there are some things like I have extreme empathy for, right? Like, like if we talk about my mom, I'll cry like that. If we talk about my ex-wife to a certain, or I'm sorry, not my ex-wife, to my wife, about my wife, like that. Talk about my son, boom, immediately. But you could talk about other people, and I have virtually, I don't know this person, I don't care about this person means nothing to me. It's horrible. It just comes along with being just narcissistic,
Yeah.
So anyway, what ends up happening is they end up running a scam.
Okay. Whiteout lady and her husband.
Yes. The feds come in.
So they have their own business. So did she work for you at this point, or
no? She started her own business. She came for a few months till she made some money, and then she goes and opens her own place.
Okay. So she worked for you first, then she wanted to start her own business.
Yes.
Okay. Creative lending.
Yeah. Creative mortgage brokers.
Okay.
So the FBI comes in. Now, here's the thing. Remember all the properties that I had bought or my ex-wife had bought?
Yeah.
And she got loans on.
Yeah.
She can't get those loans in my company because it's not a arm's length transaction.
Okay.
So I sent her to Gretchen's company.
Oh.
So when the feds come in and grab her files or whatever they do, first of all, she comes to me immediately and says, can you get me $75,000 to pay an attorney? She goes, can you refinance my house? I said, yeah, of course. I want to help her. Like, I don't know how things work at this point.
This is Gretchen that came to you.
Whiteout woman. Yeah.
Whiteout woman.
So
yeah.
she wants.
And you didn't know that she got, or the feds came after her.
I did know.
Okay.
I felt horrible. Like, oh my gosh, what happened? And she tells me what happened. These guys, they came in, and yeah, I knew the loans were fraudulent, but I was making she made like $20,000 and $30,000 broker fees on these things. I'm like, you knew it. She's like, well, I assumed they'd at least make some payments. Like, I didn't know they were fucking.
Oh, because she was
idiots.
giving loans to these Italians.
Yes.
There you go. Okay.
So that's the straw man scam, right?
Yeah.
Because they're straw men. They're not really buying it to be real people. They're fake people, or not even fake people. It's a real person, but you're not really going to make the payment.
Gotcha.
You're just someone to stand there and get a loan and then leave.
Now I understand. Okay, so she just gave a bunch of loans out to these potentially mob guys that were just buying these houses, overinflated, taking out cash out refinances, running, not making any payments. Obviously, yeah, that's going to get on the Fed's radar immediately. What the fuck? And she did a bunch of these loans. Okay.
Right. They come in, they grab her. She comes to me, can you refinance my house, get me $75,000? She's like, they've seized bank account, they're freezing stuff. Shit. And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, of course. What's so funny is my ex-wife, her name is Kayla. She had family members that had been arrested and gone to jail. And the first thing she said to me was, stop talking to them. And I went, why? She goes, they're going to cooperate against you to try and get time knocked off their sentence. And I went, what are you talking about?
Well, yeah, because this is a foreign concept to you. Yeah,
I go, this is a friend of mine. We went to Puerto Rico with them. We babysit each other's kids. Like, what are you? She's not gonna fucking tell on me. And she's like, okay, I'm just telling you. I'm telling you right now. And I was like, listen, if I had listened to my ex-wife, every single thing she ever told me came right. Like, every single time, you're gonna get in trouble for that. You're gonna just watch. You're gonna get in trouble. They're gonna come get you. And I'm like, you don't know anything. Even after this happened. So,
I can feel her shoes.
Yeah.
Myron.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Go ahead.
So
I'm lost. Okay. Okay. So sorry. So I don't know what the hell. Okay. So 75K. She wants a cash out refi.
Right. But so I go, okay, no problem. I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute. Like, you don't qualify for it. Like, you don't have a business at this point. And she's like, you can't. She's like, no, it's okay. She's like, I'll provide W-2s, pay stubs, the whole thing to verify this and that. And I was like, all right, no problem. She provides them for me. They verify their own employment, the whole thing. It goes through, no problem. Get them $75,000. They pay their attorney, this high-priced attorney. He immediately says, you need to cooperate against this guy. The guy that just did this.
The lawyer you got the money for them to hire says, go cooperate against Matt. Wow.
This is a good guy to cooperate against. This guy's doing bad stuff. So she works with the FBI. And so one day I get a phone call from her and she says, hey, can you meet me for lunch? And I was like, yeah, meet me at the pizza place. Because I said I didn't want her coming in my office because at this point, everybody in the office, she would call and somebody would pick it up and be like, hey, Gretchen's on line 3. And then they would all go, whoop, 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 whoop. They start making noises and I'd be like, cut the shit. She just, like, I feel bad for her, right? Like, that's back when I was probably a more decent person. So I end up going to a pizza place. I meet her and her husband. She sits down and she says, listen, when the FBI came in, they grabbed a bunch of our files. And I'm like, they did? And she's like, yeah. And they grabbed a bunch of Kayla's files. That's my ex-wife. And I'm like, what? And she goes, yeah. She said they're asking a lot of questions about her and you. I'm like, oh my God. I go, you didn't tell them we were married, did you? Because she had bought them all in her maiden name. And then all the properties. And I went, whoa. I said, you didn't tell them the W-2s and pay stubs were fake, did you? Like, I just buried myself. And literally,
oh, shit.
Like, I remember thinking, like, and this probably meant nothing. She was probably wired.
Were they recording?
Well, yeah. It's funny, too, because both of them had, like, placed their cell phones next to me. Now, maybe it wasn't in the cell phone.
What year is this now? Are we talking? This is 2001,
2000, probably 2001.
Okay.
So, and it may have meant nothing, but I remember immediately looking down at the cell phones thinking, shit. And because as I'm starting to talk, as I was starting to talk, I said, you didn't tell them this, you didn't tell them this, you didn't tell them this. And then I said, okay, listen, here's what you do. Tell them that you never met her in person. I start trying to come up with a way to explain it away so they can't be held liable. They've never met her. And if nobody talks, it might go away. That's my best bet, right? So I immediately come up with this. And as I'm telling her that, she says, Matt, we can't lie to the FBI. Like, what are you talking about? You've been lying to the FBI. I said, I just, I started to go into the refi, and Pete stands up and he goes, he stands up and he goes, we've never lied to the FBI. We might not have told them everything, but we've never lied. And I was like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
that's a little,
what an NPC.
That's
like,
a little,
yeah. But here's the thing, like,
orchestrated.
Well, it's like, I'm like, who are you talking
in a fucking big ass pizza spot, in a pizza restaurant. What the fuck?
But first of all, who are you telling this to? Because I know you lied.
Yeah.
So you're not saying it for my benefit. So
Yeah.
I'm looking at him like, and I immediately think, oh, fuck.
Kelly was right.
That's when it hit you, right?
Yeah, and that's when I see the cell phones, and I'm like, oh. And I looked right at Gretchen. I said, man, I hope you get something for this. And she starts crying immediately, and she says, Matt, we don't have to go to jail. She goes, I have a kid. I said, I don't have a kid. And she goes, and she's like, I'm sorry, Matt, I'm sorry. And she just starts crying. I said, listen, tell the FBI not to come to my office. Because when they went to her office, everybody quit. Because they know what they're doing.
Yeah, of course.
So I said, tell them to call me. So she goes, I'm so sorry, man. I just get up and I walk out. So like 20 minutes later, I get back to the office, and the FBI agent calls. I'll never forget. His name was Agent Scott Gale. I only remember that because we had lived on a.
This is in Tampa. Or where are you at this point?
I'm in Tampa.
You're in Tampa. Okay.
So anyway, he says, will you come downtown? He said, I think you know what this is about. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah, I do know what it's about.
They have a big office in Tampa.
I said, I scheduled it for like a Tuesday, and then.
Yeah.
What was going through your head at this time? Like, when this is happening with the call?
Wait, do you want another coffee, Matt?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you. No, what was happening was, I know I'm in trouble. Like but I don't really know what they know. And I'm not really sure. So
when he stood up, you knew they were recording.
Oh, I knew.
Right,
I knew. Yeah. When he
stood up and said that stupid, we've never let FBI. Like, what the fuck, bro?
Well, and then the FBI calls me. Like, so if I was questioning it,
they confirmed it.
That
same day, did they call you?
Within 20 minutes.
Oh wow.
They're not even. They don't even pretend.
That means they had you on surveillance. Yeah, they had you under surveillance.
By the way,
they called you when they knew you were back at the office.
It's like a movie, bro.
Yeah.
So we know what's even funnier about that is that I later realized there was a guy. The FBI agent was in there with me, right?
Really?
Yeah. Well, they can't really wire you in. What if I attacked them? Like, they have to kind of be close. But I think he was actually there, and I'll never forget.
That 100%. When you're on surveillance like that, because what probably ended up happening is they're cooperating defendants, so they had them wired up, and then you have an agent in there as well.
So what's funny is there was a guy, when I'm talking to Pete, there was a guy behind him who had a slice of pizza, and you know how they put the napkin underneath the pizza, and they fold it? He was eating the pizza, and he was eating the napkin. And I go, hey, bro, hey. And so Pete's like the two of them were panicked, right? And then the guy's like not looking, and then finally he looks up and he's like, yeah. And I go, you're eating your napkin, bro. And he goes, what? I said, your napkin. He goes, oh. And then I remember Pete and Gretchen they start laughing too, and they're like, because like, oh my God, this motherfucker just is yelling at the FBI agent. And you know what I'm saying? They're like, but they were so nervous that I was like, okay, so what are we doing? Like, and then they start telling me the whole thing about the FBI. But I realized later that had to be him. Their reaction, the whole thing, like that had to be the guy.
Wow.
Anyway, the point is that I end up going and getting an attorney. I pay him $75,000. Apparently, that's the going rate.
You need an extraction team, just for the audience so they understand what the hell. Whenever you have like a cooperating defendant or an informant or even an undercover agent and they're doing an operation like that, you need something called an extraction team. So you want someone on the premise. So if something did go bad, he pulls out a gun or something like that, they're able to kind of intervene and pull the sources out.
You never know. I mean, I'm not.
Yeah, not him, but that's just standard procedure. So just so the audience knows. So
you need a movie. You were correct. You need a movie, man. This is a good story.
I'm working on it. This is nothing, bro. This is a joke so far. This is nothing. Like I'll get into other stuff.
Sorry, continue on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'll summon.
No. Keep going. We got time.
Do this real quick. So what ends up happening? Like I'm 5% into the story, so I'm gonna speed it up a little bit. So what happens is I hire an attorney, and I had mentioned this to you earlier.
Oh yeah, you went into the office. Because the agent called Gail, right? He calls you and says, "Hey, we need you to come to the office."
Yeah, but I don't go. I don't go.
Oh, you didn't show?
No,
okay.
No, fuck no. Okay. I go get an attorney. The attorney calls and says he's not coming in.
Okay.
I pay him my attorney $75,000. He arranges for me not to even talk to him, right? Like you have to do a proffer, right? But he proffers for me. First of all, when he first comes in, he said, my attorney's like, look, they said there's $500,000 in loss on all these properties, or on. And keep in mind, they only have 2 or 3 of the properties. Okay.
That your wife got.
That my wife got. Now, she's got probably 8 or 10, but we only did like 2 or 3 with Gretchen. And some of those were rehabs where we bought it, renovated it, rented it out, and then sold it.
Okay.
So we're flipping them.
So they got the price point of the home before you rehabbed it, which is less.
They think that we jacked up the appraisals, but really we bought it for $80,000, put $100,000 in it, got it appraised at $250,000, and sold and refinanced it at $250,000. But they're thinking you got a $200,000 loan on a house that's worth $80,000.
Okay.
And that's not true.
Okay.
Or you pulled out the money, used that money to renovate it, but that's not true. I had the money.
Okay.
So it's like now, so we're arguing. There's no potential loss. There's no loss. There's none of that's true. They were, I never borrowed more than what the house was worth at the time. So I'm explaining all this to them.
That's what they were thinking.
That's what they were thinking.
Because Gretchen's loans before is what she did.
And Gretchen doesn't really know what I'm doing, So anyway, the point is that my attorney goes back to them and he explains it, and they come back and they say, "You're right. There's no loss, and there's no potential loss." And in fact, I'd already sold like 2 of the properties. There's only like 1 or 2 left to be sold, and we had contracts because these are flips. Yeah. Some of these. Now the other ones I had closed at other places. Like credit unions and things with better interest rates. So I don't have to go to Gretchen. So the point is that as we're talking, my attorney comes to me and he says, "Listen," he said, "there's no dollar loss and you haven't been indicted yet."
Nice.
And he goes, "I can keep you from being indicted." He said, "We can do a pretrial intervention." And I went, "Okay, what's that?" He said, "Like, you have no criminal record. So, and there's no dollar loss." He said, if you go to your mortgage company, he said, because the FBI was told by Gretchen that I was running a mill, right? Like I'm just cranking out bad loans.
Yeah.
And if you go in there, grab 10 files of your most egregious frauds for your mortgage brokers and bring them in and work with the FBI, then I can keep you from being indicted.
So give them 10 people.
It would have been 5 or 6, but give them 5 or 6 people. And then they'll indict them, and you just work with the FBI against them. Put it together for them. He's like, and so you give them and you walk away. And I went, this is so stupid, because I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not going to fucking rat out my friends. These are my employees. These are guys. These are my buddies. These are my, not knowing at the time that they all cooperated against me and later did. So, so I could have, I look back, if I look back, and I don't really almost never look back, by the way. If I ever look back at anything, there's only 1 or 2 events, and that was one of them, because my lawyer really tried to convince me. And I was just like, I was just like disgusted that he would even suggest it. Yeah. If that same thing had happened now, I would have shown up there with a dolly, and I would have scooped up the file cabinets in front of everybody in the morning meeting, and I would have said, "You fuckers better go get some fucking attorneys. Y'all talking about me. You're going to have some shit's about to go down." And I would have walked right out in front of all of them, because it wasn't worth it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a gangster. I thought I was a gangster, but I realized that there weren't any. So I say no. I take the charge. They drop everything against my wife. I say she didn't know anything. They don't really believe that, but they just want somebody. And they're like, "Look, I'm like, I orchestrated the whole thing. She didn't have a clue what was going on."
So you did end up getting indicted.
Yeah, I did. Well, I didn't get indicted.
Or you got hit with information, probably.
Yeah, you just sign off on the indictment. They don't have to indict me. You agree to not be indicted. You just agree to take the charge.
So they gave you an information then, probably. Yeah.
So I do it. I get charged with wire fraud. I get 3 years probation.
Chad, wire information is when the AUSA basically like charges you formally, but without a grand jury. So a lot of times that happens when you cooperate or you come forward. Yeah.
You're
Typically,
just owning
you get a better sentence when you do that. So yes, you got hit with an information from the AUSA, and then
you think Diddy's gonna do that?
No, they're gonna probably indict him.
Oh shit.
I think they're probably gonna indict him. Yeah.
Yeah, and then he's gonna fight it and probably go to.
Yeah, I think
prison.
what he's gonna do, he's gonna get indicted, and then he's gonna fight not to be released and not be on bond. Because he's like telling right now his lawyers are telling HSI everything that he's doing, because I think he knows he's going to get indicted. They've been convening the grand jury for him.
So the mantra of if you have money you could do whatever you want isn't really all the way true, right?
Oh yeah, no. I mean, if you're doomed, you're doomed, but it does help. Yeah. Like but I mean, let's face it. Even in this situation, I could have walked away.
Yeah,
like that's not a deal for anybody. Like a public defender's not going to get you that deal.
Hell no.
That's a paid attorney who's saying, "Look, I'll go." Like, because when you cooperate, he's got to go sit in on all those meetings. He's got, what I'm saying. He has to do a bunch. It takes a lot more on his part most of them just want you to plead guilty. That's easy for them.
Yeah.
So I end up pleading guilty. I get 3 years paper. I can't own the mortgage company anymore.
Okay.
So
that was a part of the agreement.
Right. And keep in mind, too, I'm in the middle of a divorce.
Okay. So your wife divorced you during all this time.
Well,
even though you just protected her from getting indicted.
But she warned you. She warned you, though.
Yeah, she did warn me. We just had, we had a difference in opinion on our marriage. She was insistent that I not sleep with other people. I felt that was something that was acceptable.
Hey, let's go.
You're making money, bro. What do you gotta do?
And she was adamant about it, no matter how many discussions we had.
Yeah. Okay.
So she divorces me. I think whatever. I mean, she got all the rental properties, like $100,000. I'm paying a couple $1,000s a month in child support. Like, it's outrageous. Like my minimum bills are like $8,000 or $9,000 a month.
Oh,
so I sell.
But no jail time.
No, just probation.
Probation. How long were you on probation for?
If I had completed it, 3 years. So what ends up happening is I end up selling my mortgage company to a guy who's a CPA, and he pays me $8,000 a month, I think.
Okay.
So he's paying me $8,000 a month, and then I turn around and I open a development company.
Okay.
And what I decide I'm going to do is I'm going to start flipping houses, right? I'm just going to start buying houses in Ybor City. It's a part of Tampa. I don't know if you've ever been there. So it's just outside of downtown. There's, old cigar shops. Like, it's really like a nicer version of probably 7th Avenue. I'm sorry, of Bourbon Street.
Okay.
So super nice or super interesting, that kind of old red brick roads and warehouses and stuff. So I go out there, I start buying houses. And what I decide I'm going to do is I want to buy houses, fix them up and sell them. And back then you could buy.
This is where are we at now? Are we in 2002,
this
2003?
Probably 2001.
Still, okay, all right.
2001.
Okay.
So in 2001, and I'll speed through it.
No, you're good.
Because in 2001, what I do is I decide I'm going to buy houses for like $50,000, because you could buy like a crack house for $50,000.
Yeah.
You could dump 25 in it and probably sell it for 100.
Yeah.
And you'd make 25, right? You'd never do make 25, but it sounds good. Whatever. It's close, right? And so what I realized was, the problem with buying in a lower middle class area, and keep in mind this is 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. So those same houses that look just as shitty are all selling for $400,000. Yeah. And need work.
Yeah.
So anyway, so I say, I'm going to go and I'm going to buy these houses. And I went, you know what I'm going to do? But I'm going to buy them, fix them up and sell them. But who's going to buy in this area? Like lower middle class people, they have credit problems. They have credit problems. They can't come up with their down payments. So I'm going to have to come up with people's down payments. You start thinking about it. It's like, God, this is going to be a real hassle. Yeah. So then I go, okay, you know what I'm going to do is, I'll buy those houses, and you don't make any money. Like, to deal with that, you don't make any money. So I was like, how can I get these houses to appraise higher than the $100,000 they're worth? And so I happened to be dating a chick from a title company, and I go and I explain my situation to her, and I say, I want these things to appraise at like $200,000. And she goes, well, if you pay the extra doc stamps on the deed, then the sale will show up higher. And I went, okay, so for instance, right now, if you buy a house for $100,000, you pay $700 in doc stamps. Now, if you buy for $100,000, you go to record the sale in public records. What if you give them $1,400? It automatically shows up as a $200,000 sale. So I'm buying these properties for $50,000, let's say. So $50,000 property, I'm spending $350 in doc stamps, right? So if you just go ahead and give them an extra $1,050, now the sale's gonna show up at $200,000. That's a crack house. It's horrible, right?
Holy shit.
So I thought, that's great. That's what I'll do. If I do enough of these, the whole area will come up. If I stay within a mile, and buy them right away, then the whole area will come up. The problem is,
because for the audience, real quick, guys, in residential real estate, comparables is like how the properties are evaluated. So like if you have a house here that's 100, then another one here, 100, then another one here, the fourth house is going to be 100, because that's how they evaluate. So if you buy a bunch in an area, you're bringing up the value of all the homes in the area because of the comparables.
Proximity,
right? Yeah. Or if you buy a house for 100 and all the houses around it are going for 200,000, and you go to sell your house or refinance, you'll get an appraisal that says your house is worth 200,000.
Yeah.
Even though you just bought it for 100.
Yep.
Yeah, but
because of all the houses in the other area, and that's residential, guys. It's heavily contingent upon comparables. Sorry.
Right. 3 comparable sales.
Yep.
So you have your the residence and comparable sales. So I was like, okay, but if I record these for 200,000, the lower income people aren't going to be able to buy them, and they're not going to want to buy them. So I can create my own sales. And then I thought, but my borrowers aren't going to be able to buy them. So what I really need to do is create my own borrowers. The borrowers are the problem. So I need to create my own borrowers. So I go to Social Security. I figure out how to go to Social Security and get Social Security to issue me Social Security numbers to children that don't exist.
Oh, shit.
And I do this by calling over and over and over again. Like I call once and say, hey, I'm 30. Like at that point, I was like, whatever, like 33. I'm 33 years old and, or 32, whatever I was. I was like, I'm 32 years old and I've never had a Social Security number. And they're like, that's not possible.
What the fuck? Yeah.
Yeah. They're like, you have a driver's license? Do you have a bank account? Do you have just hang up the phone? Fuck. So you call back and you're like, so, you kind of go through different
people on the line.
Different people. You never get the same person. Like there's 500 people answering the phone. So, and then then I call back and I'm like, I was born in another country and I'm here. And then they're like, do you have a green card? Do you have this? Do you have that? Click. So then I started thinking, okay, who wouldn't have a social? Because they kept saying nobody gets to 33 or 32 years old without a Social Security number. So I said, a young person. So I call up and I say, hey, I got a 3-year-old son. He doesn't have a Social Security number. They go, was he born in a hospital? And I was like, yeah. And they're like, well, if he's born in a hospital, he has a Social Security number. Why don't you bring him down here with your driver's license and we'll look him up? Fuck. You hang up the phone. Yeah. So then I call again. Then he's not in the country. He's in Brazil, Colombia, wherever. Yeah. And I call back. So I keep calling. And finally, somebody says, how old is he? And I said, oh, he's like 3. And she said, oh, it's too bad he's 3. If he was under the age of 12, if he's 12 months or younger, you don't have to bring him in. You could just bring his shot record and his birth certificate, and we can check the computer. And if he doesn't have a Social Security number, we'll issue one.
Oh, damn.
I went, so fine arts degree.
Yeah.
I make a birth certificate. I order. I order a big ream of copy of void paper, what your birth certificate comes in. Order that. You have to order like a couple thousand, right? So I order that, and then I make a template, and I end up coming up with a birth certificate, and then I get a shot record and go on Hillsborough County's, vital statistics, whatever. You get that printed out, you fill it out. And so I go down there, and I give it to the woman, and she checks the computer, and she goes, oh, wow. But what's really scary is, and I'm telling this a little out of sequence, but she actually calls somebody from the back to come, and I'm like shitting bricks. Like I'm like, holy.
This is the first time you're doing this now.
I'm just shaking. And the guy walks in, he's like, what's going on? Well, he said this is this. And the guy goes, oh, okay, hold on. He goes, that happens. We get about one of these a month. He goes, no big deal. Look, okay, do this. And he goes, yeah, there's never been issued. And she's like, oh, okay. Well, what do I do? Oh, go to screen 5. Name. Does that look right? Is that right? Okay. Yeah, perfect. Okay, boom. You'll have it in 10 days. Nice. 10 days later, I get a little Social Security card. I then turn around and I go and I apply for, I don't, of course, apply for a 10-month-old child. I apply for a 33-year-old man, and I apply for secured credit cards. I get 3 secured credit cards. I start making the payments. After 6 months, and keep in mind, I know all of this already because I had people have done this, people have come in before with using like their child Social Security number. So I knew it was possible for a real person to alter their credit profile to get a completely different credit profile. So if the person doesn't exist at all, it's super easy. So we start making the payments, and after 6 months, boom, they've got 700 credit scores. Yeah. So you think, okay.
Secured credit cards. We told you guys that's how you build up your credit score.
Guys,
he's doing it the other way, but
we teach guys how to
get their credit, but secured credit cards.
Yeah, I always say,
secured credit cards are, So you guys are seeing it here.
So I did that
in the wrong way.
Right. So I do that.
Yeah.
I also figured out how to make a driver's license. Right? Like it doesn't have to pass for like a sheriff's deputy or anything or a cop, but it just has to pass to go get the loan. Like they don't do anything. They grab it. They put it on
they're just looking at it. Yeah.
They make a copy. So I sand off the information on like a driver's license, the information, and then I print this new information in reverse, and then I seal it in between a piece of transparency and glue, and then I trim off the side piece, and then I sand it all down. You can still see the hologram, bits and pieces of the hologram, just like it's a 5-year-old beat up.
And just so you guys know, but 20 years ago, driver's licenses were way easier to like do this with than they are now.
These were still the plastic ones, but you're right. They didn't have the face. You know how now they have your face?
They have all these holograms and shit.
Well,
it's
they
way
had
easier to fake
holograms,
them,
but not the hologram was just, it said Florida, Florida, Florida. So how hard is that?
Yeah.
So I suppose a bouncer, you spoke about, for example, fake IDs. What girls used to do it back in the day, and you're right. It was so easy to just copy that.
It was way easier back then. This is 20 years ago now. But yeah, that's why all these IDs now have all this shit on them, is because of this. But sorry, continue on.
And look, I would go in and open bank accounts with this ID.
Damn.
I mean, and sometimes they would grab them. They'd like look at the ID, and you're like, oh my god. Oh my god! And they open the account. So I make the fake ID. I've got 700 credit scores, and obviously the guy needs employment. We know I can do your employment. He needs a bank account. I've got your bank account. He needs canceled checks to prove that they make the payments, or maybe he just needs a management company to verify he's lived somewhere for 5 years. I got all that. So I have this guy go buy a house. And then he buys another house. And then I have another guy, create another guy. He buys a house and he buys another one. So another guy, he buys out. So everybody buys about 5 or 6 houses.
And you were able to do this with these Social Security cards from babies?
Yes.
Okay. So you did this thing a couple of times where you went in there less than 12 months old.
Yeah.
Born outside the country. You did it multiple times. Got Social Security numbers issued.
Multiple times.
What were their names?
So...
The names of the unborn kids.
So Quentin. Well, I know you're asking because it's Quentin Tarantino. So have you ever seen Reservoir Dogs?
I have. Yeah.
Okay.
Good movie.
So it was James Red, Brandon Green, Lee Black, Michael White, William Blue.
I knew it. Had to be some funny names.
David
man.
Silver.
Those are the names you used?
Yeah, I used all those names. Which I thought was cute.
He's creative, man.
Yeah.
I thought that was cute, but when you get caught and you're talking to the prosecutors and everything. Like I'm like, and they got no sense of humor, bro.
Yeah.
Like the judge is looking at me when I got.
That was my favorite movie.
Like
you fucked it up for me.
The judge doesn't think it's funny. Oh, listen.
You're Mr. Pink. No, I'm not. Why do I got to be Mr. Pink, bro?
At some point, I was satisfying loans, right? So I borrow a mortgage, and then I'd prepare a satisfaction of mortgage from like Bank of America, and I'd satisfy the loan in public records. And I would sign it like C. Montgomery Burns, which is the aging tycoon from The Simpsons.
Yeah.
Right. So,
Monty Burns.
Right. Of course, I'm notarizing them. I'm doing the whole thing, right? I got like 10 notary stamps,
Yeah.
So anyway, I start buying these houses, and we are recording the values higher. So they're going for 200, 250. It got up higher and higher. So I now, James Red buys a house and then refinances it at 200,000. He borrows maybe 180,000, right? He gets like maybe a 90% loan, which is like 180 on 200,000. And then, so I bought it for 50. I put maybe 10 into it because I don't have to.
So you own them outright?
Yeah, I don't have to renovate it.
You're buying them outright, okay?
Or maybe I get a hard money lender, like he doesn't give a shit. He's getting 50 grand. Of course, if I'm paying you back within 2-3 months, like you're just ready, you're just throwing money at me.
Yeah,
I trust you.
Right, of course, you're good for it. So what happens is, and I'm buying the house for maybe 40 or 50. I'm putting 10 in it, so I got maybe 60,000, maybe 70, and then I get a loan for 180.
Yeah.
And
you
I'm
pay
walking
back
away
that
with
loan, and you're walking away with like 130.
I'm walking away with 100, 110, 120,000, and I'm making the payments. So James Red would buy 5 properties and borrow like $1.1, $1.3 million
from all of them. Yep.
And then I would make the payments for 3 or 4 months worth of payments. And then I would run up his credit cards. Of course, then I go apply for credit cards. You're getting $10,000, $15,000 credit cards by that point because
you did the work and you did use the secured credit cards in the beginning and brought his credit score up to 700. Yeah,
he's got 700 credit scores. He's got 5 mortgages. He's got 3 credit cards that are being paid for.
Yep.
So now I can go get a couple personal loans for $15,000 a piece. So I'm running this thing up like I'm making like $600,000-$700,000, right? Even though I'm borrowing 1.3, some of it has to go to pay for the house and the renovations,
of course,
and the payments. And then after a few payments, I just stop paying.
Yeah.
And so the house is going to foreclosure. The banks come in, they take the houses back, and they don't understand what happened. Like they put it back on the market and try and sell it. So they're like, okay, we got $180,000 wrapped up in this property, plus the foreclosure fees. Put it back on the market. And they'll put it on the market for 6 or 7 months, and then maybe they go, God, it's not selling. You know what? Let's get an appraisal. So they do an appraisal.
Uh-oh.
There's comparables every. What are you talking about? Uh-oh. There's comparable 110, 105, 110.
Because you bought all in the same neighborhoods.
No, sorry, not 110. Sorry,
because you bought them all close to each other, right?
They're everywhere.
Oh, you bought all of them.
All the not every house, but here's the thing: if a house sold for 60,000, it's a shithole. If you drive by my house, I put 10 grand on the outside, 15, 20 grand on the outside, trim the trees, mow the yard. I painted the house. So if you drive by, you're an appraiser, drive by the house, you go, fuck, it looks like it's in great shape. Now, it's gutted inside. You can't live in this house. But from the outside, it looks sweet.
So the 10K that you always put in was always cosmetic on the outside.
Yeah. Because
fucking smart, man.
Brandon Green doesn't have to live
hurricane
in that. He
windows?
doesn't care what the inside looks like.
Roof, windows, like what was in particular? Was it like
honestly, most of it was paint and caulk.
Wow.
Because from 45 feet away, like the appraiser's not going to get out of the house and walk up to somebody's house.
Yeah.
He's getting paid $200-300 for a drive-by appraisal. He's going to drive by and go, that thing said it sold for 210. That one sold for 205. That one sold for 245. They all look good to me.
And unbeknown to them, you bought them all.
Yeah, I own them all. So
we got James, we got all these names. Okay, cool.
Okay, no, this is great. Okay,
but see, he knows the procedure of each person working to kind of like maneuver
what they're gonna do. So he's obviously like fixing the cosmetics. So that's what they're looking at. But sorry, continue.
That's crazy.
No, I was gonna say,
fucking a genius.
Once they start calling, once the banks start calling, I would send them, I would print out like a 12-car pile up on I-4, right, where somebody was life flighted to Tampa General Hospital. And I would just insert my guy's name in there. Like Brandon Green was in an accident and he was life flighted to Tampa General Hospital. I would print that article out, add my guy's name into it, print it out on newsprint, cut it up, make copies on a copy machine. Then I would write a letter from Brandon Green's sister and say, my brother was in a tragic accident. That's why he hasn't been making the mortgage payments, obviously. He's currently in a coma. And the doctors say, even if he wakes up, he'll never work again.
Damn.
And so you send that to all of the collection agents. And they basically stop coming around. They just start the foreclosure process.
So that's how you kept from getting annoyed.
Well, I felt like I needed to give them something. Like they need a reason, right? Like because if you called his job, he doesn't work there anymore. He doesn't work there anymore. His cell numbers are shut off. He's not responding. We couldn't serve him. What's happening? Here's the reason. And then they go, oh, that makes sense.
That's why if those Italian guys had paid at least 4 or 5 months,
if they paid 4 or 5
reason,
they don't even have to give a reason. They could have just paid 4 or 5 months, and they would have probably been 10 times better off than
not paying at all.
Right. Now keep in mind, now it's 12 months. It used to be a first payment default required an immediate investigation. Now it's if you don't pay the first 12 months, they're going to investigate for fraud. Now, but that's once again that's
after the housing market crashed and shit. Right. Okay, so you did this where you were doing this, and then okay, so you were saying.
So he sold the company.
Yeah, no, well, we're past that now.
Yeah, and then he bought this company doing renovations and flips.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, and then so the banks would come and foreclose the homes after you had gotten them all to 200K or whatever, and then you'd run it up on each person, and then you'd send them a letter, hey, the person got sick or he's in a coma now, etc. And then the banks would be like, oh, okay, that makes sense, and then they'd take property to the home, and then they try to sell them.
They put them back on the market, and then every 3 months they just keep reducing the sales price by like 20 or 30%.
Yeah, because they couldn't understand why the hell they can't sell.
Right, they don't understand it, but it doesn't matter. Like they lent too much, it went bad, that happens, and then they'd eventually sell it for 70, 80,000 because investors
close to what you bought it for originally,
but more because I had raised up the area because other investors are coming in and they're buying up everything because they're like, I can get these, I'm buying this house is going for 70,000, I can get it appraised for 200,000. There's sales everywhere, not realizing like they go in, buy it, renovate it, and you're probably not going to sell it for 200,000.
Yeah,
but I bought so many, right? I borrowed.
You inadvertently increased the comparables.
Oh, yeah.
That's what you did.
Yeah, but they were everywhere. Yeah. And so it was...
That is scary,
That's
though.
crazy.
You self-inflated it yourself.
Yeah, he literally
increased I'm an investor. Oh, this is great. I can buy this and make a profit. I'm screwed. That's China, by the way. That's what happened in China.
That's what happened in China.
In 2003, Forbes magazine came out with an article, and they said that the zip code in Ybor City was one of the top 20 fastest growing zip codes in the nation.
Oh, and that was because of
Ybor City?
I'm assuming. It's not that big. It's not that big of an area.
Bank of Ybor.
So anyway, what happened is...
So how long did you do this for before...
I'm going to say
with your development
18
company.
months, borrowed $11.5 million.
Okay.
My mortgage company, keep in mind when I first got in trouble, when the FBI came in and they grabbed my mortgage company, they ended up saying that the mortgage company, just from all the W-2s, pay stubs, they said that was about $40 million.
Okay.
So they tried to hit me for that when I got caught. But what ended up happening was, and keep in mind, we got caught periodically.
Yeah.
Like we'd get caught. Some company would find out, like, this guy doesn't even exist, right? Like I had a buddy named Rudy who we'd pulled out, I forget, 80,000. I don't know what it was, but it's like, hey, I'm going to take this much. We're going to put this much in the company because he was part of the development company. And, Rudy, like, here's 20 grand. Make sure you make the payments. Here's the coupon that they gave us at closing. Make sure you make payments for the next 3 payments. Okay, no problem. And then like a month and a half later, I get a phone call from an account executive with the mortgage company saying, hey man, they're investigating this mortgage. Why? You never know, the borrower never made a payment. What? And then I go to Rudy and go, what happened with the payment? You go, oh, is that due? You fucking idiot. Like now they're already investigating. So I ended up in that instance, I actually ended up calling the bank as the person, right? And that guy's name wasn't even like a color name. It was, I think it was Alan, I want to say like Alan Duncan or Joel, I forget. Yeah. So I called up there and I said, hey, this is Alan Duncan. And they were like, oh, well, first I called and they were like, I asked for like the bank. It was a small bank. It was called South Star Bank, and it was in Georgia. And I tried to call them up and they were in a meeting. And I said, no. I said, I need to talk to, the attorney or whoever had been calling the account executive. And I said, I need to talk to that guy. And I said, my name is Alan. Trust me, go interrupt them.
Yeah.
They want to talk to me. And sure enough, they get on the phone and I explain I tell them, look, they're like, look, you don't even exist, bro. Like we figured out this. We figured out this. We're going to call the FBI. We're going to this.
They told you this.
Oh, they told me all this. And it's funny because their head of their fraud department was a former FBI agent.
Oh, shit.
And he's like, yes, you're going to end up in a box, bro. You're going to end up going to prison for this. Like, he's going on and on. And I kept saying, well, why don't I just give you the money back? They're like, oh, we'll get the money back when we foreclose on the property. And I was like, oh, okay, I understand. I said, you think that your $180,000 loan is attached to a $220,000 piece of property? And they're like, yeah. And I'm like, no. That property is maybe worth 50 grand. You're about to lose $100,000 easily. What are you talking about? We have an appraisal. I said, yeah, pull out the appraisal. And they pull it out and say, listen, this property is in the name of a guy named, Lee Black. This one's in the name of a guy.
Shit.
And so I have to lay it out. They're calling the FBI. So I lay it out completely for them. Uh-huh. And then I said, now you can call the FBI or you can get your money back, but you can't do both.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm like, you're going to foreclose on this thing. You're going to lose over 100 grand. And so they're like, hold on a second. They put me on hold. They come back and they go, do you still have the money? And I was like, yeah, I got the money. They were like, look, just give us the money back and we're good. We'll foreclose. Send us this much money back. We'll take the property back or whatever that's, we agreed on. And I got rid of the mortgage. I kept the property. So I go and I go to the bank. It's funny because they kept saying, well, we'll track you down. We'll get the money. And I was like, you're not going to track me down. That money went into different accounts, all in fake identities. It's all been removed. You're never seeing any money. When actually I remember thinking a big part of that money went directly into my account. And I'm just bluffing.
Yeah.
And they were like, okay, give us the money back. We're not going to contact the FBI. And they certainly could have, but they never did.
Yeah.
And that happens a few times.
Yeah.
So you made a deal with them.
Yeah. So, and look,
it's a headache on their end.
Yeah. First of all, nobody wants to call the FBI. They don't want the FBI coming in, looking at their files, looking at you don't know how far this goes. Are there other files? They don't want to have to turn around and tell their investors, listen, we've actually just made 45 loans to people that don't exist. They don't know where this goes. So we just want that money back. Everything else seems to be performing. They're just trying to hold it together. So we go and we get the cashier's check and we send them a cashier's check and I end up taking that property. I refinance it again, or I think we sold it to somebody or refinance it. We get even some money back, but
so
whatever.
you pay the lenders back the full amount of the house.
Yeah. Well,
okay.
The full amount of their mortgage.
Their mortgage. Okay.
So I mean, and that happened several times.
Okay.
That happened one time. I got called where I had a guy. How close are we? What are we doing?
No, you go, bro. Go ahead.
You want to take a quick break?
No, I don't want to.
No,
talk
he's
for
telling
6
stories. He's
I
telling the
did.
story.
Word from our sponsor?
Yeah, we can do a quick word from our sponsor. Yeah, no, we're good, bro, because we're going to do our new show around in an hour and a half.
Yeah, we got time.
We'll sweat it.
Okay.
We got time, bro.
We got time.
And I think this is important for people. But real quick, No? Okay, we'll keep going with the story. We'll read that after.
So
go ahead.
I'll tell you real quick. One time, and this is a scumbag move. Okay, so I know it's a scumbag move.
Okay, so
right?
okay.
So
He admits it.
So one time I get called by a broker, and she's like, "Listen." So what I'd been doing was just going in and getting the files and signing them myself.
Okay.
So if the borrower, if Lee Black needs to show up, he doesn't even show up. I just go in and say, "Hey, I'm going to bring Lee Black the file." Okay. And so the title, the closer, right? The closing, is he a closer attorney or a closing agent? They know me, right? Because I own the mortgage company. We're closing the mortgage. Like, they don't know that I'm on federal probation. They don't know any of this. Yeah. So they just know me as this guy that works with this company. So, and sells and flips a bunch of properties. So if I come in and say, "Hey, I'm going to bring it to them," they go, "Okay." Now they're not supposed to. They're supposed to see. They're supposed to witness all the signatures and stamp it.
Yeah.
But they're making money. They know me. "Matt, just do me a favor. Give me a copy of his driver's license." "No problem. I got you." So I go. I make a copy of the driver's license. The driver's license. And then I put it in there. I sign all the documents. I come back. They notarize them. They cut me the checks. I leave. Well, at one point, we'd done like 2 or 3 loans with this in the name of James Red. Mm-hmm. And so, and somebody, I told you, everybody knew what I was doing. Not everybody, but there's 15, 20 people that either are, there's probably 10 or 12 people that are directly involved. Mm-hmm. And a few other people that kind of know what's going on, or they're figuring it out.
Yeah.
Somebody had contacted her, the owner, her name was Mary, contacted Mary and told her, "This guy doesn't exist. James Red doesn't exist, and you've already closed a couple loans with him." So she calls the account executive, she calls the mortgage broker who's doing the loan and says, "This guy has to show up or we're not closing the loan." So she calls me and says, "Matt, Mary said James Red has to show up." And I went, "Okay." I said, "Well, then he'll have to show up." And she's like, "How's that going to happen?" And I was like, "Well, I'm going to work on it. We'll see." So I end up calling a guy named, I didn't mention this earlier. When I make these fake IDs, I would, to close the loans in, I would always pick somebody that I knew that had been arrested.
Okay. Because
I thought, if I ever need to get somebody, what if I do need somebody to show up? I need to be able to go to that. So sometimes it's somebody who's renting from me. Sometimes it's a broker. Sometimes in this case, it was a guy named Eric Tamargo. And I'm going to say Eric Tamargo because I talked to Eric, and Eric's a great guy, and he's heard me say this story. Okay. And he admits it's fucked up. So what ends up happening is Eric was a guy who's cleaning yards. Like, he's trimming trees for me on these properties. He's painting houses. He's doing all kinds of stuff. Okay. Right. And so I call him and I say, "Hey, man, can you come in the office?" He goes, "Sure, no problem." I go, "What's up?" And I said, "Hey, listen," I said, "all these houses that we're doing?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "Let me explain what I'm doing." And I explain it to him. And he's like, "Holy shit." He's, "That's fucking amazing." And I went, "Right." I said, "Here's the problem. I've been signing." And I explained that Mary wants James Red to show up. And he goes, "Fuck." He's like, "What are you going to do?" And I went, "Well,
you're James."
I said, "I was thinking you would go in and sign." He goes, "Well, what are you talking about?" He's like, "That's nuts." He goes, "Well, first of all, he said, you said you've been using like mug shots of people." He said, "She's going to know it's not me. She's got a copy of the guy's driver's license." I went, "That's the thing." I said,
it is.
I used your mug shot from when you beat up your wife about 5 years ago, your domestic violence one." And he goes, and listen, he jumps up. He's like, "You motherfucker." Eric would beat the brakes off me. I mean, like a small child. Like, he boxes. He's, and he'd already done like 3 years in prison. Yeah. So he jumps up and I'm like, "Whoa, wait a minute, Eric." I said, "Listen," I said, "the only reason I used your name was because I knew if it came to this, you were the only person, or only reason I used your photo was I knew if it came to this, you were the only person that I knew that would have the balls to pull this off." And he goes,
"Nice. That's a good way to say it."
He looked at me and said,
"You're right."
Yeah. And I just thought, you can't believe you're believing this. But so I take his driver's license. Well, first he said, "Listen," he said, "I'm not doing this for nothing. I get in a lot of trouble."
Yeah.
I said, "No, you could. You're right. I said, "You're making a lot of money on that." I said, "Well, a lot of that money's going back in the property." Yeah, but still, you're doing good." I said, "Yeah." He said, I said, "Well, what do you want, bro?" And I remember thinking, if he asked for more than like 10 or 15 grand, I'm just going to change title companies and go do it myself.
Yeah.
Like I'd never shown up to do any of these. And he sat there and he goes,
Give me 10K, bro.
he goes, I want $500.
What?
And I literally went, are you serious? $500? I go, it's 30 minutes, 20 minutes work. It's 3 minutes. You have to sign some documents. $500? And he goes, hey bro, I could get in a lot of trouble. And I was like, you don't have anybody else? I said, yeah, all right, you know what? That's fine, but you got to sign before I pay you. And he's like, no, I know you're good for it. I got you. So I take his driver's license, I sand off the stuff, I make the fake ID. We go to the title company. It's a few days later.
Yeah.
We go to the title company. We walk in. Mary comes walking out into the lobby and looks at me. And she goes, Mr. Cox, I don't know what you're doing here. She goes, I told Kelly, the broker, if James Red doesn't show up, I'm not doing the loan. Eric stands up on cue and says, I'm James Red. And she goes, hold on a second. Runs in the back, grabs the file, comes out, opens it up with a copy of the old driver's license, looks at it and goes, I'm so sorry, Mr. Red. Yeah, I'll go ahead. I have the closing statement. I'll get the disclosures. Do you want something to drink? Sits him down. He signs, but when he's signing, keep in mind, it's not like one big check is coming out for like 90 grand or 110,000, right? Like it's a check, like 30,000 is going to a contractor, 10,000's here, 40,000 is going to pay off a second mortgage that doesn't exist. Like they're going all over the place. Yeah. And so he sees these checks. She's like, who do I send the $45,000 for? I said, I'll give that to the guy. I got it. Oh, what about the 10,000? Oh, I got that, Mary. I'll take care. I got all these. I'll put these in. And he's like,
oh shit,
motherfucker. So he signs everything. We go out there. I gave him $500. We go out and get in the car. Here's $500. He goes, yeah, bro. He's like, that was a lot of money. You guys made a lot of money.
I need more, bro.
I'm like, hey, man, no, a lot of it goes right back into the property. I got to make the payments. We had, the renovations we're doing. You're not cheap, Eric. You charge me a ton of money.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, still, though, bro. He's like, well, okay, that's cool, whatever. So a week later, we have another closing with Mary, with James Red.
Yeah.
I call up Eric. Eric, I get another closing. He goes, oh, man. He goes, I mean, I'll do it, bro, but I ain't doing it for $500. I'll tell you right now. And I'm like, fuck. And I'm thinking, if he asks for fucking more than 10 or 15, I'm just going to do it myself. And I go, well, what do you want, Eric? And he goes,
1,000?
I want $1,000.
Bro, I knew it. What the heck?
Listen, I mean, oh my God. Listen, you want to know the worst thing about this? So at some point, I take off on the run for like 3 years, right? Mm-hmm. They go to Eric. And Eric just tells him, this is what I did. He goes to jail for 3 years.
Oh,
for $1,500.
For $1,500. Oh, my God.
Wow.
I see you judging me over there, Mo. I see you judging me. I don't need that. It's not my fault. Listen, he was on drugs, probably saved his life. I feel like I probably saved his life. And look, I talked to the guy. Like, he's cool. We've hung out.
Yeah.
He's all right.
That's
he's
funny shit, man.
Yeah.
I mean, $500? Don't come on, bro. That's like, what is that?
Listen, if he'd said no, Eric Machicardi, Eric Machicardi, I think is what his name is.
Oh,
yeah. No, he's white guy. Yeah.
What?
No, white guy.
White guy.
Oh, white guy. Okay. Damn, that's crazy.
Just not the smartest white guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of people think. White
So he
guys
said,
are
I need
smart.
1,000. So $1,000 for the second one is what he got.
Yeah, he thought I'm gonna double it.
That's funny.
Yo, would you go to jail for $1,000? Like, I just, it doesn't make sense to me. Like,
but keep in mind too, you have to understand. I've been doing this over a year. So in his mind,
yeah, he wasn't going to go to jail.
Foolproof.
Yeah.
And honestly, listen, it was foolproof up until I started. I had a friend, a childhood friend. His name is Travis. We've known each other since we both went to the short bus school together. So and so he comes to me at one point and he's like, listen, I'm broke. He's got a daughter. He's got this adorable little daughter. I need to make some money. I got a couple cars. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, we're at the point now where we've got underwriters that we're basically. I have an underwriter that I bought a car for, a Mercedes compression.
Oh shit! You got underwriters
compressor.
now.
Oh yeah, listen, like what do they call it? It was a compressor. You know, it was like a 2-door, had the little. It was a little Mercedes. This is. They don't even make them anymore. You don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, this is kind of old.
Yeah, this is like a two-seater
like
Mercedes.
2001.
Yeah,
probably like a SL.
Like, yeah, it was like a little tiny one. Like, you hit the button and it pulls the roof back and closes. It was only a 2-seater, but I mean, like, I buy this for a fucking underwriter because he's working for this company that is just, he can get him to go. First of all, he would come to us first and review our files.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, you got to change this. Go.
So he told you exactly what to do.
One of these?
Yes, that's exactly it. Only listen, it was hideous.
Okay.
He was a gay guy and he wanted red interior. So it had red interior. It was hideous. He loved it. He loved it.
And just so the audience knows, guys, whenever you close a deal, a bunch of people get paid out. When the deal's closed, a bunch of people make a bunch of money, which is why they were incentivized to do this. Because you guys are probably wondering, well, why are they doing all this fraud and stuff like that? It's because when the loan closes and the money goes out and dispersed, it goes to all the different people that were involved in the deal.
Yeah, I'm not walking away with like they're saying, oh, you made, $11.5 million in this one little scam, right? Like, I didn't get $11.5 million. There's a chunk of that went to pay for the properties. There's a chunk that went to, we were building brand new houses. We're building this. Rudy's got to get some money. Dave's got to get some money. Like,
everyone gets paid off of it.
Right.
Even Eric.
Eric needs a little something.
Yeah.
So anyway, eventually, a buddy of mine, Travis.
So you go back and you sign with Eric for this $1,000. That's, I think, where the story left off.
Yeah, that's
okay.
well. What happened? Yeah, that's done. What I'm saying is ultimately the way it basically kind of that comes down is at this point I borrow like $11.5 million. And
how many deals do you think you did in this time span with this development company that you had?
It wasn't. So if the FBI, and by the way, this figure's not correct. They said 109 houses, but I think they took all the houses. Like, we didn't do 109 houses because each house was getting almost $150,000 to $200,000 mortgage on it. Okay. So if you add that up, then it's a massive amount of money. So it wasn't that, but there were lots of vacant. Like, we're also doing other things. We're buying vacant lots. We're building brand new houses.
Okay.
We've got a development company. Like, we're trying to kind of take this money and parlay it into a legitimate development company.
Yeah.
And look, let's face it, I'm not flashy, right? But, I am driving an Audi. Yeah. We got an Audi, we've got a Mercedes, we've got cars, I'm traveling.
You got underwriters under you, which is crazy that you had underwriters.
Well, and I'm dating a chick that, I'm dating a few women that I have no reason to date. Like, it was the money. You know what I'm saying? Like, these are like, like I'm dating. I went on a few dates with a Buccaneers cheerleader. Like,
Yeah. Just like
I know you man. Look at me and you think cool guy. Yeah. You think, oh, I can see. No, I think it might have been the money. Yeah. So I'm dating these chicks, and so this one chick I'm dating is like, hey, I want to do something. Like, I want to do what you're doing. She knows what I'm doing, but I don't need your help. Well, can I get in? Can I help? For what? Like, I've got a well-oiled machine at this point. Mm-hmm. Like, I got Rudy's finding properties. We got title companies. We've got appraisers. We've got I got all the. I'm making these people myself.
You literally have from step A all the way to step Z to get this to get these deals closed.
Right. I don't need you.
Yeah.
So I said, only thing we could do is, I said, I've been thinking about this. I said, like, I could get you a fake ID. You could go like rent a property, and we could satisfy the loan on the property. Transfer the title into your name, and then refinance that property 3 or 4 times right away. So we could borrow maybe $1 million on it. Then we'll make the payments on it for a few months, and we'll continue to pull out the money, and then we'll just leave. Like, well, once we get all the money out of the banks, we'll take off. And she's like, how much would I make? I'm like $500,000. And she's like, holy shit. And I'm like, yeah, but you have to understand, people are going to see your face. I explained the whole thing to her. She's like, I don't care. That's fine. Okay. So, and she knew I was on federal probation, right? So she's like, like, you've done fraud before. You didn't go to prison. Now she would have gone to prison for this. But so we go and I get her a fake ID. We go, we rent a piece of property. We transfer the deed out of the property, out of the owner's name into her name.
So you bought it and then you rented it out?
No, we just rented it. So we just rent the property.
Rent to own?
No. I'm renting your house.
Yep.
I go downtown. I find your deed. I create a new deed. in her name, and I record the new deed saying she bought it from you.
Oh,
shit.
yeah.
So I just stole your house.
That happens a lot, bro. That happens a lot.
So,
Yo!
And then but keep in mind, you still have a mortgage on it for like $200,000.
Yeah.
So I create a satisfaction of mortgage from your bank and record that. And now in public records, it looks like you have no mortgage on the house. So she now owns a $200,000 house in her name and has no mortgage on it.
Oh.
Right. So then we refinance it like 3 different times with 3 different lenders for not much. Maybe the loans are small. They're like 110,000, 120,000. So, and what we're going to do is do 5 of them, get like $500,000, and then satisfy those, and then do it again. So the problem is the name that we got for her was Rosita Perez. And this is a chick with blondish brown hair and green eyes. Rosita Perez is clearly Hispanic.
Yeah.
So I have her change her hair. She gets her hair done black and curly and gets the photo for the ID, and I make the ID. But before she goes to the first closing, she actually changes her hair back, brown with, whatever. And I'm like, what are you doing? Why would you do that? And her name is Allison. And she's like, because it wasn't me. I'm like, this is exactly it. The point. It wasn't you. And she's like,
yo.
And this is true. She goes, the picture's me, Matt, on the ID. She goes, my hair doesn't even, she goes, it's me. And I went, okay, I get it. Like, that's fine. You're right. That's fine. So I'm okay. So we close the first loan, whatever, $110,000, let's say. And
so
then,
you rent the house just to establish the residency, I guess.
Yeah, just to be able to have control of the property.
Yeah.
So, and I've done it before where the person lived in the house.
Wow.
So, then she goes to the second closing, signs the documents, but the title agent looks at the ID and goes, "This doesn't look like you." And she's like, "What? Doesn't look like you?" But it was her.
Yeah.
And she's like, "Yeah." She goes, "You don't look like a Perez." And she says, "Well, my father was a Perez." She's like, "What?" And she's like, "I'm not going to give you the check." She's like, "What I'm going to do is let me make a few phone calls and then I'll mail it to you. Or I'll even drive it out to you." And she's like, "Okay." She makes a couple copies of the ID.
Oh, shit.
Gives it to her. Allison comes out, gets in the car. She's like, "Oh my God, this is what happened." And I'm like, "Oh, we're done. We're leaving. We're done." We drive off. She's like, "Well, what about this check for the $110,000? And I'm like, "Oh, that's done. That's over." And I'm like, "No, we're not cashing that." I'm like, she's going to figure this is going to unravel very quickly, And
so she still cut her a check even though she didn't?
No. She closed one loan already with another title company.
Okay.
So she got that check. It was fine.
Okay.
But the next title company, the chick was like, "Whoa, this doesn't look right."
Okay.
So she's saying, "Let's cash the check." And I'm like, "Yeah, fuck no." And we're not cashing. We're depositing it, pulling money out, regardless.
Yeah.
And I went, No. And she's like, "Well, let's go open a bank account." No. We're not opening a bank. We were done. And now, look, Allison needed money. She's broke, and I rented an apartment for her. She was going in a divorce. I rented an apartment for her. I furnished it. Sorry, like Brandon Green furnished it.
Like the check was a trap?
It would have traced back to them.
I think it would have traced back. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. Like, I've got a good thing. I'm sorry your thing fell apart.
Yeah.
We'll fix it. We'll come up with something else. But to Allison, she was about to make $250,000, and within a few months, another $250,000. She's about to make $500,000.
She didn't want to give up.
Yeah.
She didn't want to give. She's like, "What are you talking about?" And I'm like, "Look, it's fine. I'll give you a couple $1,000s." She's like, $2,000? Like, what are you talking about? I'm about to make fucking $60,000.
Yeah.
Or sorry, $55,000. So she goes, "What about Travis?" So I had a buddy of mine, Travis. He was pretending to be Michael White in Orlando. He had bought a property under the name Michael White, a couple properties, and he was he'd already refinanced those for like $500,000, and he was pulling the money out. He'd gotten out a couple $100,000.
Yep.
So she goes, "What about Travis? Let's just deposit it in Travis's account." And I'm like, "I'm saying no."
Yeah.
And she goes, "Let me call Travis." And I go, "You can call him." So we call Travis. Travis goes, "Well, tell me what happened." I tell him what happened.
That muddies the waters too, because obviously you got something good with Travis. So it's like, what the fuck? You're bringing attention over here.
So Travis says, "What happened? Well, what do you want to do? What do you think, Matt?" I said, "I think it's fucked."
Yeah.
And she's saying it's not. It's fine. He's exaggerating. She goes, "Matt, he's worried about it. It's going to be fine." Like, I've been doing this for like 16, 17 months at this point, right?
Yeah.
So they think like he's got it all wrapped up, but I've got it wrapped up because I'm pretty careful.
Yeah.
I've never gone into a title company. I've never done a bunch of shit. So anyway, what ends up happening is she gives the check to Travis. Travis deposits it. 4 or 5 days. It used to be you deposit a check, you don't get it right away. You know, it takes 5-10 days, right?
Yep, got it clear.
Right, deposits it. 5 days later, 4 or 5 days later, she tells me, like, call him. Today the check's good. And I call him and I said, hey, Travis, Allison wants to know. He's, yeah. He's there. I already got a call from the bank manager. He said they're not going to clear the check and they want to witness me my signature on the back of the check. He said any endorsements over $100,000 check or more has to be witnessed. He wants me to witness it. And I go, bro, something's so wrong about that. Yep. I said, don't go to the bank. Yep. I said, the cops are waiting for you. And he goes, they're not. I'm pulling in the parking lot right now. There's no cops here. Shit. I'm like, well, that's like you're going to be in marked cars.
Yeah.
He goes, and I remember he told me, he's quit fucking, you're shaking like a little girl. And, you know, and like hangs up the phone. Yeah. And goes in the bank, gets grabbed. The cops are there. Yep. And
who grabbed them?
This was in Orlando. Whoever Orlando is, this is the sheriff's. By the way.
Okay.
This is
shit.
FBI.
Okay, Orange County. Yeah,
right.
Orange County grabs him.
So
right. I think it's Orange County.
I don't think it's Orange. Maybe I don't know.
Orlando. They
grab him. They take him downtown. We keep calling him, and he's not answering. And eventually, I go to a payphone, and I call the phone. I call the Michael White cell phone. Not Travis's, the Michael White.
Walter White?
And a detective
yeah,
picks it up.
it's Orange County.
Okay.
Orange County.
A detective picks it up and says, this is, you know, Sergeant so-and-so or Detective so-and-so, who is this? And I'm like, ah! You know, and I hang up. I'm like, he's done. Yeah. He got arrested. So the next day he calls me. I go and I bond him out of jail. Well, I don't. I actually give his brother-in-law. I pay his brother-in-law
the money to go get him.
He gets him out. He gets out. He tells me, you know, he needs an attorney. We go get him an attorney.
Did he talk? Like, he didn't talk, or you don't know yet?
Well,
at this point?
I didn't know, but yeah, he had, yeah, absolutely. So he cooperated. So, and how hard it was it for him to prove? I got something huge for you. I got some detective. I have something huge. Oh yeah, how so? Pull up Hillsborough County tax appraiser's website. Pull it up. Look up the name James Red. James Red, 6 properties. Look, all are in foreclosure. Pull up the name Lee Black. Look, there's 5 properties. Oh, all of them are in foreclosure.
Oh, he knew a couple of your other people.
Well, he knows all of it. Like there, so literally, you've got 5 or 6 purchases within a month or 2. Yep. And within 4 months, they're all in foreclosure. Yeah. You know, so it's like boom, 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 boom. He's like, this guy's borrowed millions of dollars, and he's like, this is the guy I'm working. And who they just arrest him as? Michael White. Yeah. And they're like, oh, boom, let's put together a task force. Let's work with you. And his only agreement was, I just can't go to prison. I have a daughter.
Just one day in and he did this.
He buckled pretty quick. Yeah. But
we gotta blame Allison though. Isn't it crazy? It's always a woman, bro. Always a woman.
Everybody always says this.
It's true though.
They do. I mean, it's just.
How dare you?
It's stupidity on my fault, on my part. You know, like I honestly, like, I've thought a lot about it. Like, I didn't need to get them involved in that. You know what I'm saying? Like, I should have stuck with my thing. I should have cut my fucking mouth shut and just been like, oh, yeah, man, I'm just doing good. I'm flipping properties. But instead, I got a big mouth. I run my fucking mouth. I have to tell everybody how cool I am. I have to prove to everybody how I'm getting over on the banks. Like, just a fucking jackass, right? Like, just shut your fucking mouth and everything will be fine. So, but I don't.
So you bond him out and he snitched on you. Unbeknownst to you, of course, at this point. Yeah.
Well, no, first I pay for the lawyer to convince him to snitch. So, but it's all state. So I give his lawyer $15,000.
Wait, so you hired his lawyer and the lawyer told him to snitch and you were okay with that?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh, you didn't
tell me.
Okay. So his lawyer. So this is the second time you paid for a lawyer that told him to snitch on you.
Look, my lawyer gave him the recommendation.
Because you got Gretchen, the lawyer.
Oh,
he told her to snitch on you, and then you get the second lawyer. He says to snitch. Oh my God.
I'm not the brightest. Like, I know. Yeah.
Holy shit.
Obviously, I have a learning disability. It takes me a while.
No worries.
To figure things out. I should have known the first time. A normal person would have known the first time, but not me.
So you bond him out, you get him a lawyer, and this lawyer fucking says you need to snitch on
that dude. Like, you need to work with the task force. So they put together a task force. And so one day, I'm still going.
Yeah, you're still okay.
One day, a buddy of mine who's a sheriff's deputy who I'd done $1 million, $2 million worth of bad loans for, he and his wife, he comes to me. And he was divorced by this point, but he comes to me and he says, to my office, and he's like, hey, bro. And I'm like, hey, what's up? I remember he had his whole outfit on. You know, every time you see a deputy walk in your thing, you're like, whoop.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, Steve, you got to stop coming in here like that. And we're laughing. I'm laughing. And he's like, I got to talk to you outside. I'm like, okay. We go outside. What's up, bro? and this is in my development company. Now I have a development company in Ybor City with a bunch of people working there. And I walk out. I'm like, what's up? He said, do you know somebody that got arrested in Orlando? And I'm like, yeah. And he goes, okay, whoever that is, he's been working with the task force. He said, I used to fuck this chick in Tampa that works on the task force. She's been working on a task force with this guy in Orlando and several of the other counties, obviously Orange County, like all the, Pinellas, all these other counties I'm doing this in, right? Yeah. He's like, they're working all these counties. They put together a task force, and I'm like, okay. He goes, the task force is on you. Oh, shit. He goes, my name came up because I bought a bunch of properties from you. So she called me and told me not to talk to you anymore because they said they're coming to arrest you. They just handed it to the FBI. They're coming to arrest you in a couple of days. And he's like, she didn't want me to talk to you because she said you're going to cooperate. And she's afraid that she didn't want me to get jammed up. And I'm like, okay. And he goes, okay. He said, so I just thought I should tell you. I said, no, man, good looking out. I appreciate that. And he said, what do you want to do? He goes, what are you going to do? And I went, I'm leaving. Like, I can't stay in Florida. I can't stay here. I can't.
Surprised he didn't get in trouble.
I can't. No, he didn't. He didn't get nothing. Listen, if I tell you what happened.
That sheriff's deputy didn't get arrested either? No,
he's on my indictment as an unnamed co-conspirator. When I tell you the whole thing, you'll understand. By the time they catch me, the entire economy's collapsing. So do you work on banks that are collapsing for $500 million, or do you work on a 5-year-old case for 40 or 50 million?
Okay, interesting.
You go for the banks that are
of course.
a $1 billion bank or whatever now than the 5-year-old case. So what happens is he comes to me and he's like, what are you going to do? I said, oh, I'm leaving. What year is this now? 2003.
Okay.
Almost 2004. Okay. Like December 2003. And he's like,
so you had been doing this for a while. When did your buddy get jammed? When did this idiot get jammed up? Why?
Like maybe 4 or 5 months earlier.
Okay. So he's the one that probably got this task force thing started on you.
No, of course. Yeah. He worked with it. Travis worked with the task force the whole time.
Yeah. Okay.
Steve,
and it was a state task force to be.
State. Yeah. Okay. FDLE, the local county.
Gotcha. Okay.
And then when they got it together, they realized, hey, there's too many banks, too many, national banks involved. Yeah. It's too big for us, the locals. Let's give it to the FBI. So they give it to the FBI. And of course, you can come arrest me because I'm on probation. You don't have to do anything but just say, we're going to arrest you.
Okay.
For what? I think you did something. Like, I have no rights on probation. So, yeah. So,
no, I'm listening.
Okay. So he says, what are you going to do? I say, I'm taking off. I can't go to prison, So I'm like, like I've seen Shawshank Redemption. I know what happens. Yeah. So I'm just joking. That doesn't happen. Anyway, but I don't know that. Like, I've seen 2 movies, Shawshank Redemption and a movie called Animal Factory. Neither are good.
Yeah.
Nothing goes good for these guys. And there's like in the Animal Factory, there's a little white guy. It's not good, bro.
Yeah.
It's not good. So I'm thinking, I can't go. I'm adorable. Okay. So to a guy
like a pretzel.
To a guy,
up, nigga.
Honestly, to a guy with a life sentence, I might as well be wearing a dress.
Yeah.
So that's what I thought. But anyway, so I say, oh, I'm leaving. So I take off on the run. Right, I get like 80 grand, even though we have maybe $500,000 to $1 million in several accounts. This is a Thursday at like 4 o'clock.
Yeah.
I have one day to get out money. I start giving everybody, go cash this check is 8,000. Go cash 7,000, 5,000, 8,000, 9,000.
Under $10,000 for reporting requirements.
Right. Yep. I get 80,000 the next day. And the chick I was dating at the time, who I'd only been dating a few months.
Okay. Not Allison, thankfully.
How many chicks did you have, bro? You have like a lot of chicks.
No, and I actually had slept with Allison for a few months.
Well, that
you know
was obvious.
It just didn't work out.
We knew that.
So anyway, so I end up. I get this money. I take and I'm packing my bags, and the chick that I was dating comes over to my house because I hadn't returned her calls all day, and we were supposed to go out that night. And she's just like, "What's going on?" I'm like, "Oh, hey, what's going on?" Funny story, And so I'm packing a bag, and I'm like, "This is what's going on." And she's like, "Holy shit!" And so I tell her, and she's like, "What are you gonna do?" I said, "I'm leaving." She's like, "What are you gonna do for money?" I said, "I'm just gonna run a couple scams, get a few $1 million, and buy some rental properties and let the whole thing blow over and just acclimate back into society." And she's like, "Well, I want to come with you." And I'm like, "What are you fucking talking about? You can't. We barely even know each other." Like, and she's like, "Well, I'm in love with you." And I'm like, honestly, I'm like, I don't think this was ever, and that's sweet, but this was never going to become love for me.
How
like
dare
I
you?
slept with her couple dozen, maybe not even, probably not even a dozen times, you know, and she's a nice girl and everything, but no. Yeah. And so she begs and pleads for me to come with her. Another bad mistake. I end up saying yes.
Okay.
You know, because first of all, I don't think people realize like how frightening it is,
of course,
to leave everything you know and just go off on the run.
Yeah.
Like that's a terrifying experience or idea. So anyway, I write a letter to my parents. Mom, Dad, sorry. You know, here's what I've done. Fucked up. I'm sorry. I'm a shitty son. You deserve better. I'm done. I'm leaving. And I take off. You know, write a letter to my ex-wife. Kayla. And, you know, and I have a son and, you know, just basically just realized that, like, I kind of felt like if I went to prison, she was never going to bring him to see me in prison. You know, I basically, I justified all that, all those reasons to just walk away from everybody.
Right.
You know, so I take off on the run. And when we go off on the run, we have a problem because we don't have any money. And
how long did that 80K last you?
Yeah, we burned through it pretty quick. So what we
a couple months maybe.
Well, we were a little frugal, you know, I'm saying a little bit, but we are going on vacation. So I immediately go to Atlanta, and I rent a house in Alpharetta, Georgia.
Okay,
so like a suburb.
Yep.
And I rent this house from a guy named Michael Shanahan.
Okay.
And I make a fake ID in Michael Shanahan's name. And I go down to public records and I satisfy the mortgage. He has 2 mortgages.
The scheme again, okay.
I satisfy both mortgages on his property. I then call, because keep in mind, I have a fake ID in his name and I'm using a child's social security number, but I don't have any credit. Like I get a couple secured credit cards, but it takes 6 months to get scores. Yeah. So I got a couple credit cards, but if you pull his credit, he's got no scores.
Yeah.
So I can't go to a bank. So what I do, but I do now own a house worth $200,000. Okay. And it looks like I've owned it for 10 years.
Yeah.
So, because my name is Michael Shanahan. So I call 3 hard money lenders, which are basically guys that have a lot of money that lend based on the equity of your home, and they charge like 12% interest, whatever. Yeah. Right. So all 3 of them come over, like one comes in at 10 o'clock that morning, then one comes at 11 or 12, and one comes at like 2. They all look at the house. None of them know about the other ones. And I convince all of them to lend me $150,000 a piece.
Shit.
So we close on the same day, and I get like $400,000, right?
Cash.
I mean, yeah, it's a check. Yeah. I deposit it in the bank account. I start pulling out the money. I pull out $400,000, and I take off on the run.
Okay.
Again, like we take off again. So, I mean, there's actually a story there, but I can move on since, I mean, we are.
No, you go. Go ahead, man.
We're approaching 10 o'clock.
No, don't worry. You're good.
Trust me, bro. This is a good story, man.
Oh, okay. So
continue on,
I need
sir.
some popcorn, bro.
Yeah,
you got popcorn in the back?
Yeah, we'll. Don't
popcorn?
worry. Like I said, guys, don't. F&F news coming soon. And I'm waiting for Elijah. Elijah Schaffer's going to pull up too, so that's fine. We'll wait for him.
So what ends up happening is,
need more coffee, or are you good?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
So I'm pulling money out of the banks, right? Like Becky's going in. I'm going in. We'll get 8,000, 7,000, 5,000, 9,000.
Off this 400K that you have.
Yeah, we pull it all out. And at one point, I get frustrated because it's like, fuck, this is taking forever, right? And we've got it set up perfectly, right? Like I'm varying the balances on the bank. So
and just so the audience knows, he's pulling it under 10K because you have to report it to the IRS whenever you pull $10,000 or more, and that obviously leaves a transaction record and everything. He didn't want that, so
that's exactly. So it's funny you say that. So here's the problem. At some point, I get frustrated. And I have a check for 29. We had one of the refinances. We had a check for 29,000. And keep in mind, I always forget this. We also went to Tallahassee and did one in the name of Teresa Knight, where Becky goes in and signs.
Okay.
So we got more. We got some money, right? Not too much, but whatever, $500,000. So at one point, we're getting close to the end, and I'm frantic, right? Like we've got almost all the money, and it's like I got a check for 29,000. And typically I would go in and just give it to them.
So
and
you would just walk around with this cash?
No, we have it in a duffel bag. We have it hidden in,
yeah, of course. But your goal is to get it out the bank as quickly as possible and have it in cash.
There's no crypto or anything.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Like
people
this
are
is
like,
2004 probably now at this point. Yeah.
Right, exactly what it was. So I go into the bank one time, and it was like, I'm going to say it was SunTrust Bank. So I go into SunTrust Bank, and we had a cashier's check that had been, or a check that had been issued from SunTrust Bank from the title company, in the name of Scott Cugno. And I had a real ID in the name Scott Cugno because by this point I ordered, It was a real person. Oh my God. It was a real person that I knew, and I just had a conversation with him, and I ended up getting all of his enough information out during the conversation to steal his identity.
Oh, wow.
And then I stop it. Stop. I see you.
I'm not laughing. No, I'm not laughing.
You've never done anything wrong. So,
Okay, tell me
I
about,
feel bad.
about this person, right? You feel bad about this person?
No.
Come on,
No.
bro. Like,
And listen, Scott, I've tried to talk to Scott Cugno. I've tried to talk to him many times. He doesn't want to talk to me.
I wouldn't either.
I mean,
You took his info.
he's
nigga.
holding resentment. That's not good for him.
Bro, that's not good for him either. Talking to you.
Anyway, I also bought a car in his name.
I was not, I was not laughing.
Opened up some bank accounts. So
I was not laughing, by the way.
But the point is, so what I do is I have a driver's license in his name.
That is scary, bro. So I can talk to you, you take my info, and then finesse me? That's scary, bro.
Bro, this was in 2004 too. This is before internet and computers and shit. He was stealing dudes' identities to Lincoln Park.
I got so far, not so far in the end. Okay, there you go.
So,
What the heck, bro?
so I go into SunTrust Bank, and I say to the guy at SunTrust Bank, I go, listen. So I try and cash. I go up to the teller. I need $29,000. And she's like, oh, okay. Well, go sit over there. So I go sit in like the manager's office or something, right? Little cubicle with like these glass partitions. I sit down. The manager comes over and says, hey, I understand you're trying to cash this check. I'm like, right. He said, why don't you just deposit in your own bank? I went, well, my bank's in Florida, and they're going to hold it for like 10 days, and I need the cash because he's like, well, what are you doing with the cash? I go, well, I own a construction company.
Yeah.
I have a perfect story.
Yeah.
I own a construction company, and we cash, we have a lot of, migrants and stuff, and
Employees,
basically,
yeah. You gotta pay
laborers,
them.
like Mexican laborers and stuff. They don't have bank accounts. I said, so I cash their checks for them. And I said, because I know the checks are good because it's my company.
Yeah.
And he's like, okay, that makes sense. And he's like, okay.
You're good at this, man.
And he turns around and he leaves.
Yeah.
He comes back a little bit later. He asks me some more questions. Keep in mind, the chick, Becky, is calling me nonstop. My phone's ringing like every 3 minutes. Like, what are you doing? And I'm like, the guy's being a dick. He didn't want to give me the money. She's like, get out of the bank. Get out of the bank. And I'm like, why? She's like, get out of the bank. And I'm like, look, don't call me back. Like, if you see a cops pulling in, tell me.
Yeah.
You see some deputies pulling, I'll fucking take off.
Yeah.
And then you meet me behind the Publix 2 blocks away.
Yeah. How long had you guys been on the run now at this point? A few months?
6 months.
6 months at this
Keep in
point.
mind, by this point, we've gone to Jamaica.
Yep.
We've gone to, we've gone all over.
Bomboka!
So
But you guys were typically staying, but you're in Georgia now at this point, right? You're in
Yeah,
Georgia
yeah,
at this point?
yeah.
Why not just stay abroad in like Colombia or something and never come back?
because then I have to live in Colombia.
Yeah, he's like, fuck that.
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
I'm not gonna hold you. I don't live there either.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
I'll visit, but never.
Well,
never
I mean,
live.
look,
Come on, bro.
like first of all, I don't have any money. I'm trying to get a few $1 million. If I go there with, first of all, if I go there with a few $1 million, my fear is like they'll take it from me, and I don't mean like the local Colombians. I'm like the cops will take it from me. Like,
Yeah.
oh, you're clearly,
Yep, they
people are
definitely will.
looking for you, and
Yeah.
you seem to have a lot of cash. I'm just going to take it. So, and I don't know much. Like,
Okay.
maybe that's not true, but I can't fuck up,
Yeah.
right? So what I do is the guy asked me some questions. He leaves. I got Becky calling me on the phone. Get out of the bank. I can't get out of the bank. He's got my driver's license. He's got my credit
yeah,
card.
all
He's
your
got a
stuff.
fucking check for $29,000. He'll call the police.
Yeah.
I have to wait it out. He comes back, goes back. So we're going back and forth. She's calling me, and then at some point the phone rings, and I look at the phone, and I don't recognize the number.
Oh, shit.
And I'm like, so I pick up the phone. I'm like, hello? And the person says, hi, Mr. Shanahan. Remember, I refinanced Michael
yes.
Shanahan's house.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Shanahan. This is Kimberly from SunTrust Bank. We have someone in here trying to cash a large check that was written on a title company account from a refinance you did. Just wondering if you could verify like the payee and the amount. And he's like, yeah, that should be Scott Cugno. And so I say that should be Scott Cugno.
Yep.
I believe it's for $29,000.
Yeah.
So I answer whatever the question was,
Yeah.
right? And she's like, oh, okay. And keep in mind, I'm looking around like Kimberly's in the bank somewhere.
Yeah.
So I'm looking around like, where the fuck? And I say, how did you get this number? And she goes, oh. And this was back when they had like 411. You could call, right? You could call and get someone's phone number.
Yep.
Like there's like the white pages, whatever. And what they did, they didn't do that. They said, oh, we called the title company. And the title company gave me your phone number. So the title, because this is not Michael Shanahan.
Yeah.
They called the title company and got the name Michael Shanahan from and got the phone number from the title company, and they gave him my phone number. They could have called the real Michael Shanahan. Yeah. If she'd really looked up the real Michael Shanahan, he'd be like, "What's going on?
What the fuck are you talking about?" Yeah.
So
I got a mortgage on this house. What are you talking about?
So I'm like, and he still does.
Yeah.
Several. So and I'm sitting there like,
that's scary.
I'm like, oh, okay. I'm like, she goes, yeah, we called. I hope that's okay. Oh, no, it's fine, fine. She's like, okay, thank you. Hang up the phone. Fucking 5 minutes later, a guy, the manager, and this chick comes out, walks up to me, and he says, Mr. Cugno, I have your money. And he starts counting out the 29,000. He counts it out twice. Yep. And she's standing there. And I'm assuming this might be Kimberly, although she never talked it, and I'm like, and he counts it out and he goes, okay. And I remember I pick it up and I remember I'm shoving it in my pockets. Like, I look like, you just look like a scoundrel.
Yeah.
Shoving like, like I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
Like I didn't prepare for this.
Yeah.
So I'm shoving the money in my pockets and I'm get up and I'm starting to walk off. And he says, Mr. Cugno? And I said, yes, sir. And he goes, I'd like to mention something. He said, I feel very apprehensive about this transaction. And I go, really? And I go, what is it exactly? And he goes, I can't put my finger on it. And I go, it'll come to you. And I turn around, I bolt right out of the fucking front door, hop in the car, and Becky backs out, drives off. And listen, I mean, I'm just like, holy shit.
Yeah.
You're not going to fucking believe what just happened. And she's like, and that's, yeah. So I take off and so the Secret Service shows up like a week later and explains it. At the bank and explains like, did you cash a check? Because keep in mind, they filled out a CCR, a cash transaction report.
Yep.
Yeah. They also filled out.
Because you said fuck it at this point.
Yeah.
Right.
10K plus.
They also filled out a suspicious activity report. So both of them. So they're like, something's wrong. Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
but
man.
I mean, I'm not there for the IRS, for the audit.
Can you tell me what that actually means?
So a SAR, okay, I'm actually shocked that you even know what that is. So a SAR is a suspicious activity report. Anytime you do financial transactions, I'm going to be careful here with my words. Suspicious transaction reports, and it could be anything. They'll fill out something called a SAR, and it goes to a central location, and then that information gets divvied out to different law enforcement agencies. Did this come out in your discovery?
It came out when I was talking to the Secret Service. They were like,
"Oh, they
knew the whole. They'd been there. They talked to these people.
They told you that there was a SAR.
Oh, they told me the whole thing. They told me the manager was like, "Listen,
is that proper to tell the?"
I would never tell a target that it was a part of a SAR.
Well, I wasn't a target at that point. I was done.
Yeah, well, I mean, someone that but target someone you're looking at. I would never tell them a SAR, but I mean, everyone's different.
I'm too paranoid to do this shit, bro. I'm too scared to do this shit, bro.
Yeah,
I'm too scared.
So what's funny about that is she was like, she's the one who was like, listen, boy, that bank manager did everything to try and figure out what was happening. Like he called everybody. He did.
Okay.
He knew
something was up.
She was like, he couldn't. Oh, listen, one time.
So he filed a SAR. Obviously, they had to fill out the CTR, currency transaction report, and then did he also call Secret Service too?
No, he didn't do that. He didn't call anybody.
He just did the SAR.
Yeah, he ran the reports. He ran me through like LexisNexis. Like he's like running all these tests to try, or all these systems to try and figure out what's going on. He's calling the title company. He knows something's wrong.
And LexisNexis, just for the audience, so because they might not know that's a database, guys, where you can like basically pull people's information from like utility records, etc. Because he probably was questioning if you're the real guy.
Yeah,
so
I
he was like, yeah, that's probably why.
But he just couldn't.
Yeah.
And listen, I've had multiple things happen. Like I had. So one of the things I did when we were on the run, because at this point, I don't know if I mentioned this. At this point, there's articles. There's got to be, like, let me put it this way. The St. Petersburg Times did like 34 articles on me. And by this point, they've already done like 12. Because when I take off, they're like serial signer, like, phantom identities, and this is all front page.
Yeah. And they didn't know what your real name was at this point.
No. In Tampa, they do know. Because now remember this, when the FBI showed up, when I left, the FBI showed up like 3-4 days later.
Oh,
I leave on a Sunday night. They show up like
the sheriff
Tuesday.
told you, yeah.
And they're questioning everybody. They're going around. They talk to Eric. They're talking to everybody. Like, let's face it, even if Eric doesn't say anything, as soon as they go in and, well, who's this? They start showing, do you know this person? They're like, oh, that's Eric. Oh, that's so-and-so. So they just go talk to him. Eric immediately says, yeah, listen, this is what I did. So everybody says, Allison actually goes downtown with her lawyer and just says, I'll tell you everything. I don't want to go to jail. And they agree. They won't send her to jail.
Wow.
And guess what she did? Guess what they did? They sent her to jail. So she got 30 months. Allison got 30 months. She never made any money. I mean, other than the money I gave her, you know, just that, like, she was divorced. She needs a place to stay. I'll get you an apartment. You know, I have no furniture. I'll get you the furniture. You know, we'll go to Target. We'll buy all new. It's completely brand new. It looked like a fucking model home.
Well, she got what she wanted. Place to stay. Jail.
Yeah, she wanted $500,000. Like, you know, but that's what she thinks she was going to get. But, you know, I
So this guy, so Secret Service shows up at, so FBI showed up there, at where you used to be, and then you said Secret Service ends up showing up at the place where you cashed this check for $29,000.
They showed up everywhere. Like, look, keep in mind, by this point, I got like $400 and some odd $1,000. We take off.
Yeah.
We go to Charlotte. We rent an apartment in Charlotte. I get
the girl that you ran away with.
Yes.
Not Allison.
No, not Allison. Allison's still.
Allison's back in.
Allison got her own problems.
Yeah.
This is Becky, right?
Allison's back.
Yeah, this is Becky.
Becky.
So we're getting cosmetic surgery. Becky gets like a boob job. She gets a tummy tuck. She, like, you know,
got money.
I mean, I get a nose job. I get a face. They call it a mini facelift. I get my teeth done. I get hair transplants. You know, hair grafts, whatever. You know.
I've done that before.
Yeah,
looks good.
Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
You're like, you got the good hair. You can comb it down like that. Nobody
just
knows.
brush it forward. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it too.
No, you didn't.
He knew.
So it's funny too, because whenever I tell somebody who's balding that, like, I feel like the big titted girl in the mall. Like, they never look at me in the face again. The whole time they're talking to me, staring at my hairline the whole time. So
you're in Charlotte now, you said, right?
I'm in Charlotte.
So you left Georgia, too much heat.
Yeah.
Get out of there.
We rent a place.
Did you know that Secret Service agents went to that place at this point, or you didn't know yet?
I don't know. I know they're showing up. Well, I know they showed up because we were on the local news, like the news that they had John Doe posters of us, because it takes them a while to figure out who we are. But keep in mind, I'm not trying to cover my tracks at this point. I'm putting my fingerprint on the fucking, like, if I cash a check, boom, no problem.
Okay, yeah.
Like, I'm already wanted.
Yeah.
So anyway, we go to Charlotte. We go to Vegas and we survey homeless people. We go to Vegas, one, to give Becky's ex-husband and her money for her son. She has a son that lives in Vegas.
Okay.
So it goes and gives him whatever it was, like $30,000. We give her parents some money. So then what we do is we're staying in Charlotte. I go to Columbus, South Carolina. I think it's Columbus, South Carolina, with the name Gary Sullivan.
Okay.
Which is a homeless guy. I go get an ID in his name, and I buy 2 houses.
Wait, you spoke to Gary on the street.
I didn't mention this. By this point, I'm surveying homeless people.
Yo, bro, you're a piece of work, bro.
I can't stop. See with the judgment.
You're a piece of work, bro.
Jesus, this guy.
Making these faces.
What did they do to you, bro? The homeless.
They're not using their identities.
But they're still people.
Okay.
This guy,
they're not using it. They're fine. They're fine. I gave them $20 to take a survey.
$20 to take.
They took the survey. So I make up a survey form and I go around to the homeless people and I say, hey, I work for the Salvation Army. We're taking a survey to try and determine. I really expected more from you guys.
Wait, hold on. So you're telling me I talk to anyone, they can steal my info like that? A woman, a guy, just tell them about myself, like what I do.
Well, I had certain questions. Like I have a survey, and I said I've taken surveys to try and determine where we place our next homeless
facility.
facility.
Give me 3 questions.
The questions?
Yeah, 3 of them.
3 of them? What, 3 important ones?
Yeah, the three questions that you would use to steal identities.
So I would say name, date of birth, and social security number.
Never say that again to anybody. Wait, socials?
Of course, they give me. They're homeless.
Well, but they're homeless.
The few times that they did, I've had 1 or 2 guys say, man, after this guy fills out the whole form, and you can tell that a lot of them have mental illnesses and stuff.
Yeah,
so after the whole form, this is horrible.
Yo, this is crazy, man. Yo, you're a piece of work, man.
I feel bad.
Like, dude,
I feel bad about it.
I don't know what's wrong with you, bro.
So you want to hear this?
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
So this one guy, I filled out the whole form, right? And he said, and it's him and another guy, and he goes like this. He goes, man, I feel like something's wrong, bro. And I said, what's wrong? He goes, I feel like maybe this is like we're in trouble, like maybe you're stealing my identity or something. And I looked at him and I went, why would I steal your identity? And he goes, I don't know. I said, are you rich? He goes, no. I go, do you have good credit? He goes, no. I said, so what good's your identity? And he goes, and then the other guy with him is like, yeah, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing? He's like, do you want the $20 or not? I'm like, you want the $20? I go, I'll tear it up right now. He's like, no, give me the $20. So he gives me the $20. They take the $20. They go get a Chick-fil-A.
McNugget?
Yeah, they're good.
McNugget, yeah.
They all seem very happy. So
Chick-fil-A, but filet the identity.
So then, but here's
you
what
want
I do.
$20? Date of birth, social. Come on, nigga. You want some food? What the fuck? Yeah, there's so many homeless here in Miami, bro. You be good.
Don't get me started.
Part two, literally. GTA edition, Miami. Sorry, go ahead.
All right, sorry, man. Keep going.
Sorry, go ahead.
All right, so you got the Sullivan name.
At this point, what
By the way,
I can
Elijah's
do,
in the house, guys. He's in the back chilling. Shout out to Elijah. He's here. I'm sorry, continue on,
You're
brother.
funny. You should be a comedian, bro. You're funny, bro.
So here's what I do.
Yeah.
I then, with that information, I have their mother's maiden name, where they went to high school, if they were ever in the military, the whole thing, right? Are they ever on Social Security disability? Are they receiving any benefits? I got about 17, 18 questions. So now what I do is I order their birth certificate, their birth certificate, their Social Security card. I register to vote in their name. I order a copy of their high school transcripts. I take that information. I go to the local DMV. So if I interview you in South Carolina, I might go to North Carolina and get an ID, right? Because I don't want them to be able to pull up your picture. So now I can go in, I can get an ID, I can get a driver's license, I can go get a passport, I can travel as you.
Wow.
And
Yo, this is crazy, bro.
So I've got this. I got Gary Sullivan. I buy 2 houses in his name. I satisfy the loans on the houses, and I put down money. Of course, I put down because I have no credit.
Yeah.
So I have to put down like 20%. Like put down 20,
You have to
30,000.
do same stat thing. Secured credit cards in their name.
No, but I have no credit.
Oh, okay.
So I do that, but I don't have 6 or 7 months.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
instead, what I do is I go and I say, look, I need you to owner finance your house for me. I'll give you 20% down, and they go, okay. People go, okay. So I buy like a $250,000 house. I give them 25 grand. Well, I guess which is really only 10%. So
Owner finance, yeah. So they basically become the bank.
So the owner finances the house himself. Even though these people have mortgages on their house, we just do what's called a wraparound.
Okay.
So I pay you, and you continue to pay Bank of America or First Trust Bank or whoever. So it's a wraparound mortgage. You have a mortgage on the title, and your original mortgage stays there too, but the deed's in my name.
Okay.
And so I buy several houses.
And they can do this without fucking up their loan?
as long as they make the payments.
They just don't tell them.
Yeah, they don't mention.
They just don't mention it to the bank, obviously. Yeah.
You probably shouldn't.
Yeah, I'm thinking in my head like that's got to be a violation of the loan terms.
Well, it is, but they never. It's the acceleration clause is supposed to be triggered, but they never do it because all the bank really cares about is they're like, look, like
just pay us.
You transferred the loan, and like we could accelerate it, but you're paying.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for us to do that. We just want to get paid.
Because don't they put like each loan on the actual? For example, the mortgagee, like which bank is going to be? Like, is it two banks or just?
Well, no. There's no. I'm not borrowing money from anybody. He's owner financing it, so I owe him $200,000.
Got it.
He happens to owe the bank $195,000. So I put a down payment down.
10%.
I make payments of $2,000 a month to
the
owner, and then they pay their bank.
And they pay their
So
bank.
you never take a loan out ever.
Never.
No,
He does,
not
the
right
owner,
now.
Yeah,
Not
because
initially.
he's on the run.
I just want to get the house
Got it.
in the name of Gary Sullivan.
Got it.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
I get the name of.
Basically, the owner becomes a bank and sells it to him. Owner financing.
There we go.
Right.
Yeah.
So then once that happens, I go downtown. Once it's recorded, takes a week or two. I go downtown, and I satisfy those loans. So now I own a $230,000 or $30,000. I forget how much it was, like $230,000 house.
Yeah. And for the audience, real quick, satisfaction basically means the loan is paid off.
Right. It appears to be paid. It's not really paid off.
Yeah, it's not really paid off, but that's a satisfaction is like basically the house is paid off.
Right. So if you're with bank, if you borrow $200,000 from Bank of America, and let's say you pay that off, you pay off Bank of America, they mail a satisfaction of mortgage into the into public records, and it gets recorded. So now it looks like in public records, you don't owe Bank of America any money because, of course, you don't. Well, what I do is I just go in and file that document. You still do owe Bank of America. Bank of America doesn't know I filed it. But when the title company comes down and they search the title, they see the satisfaction and they go, oh, there's no mortgage on here. It's paid off.
Wow.
And then now, whatever that house is worth, you can tap into that with a loan.
So now I have a house that's worth $230,000.
Refinance.
Exactly.
Right, which I do
Wow.
6 times.
6 times?
So I refinanced the house 6 different times at the same time.
God
There's
damn.
2 houses, by the way. There's another house that I bought for 101.
How were you able to do that
110.
without them like running your credit and figuring out that you're doing refis at other places? Or this is before, this is 2004.
They can run my credit.
But how do they not know like that you're running? Because you said you're refinancing it with multiple companies at the same time, right?
So if I borrow a mortgage on Monday, when
Yeah.
do you think it shows up on my credit? Might not show up for 45 days.
Yeah.
Might be a month, 45 days. Might be 60
Not
days.
only that, it's only going to be one ding because it's a one run on all.
Well,
Yeah.
and not just that, I own a piece of property worth $230,000. These people would be like, "Listen, we can't lend you $230. We can only lend you $190,000." I go, "Oh." And the interest rate's really high. It's going to be like 8%. Oh,
Darn it.
well, since I'm not going to make any of those payments, and I'm going to borrow 5 other mortgages and borrow $900,000.
So you
what do I
literally
get?
would borrow, and then again, this is before 2008, right? So it's like you were able to go to all these different banks, get a refinance, and then they would all give you the same loan on the same house.
This still works, by the way.
Wow.
Still absolutely still works. Because I work with a company called Home Title Lock that monitors people's titles to keep people from
Doing
like
that.
me doing this.
Yeah.
And it happens all the time.
You're probably
not
one
all
of
the time,
best.
but
Wait a
yeah,
minute.
you're
It
probably one of the
happens
best
a lot.
consultants for that, bro.
Wait a minute. So this happens even now?
Oh yeah. Yeah. Listen, the only thing that's really changed is that now they order a lot more 4506s. So they check your income documents a lot more now than they ever did before.
So what if
With the government, with the IRS, they actually file a 4506 and they get a copy of your stuff from the 45. So you can't walk in and say, "Hey, my W-2 last year was 95,000," because they'll file it, or they'll file a 4506 and they'll come back and they'll be like, "You didn't even have a job last year."
So what if someone stole your identity and did this to you? How would you like stop it, or I guess prevent it from happening, or you can't? Let's say you were the person that was taken advantage of. How would you stop it from happening?
Well, I mean, most people have notifications on their credit now, right?
LifeLock, shit like
Right. But keep in mind, too, I'm not really stealing people's identities. I'm making synthetic identities, or taking a homeless person building their, like Gary Sullivan is not being notified.
Yeah,
You
you're
know,
right.
he doesn't have anything. They don't even have cell phones back then,
that. Yeah.
right? Like there's no Obama phones,
Yeah.
you know? So what ends up happening is I satisfy
So you get the
those
six.
loans.
Yeah, sorry. So you get the
Yeah.
six refinances after you satisfy
Right.
this loan.
I borrowed
Gary Sullivan,
$1.3 million on those.
on that property.
And I opened like 12 bank accounts, right? In various names, because you can really only open about 3 accounts in one person's name before they start asking questions.
Yeah.
So I've got, some of them are corporations I've opened with multiple bank accounts, some are just different people. And I deposit that money into those accounts and I start pulling it out. And I get like $600,000. And then one day I go into a bank.
He's like, should I say this part?
I don't know. You guys are so bad. You're so judgmental. This one always makes me laugh.
We don't
though.
judge you, bro. We don't judge you at all, man.
So I tell you, I'm going to tell you something.
You're good with us.
I'm going to tell you, stop. I'm going to tell you something. For the sake of your audience, not you two. Well, you're okay. You and this guy.
Because I'm black?
Listen, the faces, the I'm talking and he's staring at the screen and he'll be like, I'm like, so at one point, I refinanced the house several times, right? So I'm borrowing money on the house again. So I've satisfied a bunch of loans on the house, and this is also in the name Gary Sullivan. So I'd open up a bunch of names, a bunch of corporations in Gary Sullivan's name,
Yeah.
using an attorney, and so I've refinanced this house, this one house. This is a smaller house. It's like $110,000 house. So I've got maybe let's say $100,000 loan on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I've got maybe 3 or 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the lenders, a lawyer with one of the lenders, calls me. "Hey, is this Gary Sullivan?" And he was with Washington Mutual.
Okay.
And he goes, "This is whatever. This is Brad from Washington Mutual." I'm like, "Okay." And I'm like, "Yeah, what's up?" He said, "Listen, we have a first mortgage on your property." I'm like, "Okay." He said, "Unfortunately, it appears that we don't have a first mortgage." He said, it turns out that we're in second position.
Yeah.
Now, keep in mind, there's a couple behind them.
Yeah, of course.
And he said, "And it appears that you borrowed multiple loans." And I'm hoping you have an explanation for this before we file something with the authorities.
Yeah.
And I go, "Okay." I said, "Listen, Brad, and I don't know that his name was Brad, but I go, listen, Brad, I said, listen, I said, have you contacted anybody yet? You mentioned the authorities. He goes, no. I said, have you contacted anybody? He goes, no. I said, okay, listen, I'm going to go to my lawyers right now, and I'm going to have my lawyer call you, and I assure you, we're going to figure out something. There's no reason to contact anybody. Can you give me about 2 hours? He said, yeah, I'll be here. That's fine. I said, okay, cool. I jump in my car. I take off, and I go straight to my lawyer. I call my lawyer and I say, listen, bro. I said, I need a meeting with you. And I explained what happened over the phone. I said, look, I bought a house. Cash, not true. And I said, I refinanced that house several times. He goes, okay. And I said, Washington Mutual just found out that they're not in first position. I borrowed like 4 or 5 mortgages, and they're all supposed to be first mortgages.
And Chad, the reason why that's a problem for them is that when it's time to get the money back, they're not going to be the first ones to get the money back. Right. Recuperate. So that's why they're pissed off.
Yeah, the only person that's probably going to ever recuperate any money at all is the guy in first position.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's fine. So I go to my corporate attorney, and I walk in. He said, listen, we're in the conference room. I set up a meeting with my partner. He does criminal law. I said, okay. So we walk in there, we sit down, and he says, okay, Gary, tell me what happened. I tell him exactly what happened. He goes, okay. And he said, okay, so he says, this is a creative financing issue, right? And I went, well, of course I'm thinking, well, pretty sure the FBI and Secret Service aren't chasing me for creative financing, but that's fine.
They don't know this, right?
Yeah, they don't know anything.
Yeah, I mean, they're calling you Gary, so that's what.
Right. I'm like, okay. I'm like, yeah. I said, yeah. I said, yeah, okay. I said, sure, whatever. And I said, whatever, I need it. He goes, do you still have the money? I said, I can pay them off. Yes, I can. He goes, okay. And I said, and did he already say he wasn't going to contact him? He said, he just wants the money. I said, so call him up, get him to sign something, agree to pay the money. I'll get the money. I'll pay him. He goes, okay, cool. And he says, all right. So he calls the guy, the lawyer, and he talks to him, and the lawyer says, if you can just give us the money. I remember too, they wanted like the points and stuff. Like they're like, it's 100, they're like, it's 104,000 for the, and he's like, well, he only borrowed 100,000. He's like, yeah, but we also have points. We prepared to sell the loan. We have an underwriting fee. We have this. He's like, well, I think that's unreasonable. I'm like, I'll pay the 104,000. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
I want this done.
Yeah.
He's like, okay. So he agrees to pay him off. He goes, okay, fine. And he says, and so I remember he said, I said, I can go get the loan. And I remember the guy wanted me to go to a Washington. He goes, go get the cashier's check and bring it to like a Washington Mutual.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm not.
Hell no.
It wasn't. It was Washington Mutual. And he goes, yeah, bring it to Washington Mutual. I said, I'm not fucking doing that. I said, I'll bring you a cashier's check. Yeah. I'm not going into a Washington Mutual.
Hell no.
Like, what am I, Travis? Yeah. So.
Yeah.
You
get arrested by Orange County like a retard. Yeah.
So I'm sitting there talking to the two of them. And he says, okay, so you have the money? I said, yeah. And he goes, okay. He said, well, Gary, we have a problem. And I said, what's that? And he said, I mean, what happens if these other lenders realize what's going on? And I said, he's like, do you have the money? Do you intend to pay them back? I said, no. And he goes, well, what if they find out? And I went, well, then I leave town. Like that. And he goes, and that's what they did. Both lawyers were. Gary, they said, you can't just leave town. It's the FBI. Like they know your name, your social security number. They'll find you. Yeah. And I go, you're assuming my name's Gary Sullivan.
Yeah.
And the guy, I shit you not. You know, you hear people say like the guy turned white.
Yeah.
That dude turned white.
The lawyer?
The lawyer was like, just the blood drained from his face, both of them. And he sat there and they look at each other and he goes, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. I said, exactly. My current situation, I said, my current problem is paying these people off. Let me go get the money. I'll bring it back, write up the agreement. I said, by the time you get back, I'll have it. I'll have the cashier's check. He goes, okay. I go, I get the cashier's check. I come back, I give it to him. We've got a signed agreement. I sign it. This is back when they had fax machines. Like they're faxing shit. Yeah. Wow. He makes a copy of the check. He faxes, stop. So I get the whole thing and I leave.
Yeah.
So then I'm still pulling money out, right?
Yeah.
I pull money out of the bank. I've got like $600,000 at this point. I end up going into Wachovia.
Whoa,
They still have Wachovias?
Do they still have those?
That's Wells Fargo
Bro,
today.
I put all these fuckers out of business. I've outlived all these banks.
And that's why March to Mutual is Chase today.
So I'm just curious, bro. Like, how are they not able to find you?
Yeah,
The FBI.
He's getting there.
I'm getting there. Well, I'll tell you this one story. I'll wrap it up.
But how long has it been? Like, how old are you? at this
We're in
point?
2005 now. Or no, we're in 04 still.
No,
still
we're in 2005.
We're in 05?
Early
Okay.
2005.
Wachovia
So-
was
He's been
built
doing this for about
2005.
4 years now.
So at one point, I go into the bank to pull out like whatever. I don't know what it was. $8,000. Walk up to the thing, pull up $8,000. So here's what had happened. I had
Hold on, going back. You paid these guys off the $100K.
I paid
Agreement's
them.
good.
They're done.
Okay. Lawyers
What I
still
always thought was
yeah.
funny was the
Them going
guy
crazy,
when I said you're assuming my name's Gary Sullivan. Like they just like I remember thinking like these guys have never met anyone like me.
So Gary, sorry, Matt. What's your name?
Ooh,
again?
I take all your money on the street.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So, at any point, did you think maybe it's time to just get out of Dodge and like leave?
Yeah, but I still only have what 600,000,
That's a lot of money
700,000.
elsewhere in I don't know, India or maybe like I don't know, somewhere. Bali.
Okay, so
Colombia?
the problem is, and
Russell Simmons?
this is the problem with all these guys. They're going to get out. They're going to get out, right?
Yeah.
The problem is you've no idea how emboldened you become every time you get over on somebody. You feel untouchable.
The ego.
Listen, I and I've said this many times, and there's just like no other way to explain this. Like there is just you can't even describe the feeling you get walking into a bank, giving them a fake ID, fake W-2s, pay stubs,
Probably a
fake
crazy rush,
documents.
yeah.
And then they cut you a check for $250,000 and they thank you for ripping them off. And you walk out and you feel like 007. Like you're just untouchable. Like I got passports issued by the State Department. I'm walking through customs, in and out, broop, boom, they're saying, "Oh, hey, welcome back to the United States." "Oh, business or pleasure." I'm like
Wow.
So you feel everybody's calling you, "Hey, Mr. Eckert," "Hey, Mr. Johnson," "Hey, Mr. So-and-so." You go to the Ritz and everybody at the Ritz is calling you like Michael Eckert. Your name's not Michael Eckert. What do you do? But that, how in the Ritz they call you that.
Of course.
So you're just like it feels amazing, and I'm not thinking I'm going to get caught because every time I do get caught, I talk myself out of it.
Yeah.
So I'm in the bank. I'm cash. So I had borrowed I'd applied for, let's say, 6 or 7 mortgages on this one house.
Yeah.
I closed a bunch of them. One woman from BB&T Bank went on vacation.
Okay.
She never ordered the title work.
Oh.
So an abstractor goes down, used to be, they don't do this anymore. They would go downtown and they'd go through public records and they'd look at the title.
An abstractor. Like actuary?
No, like an abstractor.
Okay,
An
okay.
actuary is the person who crunches numbers.
Yeah.
An abstractor is someone who researches title work.
Oh,
in
okay.
public records.
Okay.
So
Sorry.
this person goes downtown, they search the title. Well, BB&T Bank, the loan officer went on vacation for a week or two, and when she came back, she then ordered the title work. So I'd already closed like 5 loans. So this woman goes downtown and sees, and she only saw 3 that had been recorded. The other ones are still being mailed, because they close them and they mail them in.
Yeah.
So she sees 3 loans that have been closed, and she knows right away something's wrong.
Yeah.
These are all like 190, 190. Like these are all first
Oh, the
mortgages.
fuck did
for
this
sure.
happen when she was there?
Right, and this person, I'm here searching for a first mortgage.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
Yeah.
So they immediately, and one of those loans was with Wachovia Bank. So when I go into Wachovia Bank,
Wells Fargo.
I'm sorry, Wells Fargo. No.
Yeah,
Wachovia.
that's today's Wells Fargo.
Today's name, I believe.
Like that's what Wells Fargo old name was. Just like
Yeah, right.
Washington Mutual was now Chase. Today.
Super confusing. Okay, so I go into
remember.
Put these guys out of business. That's what he did.
I go into
That's probably how it
Wachovia
happened.
to pull money out.
Yeah.
And I get out whatever $6,000, and I'm waiting for the woman she has to call in because it's a new account. So if you ask for more than $3,000, they have to check. But you can check.
Yeah.
The money's good.
Yeah.
So I'm waiting, and all of a sudden, a sheriff's deputy reaches over and grabs me by the arm, pulls me, and they handcuff me. And I turn around, and there's 2 massive-looking guys, like not like 6'2" and skinny, like they look like linebackers. And I'm like, and they go, Mr. Sullivan, we're detaining you.
They called you by your fake name?
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I was pulling money out in the fake account. I haven't, and he has my ID.
Yeah,
he
yeah.
took my IDs.
Well, that's a good thing they didn't know who you were yet. I
right.
guess. Yeah.
So they bring me into the manager's office, sit me down, and they said, we're waiting for the detective. And I said, what's going on? He said, well, all I know was we're supposed to hold you, and we're waiting for a detective to come. And I'm like, okay. And I kind of...
Is this North Carolina still?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, South Carolina.
You're in South Carolina.
No, I'm living in North Carolina, but I'm doing the scam in South Carolina.
Okay.
So I remember thinking...
Just state locals, no big deal. Sheriffs, deputies.
That's how I felt. Like, I thought, okay... I actually thought like maybe the FBI was showing up because I really don't. At that point in my life, I don't know the difference between like an agent, an officer, a detective. You know what I'm saying? I don't know that.
You're thinking it's all the same.
Yeah. So I'm waiting for FBI to show up, and this guy walks in. He's probably in his late 20s, early 30s. He walks in and he says, "Hey, listen, Mr. Sullivan." He said, "I'm Agent whatever his name was from the Richland County Sheriff's Department," and he says, or Police Department, I forget. He's like,
detective.
Yeah. He's like, we got. And he's in a suit and tie. Yeah, he could have been an FBI agent, but he wasn't. But he said we're investigating a complaint from Wachovia. And he said apparently you have 3 mortgages on your house. And I go, is that illegal? And he goes, yeah, you know, I don't know. And I remember thinking like, I'm walking out of here. Yeah, I'm walking out of here. And then he sits down. He calls the guy from Wachovia on the phone, the head of their fraud department, and he explains this guy's running what's called a shotgunning scam. He closed these loans so quickly and is removing the money that we couldn't catch it. So over the next 5 minutes, I explained to him, and I'm gonna. Because it was a lot of back and forth, like he's throwing out things and I'm answering. I'm like,
so
this.
Okay, so literally, so they got you there detained. 2 sheriff's deputies are there, the detective, and he has this fraud investigator from the bank talking.
Who knows 100% what's going on?
Yeah. So the fraud investigator knows.
He's not wrong.
The detective is like, what the fuck? Because like, yeah, they probably just got called in. Okay,
right.
Now
He
this
doesn't,
makes sense.
he doesn't understand what's happening.
Yeah.
So we're going back and forth. Why is he pulling out so much money? And I'm saying because I work for a. Well, actually, I had a.
You have an answer for every single one of his questions.
At this point, it's not a construction company anymore because it's a new scam. Now it's a labor company. And I said, I'm a site manager for a labor company. We have these guys that lay sod and do all kinds of stuff. And we drop them off and they get their checks cut. Yep. And if they go to cash them, it's like 10%. So, and I know the checks are good. So I just cash them for them, you know? And he's like, I'm like, I don't know if that's illegal. And he's like, no, that's not illegal. I'm like, oh, okay. Like, you're a nice guy. I know. So, and then as we're talking, I remember at one point, he was calling me Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Sullivan, and I start
the fraud investigator on the speaker.
No,
the detective. Okay, that's.
And I start calling him by his first name, like Richard, and he starts calling me Gary. So now we're Richard and Gary. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Like we're friends. Yeah, it's a friendly thing. This guy on the phone. Who's this guy? Where's he from? Is he from California? Is that where they're from? So anyway, so you know,
you're very good at like putting out information, getting people's like I want to say temperature and like moving the conversation in a certain direction. You're good at that.
Manipulation is. I think that's how the prosecutor put it.
I don't want to say it, but okay.
So
I don't want to say it.
So we're going. You know, we're going back and
forth.
Here in
South Carolina, good old boys like mortgage fraud. What the fuck we talking about over here? You said drug dealer. Like you know what I'm saying? They're like, what the fuck is mortgage fraud? You know what I'm saying? Like
So we're going back and forth. So at some point, so I'll sum up the conversation. The conversation ends up being that I'm committing fraud. Here's how I'm doing it. Yep. And I sat there and he's like, these are all first mortgages. And I'm like, they're not first mortgages. I'm like, I read all those documents. None of those said first mortgages. No mortgage says first mortgage, by the way. It's the placement that determines if it's a first or second or third mortgage.
Yes.
So you can have a HELOC. If it's the only loan on your property, that's a first mortgage. It's a HELOC, you can borrow a second mortgage, pay off your first. Guess what that second is now? It's a first mortgage. So I'm like, I read all those documents. That's not. And he's like, well, what did you do? I said, well, I mean, I got a first mortgage from Wachovia. I have to say that because he knows they have a first mortgage. Yeah. I got from Wachovia. I told the girl at Wachovia I was trying to borrow like $500,000 because I want to flip properties. And he goes, that's right. You have another property. I said, right. I'm like, oh my God, he knows about the other property. And I'm like, right. I said, we're putting in a pool. We're going to put on a roof. I said, I'm adding an addition. I said, I'm buying another property next week. I'm trying to renovate that one and flip that one. I'm like, it's not like I don't have the laborers. And he's like, right. He was okay. And I said, so I got a first mortgage. I said, I told her I needed more than just the money she was giving me out of the refi. I needed like $500,000. And she said, got a friend who can give you a second mortgage. She sent me to her friends, which was like, whatever, Rock loan. I don't know what it was, Rock mortgage. So I go there. They gave me a second mortgage. And I said, then she said, I can get you a HELOC. She sent me to SunTrust. I got a SunTrust loan. I said, a HELOC with SunTrust. I said, that's what those 3 mortgages are. And this guy on the phone is going nuts. That's not true. There's First Mortgage. I've already spoken with them. And so he's yelling and screaming. And the guy looks at me, the detective looks at me, and I said, bro, what makes more sense? I said, a guy that works for a labor company. And by the way, by this point, he said, you're not under arrest. I go, great. Could you take the handcuffs off? So I go, I really feel like I'm under arrest. He goes, oh, yeah, take those off him. So I have my hands free now. So I reach in my pocket, I pull out my business card, and it says Labor on Demand. It's got all the phone numbers you can call. I've got a what do they call it? An HQ that answers the phone. They'll reroute it. The whole thing. I got an address you can mail to. Yep. I can rent an office, whatever. So I hand him the card. I said, what makes more sense? A guy that works for a labor company just convinced 3 national banks, I said, to lend him $500,000. I said, or a few loan officers got together to make a big loan broker fee. I said, bro, I wouldn't know how to do this. I said, if I tried. And he looked at me and he goes, listen, I don't think this guy would know how to do this if he tried. And this guy's going fucking nuts.
Yeah,
and then he screams. This was the icing on the cake. It's a scam. I'm telling you, it's a scam. He goes, look at his ID. It starts with 000. It's a fake ID. And the detective says, listen, he goes, it's a real, keep in mind, it's not on a speakerphone. It's like this. So I can kind of hear, but I can't hear. Okay. So
you just hear yelling. You don't know specifically what he's saying.
Right. So then he says, no, he said, listen, this is Gary Sullivan. It's a real the South Carolina ID. I ran him through NCIC. He said,
oh shit.
He said, this is Gary Sullivan. And I went, oh
yeah, because you had done the work with getting the Social Security numbers and everything else. Yeah.
Right, I have everything. Yeah. So
it's real. So
now, Gary Sullivan, by the way, I would like to mention, had been arrested twice in Vegas for prostitution. So the detective now thinks I've been arrested twice for prostitution.
What?
So when he said
when you run an NCIC, it gives you the criminal history.
Right.
Yeah.
So when he said NCIC, I thought, fuck. So he says it's Gary Sullivan. He goes, and our IDs start with 000. And I look at him, I go, bro, come on, now I'm not Gary Sullivan. I go, come on, what are we doing here? And he goes, I know, Gary, I know. And he said, listen,
I know, Gary.
He said, he tells the guy, he goes, I think you guys have a problem at the bank. He loses it. Actually, at one point, I remember he had to tell him, you need to lower your voice. Calm down. He goes, I don't even know what to charge him with right now. He said, I'm going to take him downtown. I'm going to have him fill out a police report, and I'm going to talk to the district attorney, and I'll see if we can.
If they're going to even prosecute.
If we're even going to prosecute him. And he said, I don't even know what to do. I have to talk to her. I'm waiting for a call back. Okay, fine. Hang up the phone. Leave, and I'll tell you this. I usually skip this part, but as I'm leaving,
so they let you go.
He says,
you're not under arrest here.
What he says that he wants me to follow him back to the police station, which of course I say no problem, I'll do that. So he says, do you have your ID or your driver's license? And I said, well, he goes, do you have a driver's license? You only have an ID. I go, yeah. I said, I do. It's in Vegas. I said in Nevada, whatever. I said in Nevada, I have one. And he said, is it valid? I said, should be. I fucking no idea. This is a homeless prostitute. Yeah. I don't know. And he goes, so the deputy goes, I'll check. Turns around, walks to his car. We're waiting. I fucking have no idea what's going on.
How'd you even know to say Nevada? Because the prostitution thing.
Because I met him in Vegas.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if he's got an ID.
But you didn't know if this person had been arrested for prostitution. Or you didn't know?
No, I did know. When I surveyed him, one of the questions is, have you been arrested? And he told me for prostitution.
Oh, okay, so you knew.
And I was like, oh, okay, so I'm a prostitute. He said, but it's not a felony here. And I was like, oh, okay.
Wait, so he was selling his booty cheeks?
Yeah, when I showed up to survey these guys, look, you're driving through Vegas. There's two white guys. There's not a ton of white guys in my age group that are homeless, right? So I see these two white guys sitting on a bench, and I'm like, boom, stop the car. I jump out, let me survey
them. Okay.
Walk up, survey them, and during the course of surveying that guy,
okay.
He says, I said, one of the questions is, you ever been arrested? He goes, yeah. He said, for prostitution. I remember I went, you mean solicitation? And he goes, no, prostitution. He said, I offered to blow an undercover cop for like $20. And he said, and I went, oh. I said, okay, yeah. And I was like, okay. So I just keep writing, whatever. Here's your $20. I'm good.
Yeah.
I get in my car, or with Becky, and we take off. But the point is now these guys, the one guy, takes the car.
Yeah, you had to get guys in your age group so it would match up because you were using your real pictures and everything, getting social security numbers.
I'm getting their birth certificate.
Yeah, you're getting
too.
everything. Yeah.
So.
And so the ID that you had was legitimate. It actually was.
Legit.
That's
I got
why
it
the
from
cops.
South Carolina.
Yeah. That's why the cop was like, "Dude, it's him. Like,
Right.
it's a legitimate ID."
That's why he looked so bad. That's why he looked like now you like. If I didn't know if you didn't know what you were talking about before, now I know. You just told me this is a fake ID. It's a fucking real ID.
It's a real ID.
You got a problem at the bank. You guys are fucking up right now.
That makes sense.
So the cop comes back in.
That's the key to have legit documents.
Oh yeah, I always transfer out my fake ones for legit as quick as possible.
Yeah.
Listen,
You would use fraudulent backups, but everything was legit. Okay.
Bro, this is kind of scary, bro.
Smart.
You wanna hear
Because
something?
you can fool the police
Yeah,
and the
listen.
feds.
Very smart, bro. Very, very smart.
Listen,
This is scary, bro.
Listen. Just let's look at the judgment in this guy's face when I say this. I one time stole a guy's identity, and I illegally had his name changed.
What?
Yeah, you can do that too.
For $1,500, I had the guy. Remember, I said Eckert. I had Michael Eckert's last name changed to Michael Johnson.
Nice.
Just to see if I wanted to see if I could do it. Like, what's the process? So you give it $1,500 to an attorney. You get to go through the whole process. I saw how it was done. I thought, okay, cool.
I've done it before.
Is it greed or ego or is it both that just drives people to go further to see what they can do?
I was just curious.
Okay.
I was super curious about that. By that point, I used to always say like, oh, it was greed. Like, well, I needed the money. Okay, you needed the money. So, but then you had 200,000, and then that wasn't enough. So then it was $500,000, and then it was $1 million, and then it's 2 million, then it's 3 million, and it's like, what the fuck are you doing, bro? Why are you still fucking stealing money? You don't need the money. You keep telling us, oh, I need the money. You don't need it anymore. You could take $3 million, invest it in real estate, and you'll be fine.
Boom.
You can make fucking 30 grand a month. What are you doing now? Now it's just so easy. And, every time you do it, it's just such a rush. And it's so amazing. And that's so cliche to say. But I don't know what else to say it other than it's just fucking arrogance,
You're being honest.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, so he says, so he's running your ID in the thing
Right.
with Las Vegas.
He comes back.
Yeah.
He comes
Nevada.
back and he says, yeah, he has a
Nevada driver license.
he has a Nevada driver's license. And what's so funny is at some point when I say, yeah, I'm from Nevada, they all looked at each other and kind of like. So I had a feeling like all these fuckers thought I was a homeless prostitute. Like they all think I was just like fuck.
Yeah.
So anyway, when he comes back in and he says, yeah, he's got a valid driver's license, and he says, okay, he said it's good. He said, yeah, it's valid. He goes, well, it says he's 5'10", and they all kind of look at me, and I go, fellas with a good pair of shoes. And they all go, follow us, Gary. I get in my car.
Because Matt's are like 5'6". That's why.
Yeah, I'm like 5. Like, there's no way.
Yeah.
How tall are you?
5'6".
Yeah. He's like 5'6".
Listen, he's at least a foot taller than me.
Yeah.
I couldn't even stand next to him in the elevator.
Yeah. So like, 5'6". Yeah. So there. He said, yeah. Good pair of shoes.
Nope.
Wow.
Yeah. Give it to Gary.
They listen.
So they laughed about it. Yeah,
They
said,
laugh about
yeah,
it.
you just said, hey, just get a good pair of shoes.
Yo, Gary going to jail, bro.
I get in my car. I follow him back to the police station.
Bro.
Yo,
I follow him back to the police station.
yeah.
You should have wore some Dior's.
I go into the police department. I fill out the police report.
Yeah.
He talks to his sergeant or whatever. At some point, I was sitting and they have like cubicles, and he's like, "Hey," he said, "I can't leave you in my cubicle. I have to talk to my lieutenant, get her to sign off." He said, "I can't leave you in the cubicle." He goes, "Do you mind waiting in the hallway?" I said, "No problem." I go in the hallway. My Secret Service poster is in the hallway. There's like they got all these posters. It was the only one that was in color. Everything else was black and white. They're all just copies of copies. Like there's rapists, there's fucking car thieves, there's burglars, and then mine is up there.
This is, I guess, a little bit of a in the weeds question, but I got to ask because of my background. So, were you being investigated by both the FBI and Secret Service, or was it because the first time you got jammed up, it was FBI, right?
In Tampa.
In Tampa.
So in Tampa, Orlando, Clearwater, that's all FBI's investigating.
Okay.
Secret Service is
got you in the Carolinas and Georgia.
And Georgia. So that's where they're investigating.
Okay.
And keep in mind, neither one of them wants to give up jurisdiction.
Yeah. So you basically had two. Okay. All right. So you had two open cases on you in different districts.
I end up having 1, 2, 3. I end up having four cases.
Okay.
So I have Florida, Georgia, South Carolina, and it ends up being Tennessee, because what happens is I go in there, I wait in the hallway. He comes to me and he says, listen, he says...
going back to the story now.
Yeah,
so,
we're back.
So he goes, talks to his lieutenant, and then he comes back to you. You're waiting out there, and you said your poster's on the wall.
Yeah. Now, he walks up behind me.
Did you freak out? Why didn't you run out right then?
So here, I've had people say that before. You ever been in a police station?
Yeah.
Do you have any idea how many fucking doors are in a police station? You don't walk through. You have to punch in a code. To get in the elevator, you got to punch in a code, punch in a code. Like, I'm not walking out.
So they brought
of
you
this
to a
place.
secured area. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm there's no way. Because trust me, I immediately thought, like, fuck. Like, is there an exit? I'm not getting out of here.
And did it have it under your real name, Matt Cox?
Oh, it was Matt Cox. Listen, at one time, the Secret Service, when I got caught, they told me that I had gone to a closing one time. And I remember the closing because I remember the lawyer had come out, opened up the file and said, okay, I'm going to go ahead, and he starts disclosing to me, and he slides the document in front of me. He looks at me and he goes, hold on one second. This was also Gary Sullivan. He goes, hold on a second, Mr. Sullivan. Closes the document, takes the file, which is my file.
Yeah.
So that's why I remembered. I was like, the fuck is going on? Walks in the back. He had my Secret Service's Most Wanted poster in his thing. But by that point, keep in mind, I've got hair grafts, I've got a nose job,
teeth
I've
done,
got teeth, everything. I'm in a shirt and tie. If you look at if you were to pull up that image of me, I look insane. I got my hair parted, I'm super balding, it's parted and I'm making this face in the picture like the Joker, like I'm like, like it's crazy looking. Okay. And so he sees it and he looks at it and he told the Secret Service later, he said, I recognized him, but when I got back here and I looked at it, this guy was wanted out of Georgia. And this guy, he said, I looked at the mortgage application. He had just moved from Florida. And he'd worked for the same company for 5 years. And this guy was just recently, this was a few months old. He's like, so he couldn't have been the same guy.
Gotcha. Okay.
I know that doesn't make sense because it also said identity theft.
All that work that you did, it helped you out.
Yeah, it did.
Okay.
So, he goes back. I signed the documents. He cuts me a check for like $180,000.
Okay. So you had suspicions, but it didn't work out because you had altered your appearance.
Crazy? We've seen before people alter their appearances and move to different countries.
Right.
Yeah, we have. Yeah.
Yeah, we have. Yeah. China.
So going back. Okay. So you're there in the police station.
Right. So he walks up to me. He says, "Hey, Gary." He said, "I'm gonna. We can go." He walks me out. I go to get my car. Keep in mind, Becky, when I left from the bank and went to the police station, she had called me over and over again. She's like, she said they just raised you to #1 on the Secret Service's Most Wanted list.
Shit.
And I have to explain to her, like, look, there's a cop behind me, there's a cop in front of me. I'm going to the police station. I was just handcuffed. I talked my way out of it. She's like, get on the interstate. I'm like, I'm not getting on the interstate. Yeah. And what's funny is every time I would go into a bank, she would be like, what if you get arrested? I'd say, if I get arrested, you go get me a lawyer. I said, because I'm going to be arrested with a real identity, a real ID. Yeah. And I said, they're not going to run, they'll take my prints, but they're not going to run them through APHIS because they used to charge 20 years ago. They used to charge
automated fingerprint identification system. I'm surprised you know. Okay, well, you know what? You're a fraudster, so you're going to know that. Sorry.
You're a fraudster, you should know
in my head like, how does he know about APHIS? Okay, sorry, keep going.
20 years ago, the system had been out for a little bit, maybe 5 or 10 years. Yeah. But here's what they were doing with sheriff's departments and police stations. They charged them for it. So when you ran it, they charged you for it. And so what they would do is they were only running people whose identities were in question. My identity's not in question. My name's Gary Sullivan, Michael Eckert, anybody, Walter Holcomb, whoever I am, I got plenty of identities. So I said, they will not run me through APHIS. I said, you get me a lawyer, you get me out on bond as quick as possible. I said, I'll be arrested for something stupid like wire fraud or checks or grand theft auto grand theft, grand theft
larceny, some shit like that.
Larceny is something stupid. And
so the key is to get out on bond as quickly as possible so that your fingerprints don't come back later on
and take off.
Yeah. So because it would take time.
So
assuming they even paid for it.
Right. Assuming they even ever, if it wasn't
now it's automated, but that
right.
I mean, this is what 05. So this makes sense.
And you know how the only reason I knew that was because of that guy Steve Sutton had told me that because he worked in the prison. I mean, he worked in the jail.
Steve Sutton.
Steve Sutton was the sheriff's deputy that told me to take off. He had told me before, like he would tell me every once in a while they let somebody out.
Yeah.
And then
that was actually wanted.
Yeah.
Because they didn't want to pay the fee, and they found out later that he was someone else.
Exactly.
Oh.
So and I was like, what, they don't run him? He's like, nah, because the guy had a driver's license that had been issued. Like, he was some good information.
Wow.
He gave me some good stuff.
Where's he now?
Steve?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Maybe he's still a deputy. I'd be shocked.
Wait.
No, he's not a deputy anymore. He was a deputy for about 4 or 5 years. He quit. Okay. Didn't get fired. Oh, no. You know what? He did get fired. You know why? Because I looked it up. I actually did a Freedom of Information Act on him. He was caught like multiple times with dip for tobacco.
Yeah, chewing tobacco, yeah.
So he had tobacco in the jail. You're not allowed to have tobacco in a jail.
Oh, he was. Well, okay, yeah. If he's a
contraband.
sheriff's deputy, yeah. So he probably was doing on the road and going to the jails as well.
Right.
He was doing both. Okay.
So
it's weird in Florida here. They do both. So like if you're a sheriff's deputy, you can either be on the road or you can be in the jail. If you're in the jail, obviously you got stricter rules. You can't be out.
Yeah, or you could get in trouble and go back to the jail.
Yeah, because that's considered contraband.
Typically, they make you work in the jail for a couple of years. Like when you first get there, sometimes some counties will make you work like, hey, you got to work 2 years in the jail.
Yeah.
You know, they like, it's a gradual thing.
That tells me he got in
everywhere.
trouble, or he might have been under investigation. That's why they put him back in jail.
But he didn't go. He is on my indictment. He's his initials, but he's unnamed. He never got in trouble.
That's probably why he.
The point is that.
Yeah.
So when I get back in my car, this deputy lets me get in my car. I'm sorry, deputy. The detective lets me get in my car. Becky's screaming and the phone's blowing up. Yeah. I pick up the phone. I'm like, and I remember too, because on the way there, I was like, listen, don't worry about it. If I get arrested, get me out on. She goes, I'm not getting you out on bond. I'm not going to risk everything I've got to get you out of. She's sitting on $600,000 or $700,000.
Yeah.
I'm not going to risk everything. I'll leave. She's like, get on the interstate. I can't get on the interstate. There's 2 cops behind me. She's like, run. I'm like, I can't run. I'm not.
They followed you out?
No.
So this was
when this was when I was on my way to the police station.
Yeah.
Prior. Okay,
Right.
okay, but
One
you
in
got
front,
released. Yeah.
one in the back.
Yeah, but you got released.
Typically, I like to say I'm better at telling the story when I'm not being constantly berated with questions. So
Sorry.
That's why I'm going back and forth to explain it. So the bottom line is this: I get in my car. I grab the phone because remember she said I'm not getting you out, and so the first thing I say is, you fucking because you're gonna leave me in there. And she's like, oh, I'm in my car right now. I'm on my way to get. I go, bullshit. Like, you're lying. Come on. You're more like you're packing your stuff to leave. And so I scream at her because she was at this point she had relocated to Texas. Yeah, because we were wrapping up the scam. I mean, we've got $600,000 or $700,000. So we're just trying. I got another week and I'll have the rest of the money. And I'm like, but now obviously I can't. So I end up going to 2 more banks, get a little bit of money out. A third bank, they recognize me and go to call the police. So I know something's wrong. So I immediately jump in my car. I get on the interstate. I drive back to Charlotte. I'm terrified now because I know they're putting it together. They're going to put the South Carolina scam together very quickly. Like it's unraveling. I'm sure they're going to figure this out. And they're going to know, even if they don't know who I am, they're going to figure out that it's a scam. They're going to put it together like this is a scam. Once they start looking into pulling W-2s, pay stubs, making phone calls, like I'm not answering calls anymore. Like it's going to unravel. So I take the little bit of money I have, maybe 30, 40 grand. Becky's got all the money. She's already in Houston. I pack up everything in a U-Haul van. I drive to Houston.
This is after the detectives released you, right?
After they released me. So I drive to Houston. We unload the U-Haul van, including all of the alternate identities that I have, because we figure we're just going to lay low for another couple months before we try and do some kind of a scam, whatever. Let's just put everything in the storage unit. We go on our way back to the apartment that she's rented in the middle of downtown Houston, some big high-rise. We're driving back. We get into a huge argument. By the way, Becky is bipolar. I've already gotten her on, by this point, I've gotten her on Zoloft. She won't take it. She takes it for 3 months. She thinks she's okay. Then she stops taking it again. And this has happened over and over again. She's had the cops called me multiple times. Oh, yeah. 2 o'clock in the morning, she comes home drunk from a bar because, I'm not even sleeping with her. I don't want anything to do. I got her own apartment. She comes over, hey, tries to have sex with me. I'm like, look, I'm trying, I want you to date someone else. I want to get rid of you.
Yeah.
And, and I won't have sex with her. She starts screaming, what, I'm not good enough for you. And I have to jump up, grab a bag, and run out of the apartment because I know the cops are coming. If the cops show up for a domestic violence call in Charlotte, North Carolina at that time, somebody has to go to jail.
Or Texas.
Okay, so
Or
yeah. Well, I don't know about
because you were in
Texas.
Texas at this point, right?
No, I'm saying this has been happening.
Oh, okay, been
So
happening. Oh,
she's crazy. Is what I'm trying to establish is she's insane.
Gotcha.
So we drive all the way back. I drive to Texas, to Houston, put my shit up, get into a huge argument with her. She's got all the money. All my stuff is now in a storage unit. I have an empty U-Haul van. We get into an argument over, and I said, look, I'm done. I just want to split the money up.
Okay.
She makes the argument, which you're going to say I'm stupid and crazy and everything else, and I get it, that she should just keep the money. She's like, because you can go off and do this again. I can't. I don't know how to do it. I can't do this. I can't pull this off. I don't know everything that you know. I can't do it. And so we argue back and forth, and it was just a hilarious argument. I'm not going to get the whole thing, but because anyway, she's like, oh, at one point I'm like, I'll just take that shit. I said, I'll just take all the money. And she said, I said, I'll just take it and leave. She goes, in what? She was that U-Haul van. She goes, that they're going to be looking for. Like, she's like, I'll call the cops. And I'm and I remember I said, I take all the fucking money. I don't need that U-Haul van. Yeah. And she's like, you'll never make it out of this building. And I'm sitting there like, so we go back and forth. And I'm like, what do you think is fair? And she says $100,000. And I thought about it and I went, okay. So I leave her with like $600,000. I take $100,000. I take $100,000. I get into the U-Haul van. I take off. I actually called the FBI. I actually called home. I'm going to wrap this up. I called home several times. I won't get into this whole conversation.
No, you're good. You're good. Go ahead.
I call home several times. So I called to see my mom, to talk to my mom, to talk to my a couple of the people that I knew. What's happening with this investigation. I called my ex-wife. The whole thing. And they're telling me what's going on. And this one chick, Susan, says, look, we've all talked to the FBI. Like, you need to talk to the FBI. Try and turn yourself in. She's like, Matt, I mean, maybe you'll go to prison, like a camp or something for a couple of years. She's like, they have these camps, like they're not scary. It's for white collar guys. Like, you'll be okay. It's not they don't even have fences. Like, she knows all about it. I'm like, okay. She goes, can you just call the FBI agent? Her name is Candace Calderon. And I'm like, she's like, at least hear him out. And I thought, okay. And I'm in a desperate situation, bro. I have no IDs. None. Oh. She's got I have nothing. And I do have an ID. The only ID I have is an ID. It's that I know the car I was driving was in an ID. The tag, it was registered in an ID for a guy with a driver's license. But I now know they know what that is because they saw the car I'm driving. They've got the tag number. Like, they're going to know. Once they pull up the picture, they're going to know it's me. Yeah. It was a North Carolina ID. So they're going to be like, it was Michael Eckert, which was now Michael Johnson. But they're going to know that's Gary Sullivan. Yeah. And so I already know I'm fucked. They're looking for this guy by now. So
you got $100,000, no IDs. You didn't bother to even take them from the U-Haul or anything. You just wanted to get out.
No,
of there.
remember they were in the storage unit. She's got the key. Yeah. I just want to be gone.
You just
want
to be gone.
Because listen, I've tried to leave her several times, and she would call up on the phone and cry and beg and plead, and I'm just
threaten the police, shit like that.
Well, she wouldn't even threaten the police. She'd just be like, "I fucked up. I'm sorry. I love you. Please don't do this. Don't leave me. You promised you wouldn't leave me, and I did. I said I won't leave you, but I didn't know you were insane." So. And I would turn around and come back. So I remember, so this time when I left, I actually put the phone on the counter and just walked out because I thought, I'm done. Get in the car, I'm driving. I call back home. Susan tells me, call the FBI agent. I call the FBI agent. Her name is Candace Calderon. And, she picks up the phone and I'm like, hey, this is Matt Cox. She's like, oh, wow. Hey, Matt, how are you? And I'm like, hey, it was her cell phone. And she said, how'd you get this number? I said, Susan Barker told me to call you. And she's like, okay. She said, I said, did you need something? And she goes, yeah, I need you to turn yourself in. I said, well, that's not going to happen. And she said, well, don't be hasty. She said, let's talk about this. She said, and so we start having this conversation back and forth. And so, so that I don't get into the whole conversation, but basically she's extremely arrogant. I'm extremely arrogant. I'm cocky. She's cocky. She starts saying stuff like, oh, you are cocky. She's like, yeah, we are going to catch you eventually. She kept calling me sweetie. Listen, sweetie, we know we're going to catch you eventually. And I was like, yeah. I said, what's taking you so long? Yeah. And she goes, and
you've been on the run for a few years now at this point.
I've been on over 2 years. And I'm like, and she's like, oh, we're 90% sure where you are. I said, well, only 100% counts. Yeah. I said, so, I said, look, if you want to have this conversation in person, I said, we need to work out a deal. Like, you can sit there and, we can mouth off to each other back and forth. Oh, you're gonna fuck up. You're gonna come back and see somebody in Tampa, or somebody's gonna pull you over and they're gonna recognize you. You're gonna some cop's gonna ask for your ID and you're not gonna be able to provide it. And she's going back and forth. I said, whoa. I said, listen. I said, let me sum this up. Nobody's gonna recognize me. I said, I've had multiple plastic surgeries. I said, I have multiple fake IDs. I said, I have multiple passports. I've been in and out of the country. I've been pulled over. I said, I got so many tickets in one guy's name, I had to go to fucking traffic school as him. And it's true.
Wait, telling a FBI agent that, isn't that like...
I mean, is it stupid? Yeah, but I'm cocky, right? Okay. So she's cocky.
Remember, you can't touch him at this point, remember?
Right. So I feel like I'm perfect, right?
Wait, but can't they track his phone? Like his phone
right.
call?
So I had that conversation. It's funny because
probably broke the phone every time.
She called. Well, what she did was she called. She said, I'm going to call the U.S. attorney and see what I can work out. And I said, okay. I said, I'll call you back. She goes, well, just leave your phone on. And I said, nah, you're probably triangulating this or something. And she said, get over yourself. She goes, you're not that important. And I remember thinking, yeah, who the fuck do you think you are? Like, she like really humbled me, right? Like, I was like, God, yeah. I said, nah, you know what? I said, I'll call you back in a couple hours. So I shut it off, right? Took the battery out like stupid, probably doesn't do anything. Sat there for about 2 hours. Well, when I ordered my discovery, my Freedom of Information Act, she called the U.S. Marshals. They tracked the phone number back, found out it was a Virgin phone that I'd paid for at a gas station. And they ordered from Baton Rouge. They immediately dispatched a couple U.S. Marshals who drove straight to where I was. And I actually sat there for the 2 hours. It had a Subway attached, Subway restaurant attached to it, sandwich shop. I sat there for 2 hours.
And so they didn't find you?
Well, no, because we were pretty far away. Like it was several hours drive. So, and I'm sure that all that took some time. Like,
okay, for them to actually get out there and everything. Right. You were gone.
Right. At some point, I get in my truck, my U-Haul truck. So I'm bouncing around in an empty U-Haul truck driving down the interstate, and I call her back, and we're talking, and she tells me, I think she told me 7 years. 7 years. You come back to Tampa, and it's 7 years. But you have to cooperate against everybody. And by this point, I already know everybody's already cooperating against me. So I don't have that big of an issue with that. But even though I'm telling her, like, I'm not going to do that, she's also saying, like, my ex-wife, and I'm like, my ex-wife doesn't know anything, and she's like, we don't believe that. And so we're going back and forth. And I'm like, listen, you understand it's not. She's like, yeah, it covers everything. I go, does it cover everything like Georgia? Does it cover, like, there's some stuff you don't know about? And she said, no, it covers, she's like, yeah, it covers everything. I just need you to come back to Tampa. She kept saying, come back to Tampa. So she kept dodging the question. And at some point, I kind of backed her into a corner. I said, listen to me. I said, you won't seem to answer this question. Does this include Atlanta, Georgia, and other things in other states that you don't know about yet? And she says, all I can speak for is Tampa. Because she only called the U.S. attorney in Tampa. Yeah. She goes, and I go, oh, damn. Like, I mean, you're good. Like, you, and she's like, well, no, wait a minute. She said, let me call the U.S. attorney in Atlanta. We can work something out. I said, nah. I said, I wouldn't believe you if you told me fucking water was wet. Yeah. And I said, nah, we're done. And I chucked the phone out. Yeah. And they were
because he can still be held liable for the other stuff, guys. That's why.
Because I'm thinking, all right, this nigga's talking to me on the phone. I'm keeping the phone as long as possible. I find his location. That's what I would do if I was the feds.
Right, but this was a long time ago.
You know what I'm saying? Same sophisticated.
Yeah, like this is not like now they probably punch it up and be like, oh, he's traveling right now on I-75. He's at such and such.
This is 05.
This is a long time. Yeah, this is not. They weren't that sophisticated or that quick.
Got it.
So I throw it out. The phone, goes dead. I go all the way back to Charlotte. I park the truck. I return the truck for some reason. Return the truck, and then I go and I get my car, which was parked in the parking garage, like the those big car parking garage, right? Well, you're in Miami, they're everywhere here. Yeah. Anyway, so I get in that car, and I remember when I drove out of the parking garage, I remember thinking, I'm okay. I'm good. They don't have me. I just got to go get some. I just got to go service. I'm sorry.
Get some more property.
I just got to go survey some more home. I said service some homeless people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not good, bro.
Big
Not
pause.
a good look.
Big pause.
Survey some homeless people, and so I stop. And then I think, I'm going to get Starbucks real quick. So I'm next to the apartment complex. So I drive I park on the street. I go in. I order Starbucks. I'm waiting, and there's two people from the apartment complex staring at me, and I'm looking at them, and the female walks out the back. This is downtown Charlotte.
Yeah.
And she walks out the back, and the guy's staring at me. They call his order. He stands there with his order. He's got a bunch of coffees. I get my order. I walk outside. I get my car. He follows me out. And I thought, and you know what I thought it was? Because it's like the 4th or the 5th. And I remember thinking, rent? I haven't paid my rent. I went to, I'm not paying whatever it is, a couple grand. I'm not going to be here. Like, I'm thinking, they're taking this serious. Like, what are they going to go serve me or something? Like, I don't know. So, no big deal. I get my car. I start my car. I'm playing with all this stuff and, CDs. I used to have CDs. I'm playing with the CDs, getting everything. I got my seatbelt on. I'm checking to look and see if there's any cars coming. And all of a sudden, the guy starts screaming, he's right here. He's right here. I look in the rearview mirror, turn around. There's two guys running towards the back of the car. The reason they were looking at me is because the U.S. Marshals had just interviewed them. And they were interviewing people at the apartment complex, walking around, neighbors, that sort of thing. And so the woman ran back there to say, he's right across the street.
Oh, okay.
So they come running, and I just, boom, I punch it. I take off. There is no squealing because it had posi traction. But it does sound dramatic, right? I mean, it sounds better than it is. It wasn't that good. It's like, it makes it sound like I fishtailed down the street and cars are screeching. But the truth is there was no cars. I'd already checked for the cars. I just happened to hit the gas.
Yeah.
And these guys are maybe 50 feet from, which they're closing fast, but so I hit the gas and I take off.
Yep.
I drive about a mile down the street. I see some homeless guys.
Service time.
You know what I do.
Survey.
I pull over.
While getting chased from the marshals, you do this.
But I'm like a mile. Yeah, but they were on foot and I'm gone.
Okay.
I need the identities. I pull over, and that's where I find this guy. I find Walter Holcomb. I had a guy named
Walter.
God, what was his name? Like Philip, like John Phillips or something. It was a good name too. It was like whatever it was very generic. Phillips is generic. And then the other guy was Joseph Marion Carter Jr. because that's pretty much who I lived as in Nashville. So I drive to Nashville.
Damn.
I drive to Nashville. I immediately rent an apartment. I get an ID.
How much money do you have now at this point? You would take it off
I
with
have the 100 grand. That's all I've got.
Okay, you haven't made money since then.
No, because that was he gave it to me, and 2 days later, I'm in. It's been only a couple days.
Yeah.
And then within a week or so, within 2 weeks, I'd say within a day, I have an apartment.
Yeah.
The next day, I've got all the electric and everything. I've got a bed, everything. I've got a couple days after that, I'm getting a driver's license. Mm-hmm. Then I drive that car all the way back to Charlotte, and I leave it in Charlotte, long-term parking. I fly back to Tennessee to Nashville. I buy a car. 20% down, first-time buyer program, and a pay stub. Boom, you got it, CarMax. Yeah. So I get myself a car, and I basically just start dating for about 3-4 months. While I'm kind of cultivating this guy's credit. I start the credit on several guys. I start buying houses cheap for $60,000. I'm sorry, for like $60,000, $75,000, recording the value at $230,000, $240,000.
Okay, so you go back to the old scam that you did back down in Tampa.
It's my favorite. So
bringing the comps up.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
Yeah.
So over the next,
this is what year now? Are we in 05, 06, 07?
We're in 07.
Oh,
no,
shit.
no, yeah, no, we're in 06.
Okay.
I meet this chick Amanda. She moves in. She knows I'm wanted. She knows Carter's not my name. That's all I'll tell her. And I tell her not to look into it. If you find out what my real name is, I'll just bolt. That's it. She's okay with it because let's face it, like she's living like she's never lived before. Like we're going to Venice. I'm sorry. Yeah, well, we did go to Venice. We go to Italy. We go to Rome.
Damn,
we're going to.
So you're making money back again and everything.
Oh, yeah.
You're back to.
I buy a bunch of houses. So immediately I'm borrowing. I got
hundreds of thousands. Yeah.
Well, $1.5 million. No, what am I saying? I borrowed $2.5 or $3 million in Nashville. So Amanda's happy.
So the 100 grand you used to kind of get yourself set up and get your first house.
Exactly. So with 100 grand, I got 4 people to own or finance their houses. Yeah. So and record the value higher, set the market, refinance it. Now I've got $500,000.
Damn.
So it's just very quickly I run up that money. We start building brand new houses. We start a development company. Everything's good. And then one day, Amanda finds out who I am. She finds out my real name.
Oh shit.
You know, what had happened was we had a corporate attorney who would open a couple corporations for us, and she had called me one day and said, "Hey, Carter, I need this." And so I called Amanda, said, "Amanda, go on my computer, print this off, send it to her." And she goes, "Okay, no problem." She goes on my computer, and she's on Word, and she happens to be scrolling through the documents and sees a document that says letter to mom and dad.
Oh.
And she clicks it. And it's George and Margaret Cox. And I signed it Matthew. So she looks up Matthew Cox.
Oh, yeah.
Fraud. By this point, so keep in mind too, and I realize what she did right away. As soon as I get back, I go to close my computer and I start to close everything. As soon as I click on, you click on to close, it shows the last files open.
Oh,
and I'm like,
do you want to save this document?
Letter to mom and dad. I'm like,
Oh shit.
and then I click on the history bar and it's like Secret Service's most wanted, boom, this, fugitive. And I'm like, oh, it's not good.
Yeah.
Caught in South Carolina bank, but it's just like, oh, no. So I go in, I confront her. She starts crying, begs me not to go. I'm like, I got to leave now. She's like, no, please. I love you. And, and so I'm an idiot. So I don't leave.
She didn't call the police though.
No, she didn't. No.
Okay.
No, she's down with it. She's
Okay.
good. But the problem is that now she knows.
Yeah.
So what happens is maybe 6 months later, she's searching me all the time.
Yeah.
6 months later, she sees a blog about a new Dateline episode that's coming out called Thief of Hearts. It's about Matthew Cox. Yeah. Yeah, it's me. So Dateline was going to do a special on me.
Yeah.
So she checks. It's Matt Cox. And she starts reading it. She calls me. She's like, oh, my God. She's like, they're doing a Dateline special on you, a 1 hour Dateline special. And I'm like, well, that's not good. Now, keep in mind, by this point, I've been in Fortune magazine. I've been in Bloomberg Business Week has done several articles. I've been in all kinds of newspapers, but that's negligible, right? Like those are kind of local, and like I don't hang out.
That
with
was a
anybody.
big deal back then, man. Because for the audience, YouTube, none of this shit existed back then, guys. So like you made it on the news or whatever. That was a big fucking deal.
Right.
Dateline Hour special, that was huge.
That's the problem. Is that like right now you have 1,000 things to watch. Back then you had.
Just a few.
Three?
Yeah.
Three major networks?
Yeah.
And a couple local channels?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you had
cable, it's still
you
there
got
were still main.
HBO,
Yeah, there were still
Showtime?
main news channels.
Not a lot.
and everybody watched Dateline.
Yeah, the mainstream media still controlled the narrative. Like, yeah, you had all these other channels, with cable, but there was still the main news channel. So, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so Dateline was a big deal. So I'm worried. Now I'm like, I got to get out of here. Like I got to go. So we start research, but we got months. So we start researching. We find out that if you could go to Australia, and you could go there if you had like over $100,000 or $200,000 in a business plan. They would allow you to come there, and you could become a permanent resident alien.
Oh shit!
But they wouldn't run your criminal record, right? So I had a guy that didn't have a criminal record. So you can run it, but they didn't do fingerprints. Like they didn't fingerprint you, run a full thing through because you're not a citizen. You're not trying to be a citizen.
Yeah.
I just want to retire here or live here. And I'm coming here to open a business and hire Aussies.
Yep.
Now I can't get a job.
Yep.
But I can go there, open a business, and I can buy real estate.
Boom.
And that's with a couple $100,000. I'm going to show up with millions.
Yeah.
So we've got some bunch of money, and we start pulling money, cash out, and we start asking people hey, can you cash these 3 checks? We got time, so we're stockpiling some cash. Okay. And
so you had like $2 million you needed to liquidate.
Yeah, and we're also refinancing properties at the same time. So maybe we'll have a couple million, maybe we'll have more. Depends on how long I can go. And so Amanda ends up asking one of her friends named Trina to cash some checks. And that sparks a conversation with what's going on. And Amanda tells her who I am. And Trina calls the Secret Service and negotiates a $10,000 reward. And
because you were number one for them.
Yeah, and they watch my house for 3 days, and then one day I come home and they get on the ground, and I get on the ground and they handcuff me, and that's it.
Wow. And this
It's
is what
shitty
year was this? 2006, 2007 now at this point when you got arrested?
This is late. This is like November of 2006.
You know what's crazy? Adam and Eve started with a man and woman, and as a result, Eve tricked Adam. He fell. You, my friend, started with Gretchen. the lady that told you to go white out,
Yeah.
and then it ends with Amanda.
Well, I mean, you can't. You have to think about.
So Amanda told her friend, and her friend is the one that fucked it up.
Yeah.
Trisha.
Yeah,
or
yeah.
whatever her name is.
Amanda, and Amanda didn't tell her on purpose. Like, she told her, but she didn't think she was going to call, and she
Yeah.
didn't do it. She just was.
And you found this out from your discovery that she was the one.
No, I found it out when Amanda wrote me a letter in prison
Oh.
and explained it. Only letter I got.
Are her and Trisha still friends?
Oh no. No. So
How much money had you amassed at that point before when you got picked up by the Secret Service?
I don't know.
$1 million, maybe?
That's all. That I had in cash
Yeah.
or in the bank?
Yeah, I meant in cash.
Maybe $500,000.
Yeah, because the whole goal was to get the money out
Yeah.
so that you can go to Australia.
It had to be less than 600,000 because I know like the most money I've ever had in cash was about 600,000. Like everybody's like, "Oh, you had millions." Yeah, but it wasn't in cash.
Yeah.
Like it's 500,000 here, 200,000 in these different accounts. Like,
Yeah.
and then people say, "Why don't you get it out?" Like it's difficult to get it out.
It's very difficult to
Takes
get it
time.
out.
And I don't need to get it out if it's in the name of if it's in an account in a name that isn't a stolen identity. Or if it is a stolen identity, the person doesn't even know. Like some homeless guy living under a bridge
Yeah, he wouldn't know.
in Alabama doesn't know he's got an account with $400,000 in North Carolina.
Wait, did Amanda keep all the money?
No, when the
seized
Secret
it, bro.
Service shows up,
Yeah,
they grab everything.
Yeah, no, I mean that makes sense because obviously you have to get the money out nice and slow so
Right.
that you don't trigger as many things, and obviously using different identities. Yeah, it's going to take months to get all that money out.
But I'm
So-
just curious, as a former HSI agent, how is he able to run for so long and not get caught?
I mean, this is a different time, bro.
Oh, you mean because it's back then?
This is 05, 06, and also he had a bunch of different IDs. He was going in different states.
Yeah, I'm getting pulled over by the cops. I'm getting tickets. I have like you could still get real. I could go in right now and get a real driver's license issued in the state of Florida.
Yeah.
You could like 90%
Because his
of
backup
all this.
documents are authentic.
Right.
Mm.
What are they going to do? They
Gotcha.
It's the same thing if you moved to a different state and went to go get an ID or a driver's license in that state. I'm providing the same documents you would. They don't know if they're real. They don't know if they connect to you or not.
Because
the thing is that all of his backup documents are legit. It's just that he got them from homeless people that don't really have IDs and shit like that. So like he's able to go and get the stuff easy.
Yeah.
So you're telling me I can get a fake ID and just live as that person in America?
Yeah,
Why not?
a lot of people do it.
I mean,
Shit, my new name is George Washington.
So the issue I was having was my fear was like if I reestablish myself as this person, and what if this person dies someday? So my whole thing was like to get enough money and then transfer everything into into a corporation or a trust, and then try and alter that identity enough so that it never really connects, right? Like get a new social security number issued for that name, change the guy's name. You know what I'm saying? So if at some point that person dies, it doesn't end up connecting to me. I have a different name. The only thing we share is maybe the date of birth. We have a different social security number. We have a different name.
Wow.
That's it. And that's why one of the things like trying to get the guy doing the changing the guy's name legally. I want to know what that process is. How
it works.
Right.
So question. So you get picked up by Secret Service. So FBI has an open case on you. Secret Service has an open case on you. FBI has you indicted probably, if I'm not mistaken, out of probably in Tampa, Northern District of Florida, or maybe Central District of Florida. And then you got an open case with Secret Service out of, you said Tennessee was an indicting office, right?
So I got Tennessee, South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida.
You got indicted 4 different times?
Yeah, in 4 different districts.
Holy shit. Okay. So you get picked up by Secret Service, probably out of the Nashville office. Take me through that day. What happened? Like they brought you back to what happened? So they pick you up. What ends up happening?
Okay. Can I tell you a joke real quick?
Yeah.
Sure,
Adam
please.
and Eve. You may have heard this. You just said the Adam and Eve thing is shot in my. Have you ever heard the Adam and Eve?
Yeah.
Okay, so Adam's in paradise
Garden.
and he's bored.
Eden.
Yeah, he's in Eden. He's in paradise.
Ebor. He's in Ebor.
He's in So he's so everything's perfect, but he's lonely. So he goes to God and he says, God, he says, I'm lonely. I appreciate everything you've done, but I'm lonely. And God says, okay. He said, could you make me a partner?
Yes.
And he says, yes, I'll make you a partner. He says, here's what I'll do, Adam. I will split you down the middle, and I am going to make the perfect female to your male. She will be equal to you in intellect and physical embodiment in every single way. She will be your equal. And Adam goes, what can I get for a rib?
A McRib.
That's the Adam and Eve story. So anyway, have you heard that?
No, that's.
Oh, come on. That's funny.
That's a variation, but it is funny. Yeah.
So anyway,
Can I get
Equals.
then we ended up with women.
I'm just joking.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so what happens is they arrest me, they put me in the back of the car, they drive me to the local Secret Service, they handcuff me, and they get me McDonald's.
Yo.
That's what they always do.
Wait. What did it get you? Breakfast or
like a
Big Mac?
No, like a small cheeseburger and like a Coke and fries. Like that's all I wanted.
And before the audience knows, just so you guys know, yeah, Secret Service does financial investigations, guys. They have two real mandates, or three. Obviously protecting the president, and then counterfeit currency, and then financial crimes.
Yeah,
is a big one they do.
Especially if it has to do with so it's protecting the financial infrastructure of the United States. So anything with banking and especially with identity theft.
Yeah, credit cards, all that.
Yeah, all the, and which is all what I was doing.
Yeah.
So I fell right into their jurisdiction. Yeah. Because I was.
That's why they got Sean Kingston. It was Sean Kingston that got. It was Secret Service that picked him up.
Him and his mom.
He just got indicted federally like last week. But sorry, continue on.
Sorry.
No, just you know what's crazy about Sean Kingston?
What?
He's been doing that for years, bro. Like years.
Scamming?
Hell, bro. A lot of rappers do that, bro.
I know they do.
Sorry, go ahead.
So the main secret the chick that was her name was so the main Secret Service agent.
The case agent probably.
Yeah, Andrea Peacock.
Okay.
She comes down.
Andrea.
And she talks to me. You know, she comes in. She's like, look, we'd like to ask you some questions. And I'm like, okay. And I'm like, I want to talk to you. I said, but I really would like to talk to a lawyer. And she goes, okay, we're good. She said, that's fine. She said, we're going to have you transferred back to Atlanta. And I was like, okay. And she said, I'll talk to you then. She said, it's probably going to be a few weeks, maybe a month or so. And I was like, I don't know how it works. I'm like, okay. So they end up moving me to like Mississippi or something. And first it was like Oklahoma. No, it was Mississippi. I was there for like 2 weeks to some private prison. Well, first I was in a local prison for like 4 or 5 days. Then they transferred me to like Mississippi for a couple weeks. Then they fly me to Oklahoma City.
Okay.
So, which is like a transfer station. So I stay in Oklahoma City for 2 or 3 weeks. Yep. And then they transfer me to Atlanta. They fly me into like whatever, someplace close to Atlanta, and then they put me on a bus and they drive me, right? So you're being bussed all around. And they get me to Atlanta, and
where'd you do your initial appearance? In Tennessee, right?
I did.
When you went in front of the magistrate judge?
Yeah, very briefly.
Yeah.
Like they give me a.
You've been arrested for XYZ. Were you indicted, or was it a criminal complaint?
No, I've been indicted.
Been indicted.
I hadn't been indicted in Tampa yet, but everybody else had indicted me. Well, except for Nashville, they hadn't. So it really was just Atlanta and like South Carolina, I think.
Okay, so they arrested you off of an Atlanta indictment, which is why they transferred you there. So you did your initial appearance in Tennessee, but then you probably all right,
and then immediately got transferred to Atlanta. So which took, like I said, a month or so.
Okay.
So I get there, and they give me a lawyer. So same thing.
You get arraigned at that point?
You get another. You go in front of the judge again.
Yep.
They give me
not guilty.
Yeah, and they give me a lawyer, and then they have a bail, bond hearing.
Yep.
And when I showed up for the bond hearing, like I had just met my lawyer. Her name was Millie Dunn. Super cool, like very nice, very sweet. A public defender.
Okay.
Because obviously I don't have any money.
Yeah.
So
they took it all.
Yeah, they took everything. They seized everything. So anyway, she walks in with me, and I walk in. I'm like, well, what am I here for? And she's like, a bond hearing. And I go, they're going to give me a bond? She's no. And like they had like photos of me before and after surgery. They had photos of all my different, like they have a whole presentation. They're filled, the whole thing is filled up. And the judge, it was being held in like this really massive federal courtroom because my judge was a new judge. He'd just only been on the bench for like a month. And so he didn't, his courtroom, because they actually give them their own courtrooms.
Yeah, they do.
His courtroom was still in the process of being done. So he was using the, she called it like the show courtroom, like it's the fancy courtroom.
Right.
Not that the other ones aren't fancy too, because they are. But this was really nuts. Anyway, she said, I said, so they're not going to give me bail on? She's like, no. And I said, do we have to? She goes, no, they're about to make a spectacle of this whole thing. She goes, they're going to drag you through the mud here. She said all these different identities, your plastic surgery, like everything. And And
Because
so
when you go to a bond hearing, what they have to argue is he a flight risk?
Right.
And the government, it's their job to keep him detained. So what they did was they got all his pictures, show that this guy's been running, he's prone to run, he's changed his appearance, etc. He's altered himself this much. He's a flight risk. We need to take his passport and don't let him out.
I mean, they keep in mind
And they came with that whole presentation.
keep in mind they caught me with multiple plastics. Like with
Yeah.
by the way, they had already caught Becky. They caught her 6
Really?
months before me.
Oh, in Texas.
Yes.
Oh.
How'd they get her?
She had $500K, probably spent it like an idiot.
So she the way they caught her was she had told her mother. Now she tells a different story. She says that she just got recognized as a waitress. That's what they might have told her. But what the Secret Service told me was she had spoken with a relative, which is only her mother.
Yeah.
They talked to her mother and had told her mother during one phone conversation she was in Houston, Texas, because she kept saying, "Where are you? I just want to know where you are." And then during another conversation, she said she was in beauty school. So she's getting her what's it to cut hair, like cosmetology or
Yeah.
I'm getting my license to be a haircut person. And so now her mother knows she's in a cosmetology school in Houston, Texas. She calls the fucking Secret Service, turns her in, they grab her.
Wow.
Now the Secret Service tells me this
Because she had gotten indicted with you, probably.
Yeah, but her mother is. If we think Becky's crazy, that's nothing compared to her mother. Okay. So I just want to know where you are. That whole thing, And so Becky had gotten caught, and so Becky had all my. So when they grabbed me, they already have like fucking 8 or 10 passports,
Right.
with my picture on it.
Oh, yeah,
they got
because
IDs.
she had the storage units, all that stuff.
They got IDs. So when they get me, like they caught me with like maybe 4 or 5 passports.
Yeah.
She's got another 8 or 9. Like I've had like 22 passports.
Yeah.
Wow.
And so they're sitting there like he's had 27 driver's licenses in 7 different states. He's had 24 passports. It's not 2 dozen. It's 22. But everything's exaggerated.
Yeah.
And they've got, so they're about to do all this, and I end up waiving that. I said, do we have to do this? Like I don't, and they're not going to give it. She goes, we can waive it. She goes, do you want to waive it? And I said, yeah. She goes, okay, let's waive it. She goes, I'd rather waive it. She's like, I mean, I can argue for you, but Matt, she's like, the passports. She goes, you got too many passports, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
So they waive it. U.S. attorney's super disappointed.
Right.
Oh, yeah, they wanted to make it a big deal.
show, right?
Yeah, she loves the camera. So anyway, so what happens is
Who's your prosecutor?
her name was Gail McKenzie.
Okay.
Really just, everybody says their prosecutor hates them. So I hate to say that, but she hated me. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, of course, my lawyer, when I talked to my lawyer, she's like, listen, I'm like, well, what's like, do I have a defense? Then she's like, no. She's like, I don't know if you realize this, Matt. She said, but they're indicting you now as we speak in Tampa and in Tennessee. She goes, everybody's cooperated against you. And several people in Tennessee who were in on my thing, maybe 4 or 5, they've all cooperated already. She goes, the people in Tampa, she's like, some of these people have gone to jail and gotten out or are getting out. She's like, Becky's going to jail.
So when you ran away the first time, FBI didn't even have an arrest warrant for you. They just wanted to talk to you.
No, when they
remember the first time
when
you
I
ran
took
away
off on the run?
When you took off on the run originally, back down in Florida, FBI didn't have an arrest warrant for you yet.
No, they were just going to come arrest me though.
They were. Oh,
because
okay.
they don't need anything. I'm on probation.
The Gary Sullivan
I'm on
story?
federal
Okay,
probation.
they were going to get you a probation violation. Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
they're just gonna, yeah.
Okay. So that makes sense. So then they actually formally indicted you for this stuff after you got picked up
Yes.
in Tennessee.
Yeah,
All right, now it makes sense.
Now they had violated my probation immediately by saying I absconded. So I'm been wanted. I'm wanted.
Okay. All
anyway,
right.
so I end up.
But it was wanted for different things. Okay,
Right.
makes sense now.
So I'm there. She's like, "You're done." She's like, "I'm like, well, what do I do?" She's like, "Your only choice is to cooperate and hope for the best."
Damn.
She goes, "That's it." She goes, "I mean, we can go to trial." She said, "But you're going to get 30 years." She goes, "They might start stacking charges." She goes, "You might get." And I was, because I had read in the newspaper that I was looking at like 150 years. She goes, "You won't get 150 years," but she goes, "You could theoretically get about 54 years." Damn. And I'm like, keep in mind it's not good. Like, Bernie Madoff's getting arrested. Like, people are getting, he hasn't been charged yet. But, and I'm like, 54 years, like, I've never heard anything like that.
Is the real estate market crashing now at this point?
It is, because by now, it's starting to crash in late 2007, right?
Yeah.
And that's where I am. I'm in mid 2007 at this point.
shit.
So it's starting to crash.
They're gonna make an example out of you, man.
He's
I'm
a
the
problem.
poster boy.
You're the
Matthew's
poster
the
boy.
problem.
You're literally the
Matt's the problem.
You are the poster boy of the real estate crash.
My little $55 million brought down the whole country. Give me a fucking break. You know what I'm saying? But what can you can't. The moment you start defending yourself, then you're not taking responsibility.
Yeah.
So, yeah, basically she's like, cooperate, like go and cooperate. And so I'm like, okay. So she sets it up. I meet with the FBI for. Who did I meet with long?
So just so I make sure I get this
4
right,
or 5 years.
Secret Service ran your case. However, you did cooperate with the FBI on their Florida cases.
Yes. So they consolidate all the indictments into one indictment
Yeah.
in Atlanta.
Okay.
Like I have a whole bunch of dockets,
Yeah.
but it ends up being, but it's all basically under one.
Okay.
So, so I meet with the FBI. I talk with them.
Okay.
Like one of the things they wanted to know, there was a guy. It was actually a guy.
Was your Secret
named,
Service agent there when you were cooperating?
No. So I talked to the FBI for whatever 4 days. I could be wrong. It could be 4 or 5. Whatever. Let's say 4.
Yeah.
I speak with them.
Proffers, right?
Right. And one of the things they want to know about is
Chat proffers, where he could basically say whatever he wants without being charged.
right, which is too late because they got me for everything.
Yeah.
But I had bribed a politician.
Oh.
And I got him elected to the city council, and they wanted to know about that. Like they're bringing up all kinds of shit. Like
Okay.
I'm like I forgot about. Like I'm
Okay.
like, who? And I'm like, oh yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
You know, like that's the kind of thing. I'm like, right.
Yeah.
I remember the Secret Service. So that was the FBI.
So the FBI's angle, you came in and you helped them with public corruption, which makes sense. That's their.
Right.
That's one of their main things.
Right. That was. I think that was what they initially were.
That's all they cared
the
about.
First thing they cared about. So,
Okay.
But that was the first thing. We talk about that. Okay. I explain it to him. The guy's done. By the way. I mean, hands down, he's fucked.
Yeah.
Like I've got checks for $500 coming out of James Green's account. Lee Black's account. Brandon Green. All these.
Funding him.
It came to like $23,000 or something. My family's writing checks. I'm writing checks. My corporations are writing. Like your whole campaign was run off of $30,000. 23 of it's from me.
You're like the
You got a
George
problem.
Soros of the times.
Okay, so that makes sense. So you cooperated with the FBI to help them with. So they didn't give a fuck about your financial case.
No, they did.
Oh,
I'm
they
just
did?
saying that was the first thing they wanted.
Okay, that
no,
was
they
what
asked
they-
about everybody else, but everybody else has been indicted.
Yeah.
And they've all cooperated already, and they've already told them everything. There's nothing I can really tell them, you know? And although I don't want to mislead you, I did try. I desperately wanted to cut the throat of every single person I could cut.
Of course.
To get out of to get out of the mess I'm in.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't work.
Okay.
So then the Secret Service comes in, they question me. But they don't have but there's really almost nobody to even talk about. Like I started doing almost everything myself. So we talked for maybe 2 or 3 days.
Because their purview is financial crimes.
Right. And one of the things they were concerned about tracking down money.
Okay.
And if you watch Dateline or American Greed or any of these shows that they've done shows on me, they always talk about there's a missing $5 million or $3 million. It's like, don't I wish?
Mm-hmm.
So, so they were more concerned about tracking down money. And keep in mind, too, I've got all these bank statements that show I have money in these banks, like Southern Exchange Bank has $200,000 in it. And they're pulling out these documents, saying, what about here? There's $200,000 here. And I'm like, are you serious? I'm like, did you call the bank? They're like, we did. We called. We left messages. I just subpoenaed them. And I'm like, how? Who did you subpoena? And they're like, well, remember I told you it was once a bank?
Yeah.
So they subpoenaed the original Southern Exchange Bank. And I'm like, did you go to the website? And then the FBI agent goes, his name was Dan. He goes, yeah, I went to the website. I said, what did you think of it? And then he goes, it's a bank website. I said, but I mean, it's professional. He's like, it's a bank website. And I went, yeah, but I mean, it's professional. I said, it's convincing. And he goes, son of a bitch. And he goes, and everybody's like, what? He goes, it's fake, isn't it? I go, it's all an illusion.
Yeah. To show income, to show money so that you can get these loans.
I'm like, you thought this was a real bank?
Wow.
Like, you're the fucking Secret Service. Like, I was embarrassed. Like, I can't believe you guys caught me. So, anyway, what happens is, so I go through that. Nobody gets arrested. So I go in front of, so then just before I go to sentencing, I plead guilty because I don't have a choice. They do my pre-sentence report.
FBI couldn't get this fucking dirty politician? They didn't get some time off for you?
No, because at this point, by the time they were going to investigate it, the financial system's starting to collapse, right? So now they're starting to do bigger investigations. Like, do they want the guy yet? They do get him, but not for my thing. He had another bribery case. Like, they come out and see me again, asking me more questions.
Yeah.
And then they actually, he goes to trial. He loses. He gets like 3 years.
You didn't get no time off?
No.
Fuck. Okay. All right.
So,
the thing with the proffer for the audience is that you need to be able to lead to tangible results is the thing. So that's what to get the proffer benefit.
right. Technically, your information needs to lead to the arrest or the indictment or arrest of or
Individuals.
further the investigation. But they never use that.
significantly. Yeah.
Really, they should, if you don't have arrest,
If you
then that's
fight for
it.
the guy, you can do it. But they just didn't want to fight for you.
So what ends up happening is, anyway, what happens is just before I go to sentencing, the U.S. prosecutor asked me to be. So Dateline had come out.
Okay.
So, but
so the first special on you, now they're doing a second one.
they're doing a second one because this time they want to interview me.
Okay.
So the prosecutor says, we want you to be interviewed. Okay. So my lawyer says, you need to be interviewed. She said she'll consider it, you'll know this term, substantial assistance.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
She goes, we'll consider this substantial assistance. You'll consider yes, okay. She goes, you got to do it, Matt. Nobody's been indicted. Nobody's been arrested.
And you obviously got the acceptance of responsibility too, right?
Oh, yeah,
You got that benefit too for pleading guilty?
And for in the timely manner. I got that one too. So
all of these terms are things that they take into account when you get sentenced to lower your time.
Right, you didn't drag it out. You didn't.
Yeah, you pled guilty quickly. Then this is an interesting one. So you obviously you're a famous guy now at this point. So doing the interview, that's okay.
So I do the interview, right? That guy with the long face and the white hair. You know what I'm talking about? These you know what I'm talking about? Dateline. I hate that guy. Keith Morrow or Keith something.
Someone in the chat's gonna put it.
Somebody.
We could Google it real quick.
His
Keith
name is
something.
Yeah, it's Dateline Keith. I forget his name. But, he's horrible.
I don't know his name.
Morrison. Keith, is it Keith Morrison? Is that it?
Mm-hmm. That's what
So-
it looks like.
These are all people talking.
That's
Who was the dirty politician? Oh, his name was Kevin White.
Kevin White.
That was the big thing with them, by the way. They were like, you were running a guy named Michael Kevin White, borrowing hundreds of thousands of dollars, and then the money from that scam came out, and I actually gave some of that money. Part of that money I gave to Kevin White, the real Kevin White.
Dirty money.
So they're saying, Matt, they're like, is it a coincidence? They're like, that can't be a coincidence. I'm like, it is a coincidence.
It
It's
actually is
funny.
a
It actually is.
coincidence, yeah.
And they're telling me this happens later when they come to see me. and-
Nobody liked your Quentin Tarantino joke.
No.
Not one of the agents laughed.
No. When the FBI comes later to talk to me again, I'm in prison. They talk to me about him again, and they're trying to tell me, listen to how that conversation goes. They go, okay, Matt, I understand. They're like, the statute of limitations on the bribery is 3 years, and it's up. And I go, okay. They said bank fraud, though, is 5 years. I go, okay. They said, so if Kevin White knew that you were running a scam in Orlando under the name Michael Kevin White, and he knew he was getting money from that scam, he could be charged with bank fraud. And I'm like, right. And I'm like, yeah, but he didn't know. And he's like, they're like, okay, I understand that, but nobody on a jury would know that, would believe that. I go, I know, but it's just a coincidence. Listen, you understand he's trying to coax me into saying it. Listen, if I had to do it over again, I'd be like, fuck yeah, it was his idea. Are you serious? We constantly talking to him about
They
it.
could have got him for wire fraud. Why are they being lazy? They could have done wire fraud.
I mean,
idiots.
I don't know. I don't know. The point is that, but at that point, I'm like,
yeah,
I didn't want to play that game.
You're already in jail and shit.
Well, and I already figured they're going to get these other people that have legitimate cases. Like, I don't have to make something up about you.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, literally a year later, they indict him on another
bribery case,
and he goes to trial and loses. So I'm back. I'm interviewed by Dateline.
18 USC 201. To check that bill, see if I'm still good. If I remember, 18 USC 201, I think is bribery.
How do you remember all these names, bro? I'm good at faces, but you're good at names. That's crazy.
I really
you see
feel
paperwork
like
as much as he's probably seen.
Yeah, I really feel like I'm horrible at names.
You.
But keep in mind, I wrote a book. I wrote a memoir about it. I've read it. I've written.
I'm right.
Bribery.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go. Okay.
So I'm interviewed for Dateline. They run the Dateline. They run it, and a few weeks before I'm sentenced, I go to sentencing, and my lawyer calls the U.S. attorney the day before sentencing. And so, by the way, my PSI, my pre-sentence report says, says, well, it says 32 years to life, but we argue because it was like all these enhancements, and I argue the enhancements, and I get it down to 26 years. And then my lawyer is telling
They
me,
probably got you for head of organizational, so the bullshit.
head of organization, changing jurisdictions, everything.
Being on the run,
Right.
Yeah, change it, yeah.
So, it's 26 years. My lawyer is saying you have to plead guilty, but don't worry, I'm going to argue these enhancements. They don't apply to you, and I'm going to win them in front of the judge, and you're going to end up with 12 years, and then you'll get maybe 12, 14 years, and then you're going to get, they're going to give you something for the, for Dateline.
Yeah.
Because nobody's being arrested. And I'm like, okay, cool.
Oh, so it took time for that that substantial assistance to kick in.
No. I'll explain it to you. I'm going to explain it to you quickly because I know. I mean, I know we're dragging out time. So, what happens is, the night before, my lawyer says, calls the U.S. attorney and says, "What are you going to recommend for Mr. Cox's 5K1, which is the reduction, right?" Yeah. And she says she's for doing Dateline, and she goes, I'm not going to recommend anything. She goes, why? She said, because it's just not enough. She said, but you said you consider it substantial assistance. She goes, I did consider it, and it's not enough. Right?
That's
how sleazy is that?
She scammed you.
I mean, bro,
I did consider it. I said I'd consider it substantial assistance.
That's fucked up, man. I ain't gonna lie, bro.
So,
damn.
She scammed you, bro.
Yeah, I know. She got me. Like, I can't complain, right? I'm just like, you're not good. You're good. Anyway, so I get 20. So my lawyer goes in front of the judge. She argues all these enhancements. The judge disagrees with the entire argument, and I end up getting 26 years for $6 million. It was $9.5 million. I got it down to $6 million, so it's $6 million, which I'm good for. So what happens is I get 26 years, and then they move me to Coleman, Florida, and I go to the medium security prison, which, if you've been to a medium security prison, I should not have been in a medium security prison. Like, I'm not. Everybody in there has been shot. Everybody in there has sold drugs. Everybody they know. Everybody can tell you how to make meth. I mean, like, these are all like serious
hardened criminals. A lot of the times they did max security, and then they had good behavior. Then they move them to medium security. Right. A lot of these guys.
Right.
Oh wow.
So they're gangbangers and terrible people.
Yeah, there's guys with life sentences. There's guys who've killed 15 people. There's guys who they behaved good and they got in there. Right. It's significant. But here's why I went. Because based on the Bureau of Prisons guidelines, if you have more than 20 years to serve, you have to go to a medium. You can't go to a low. Oh, and wow. so like, you can't go to a camp unless you have less than 10 years. So I have camp points. Like, I'm like a level 2. And that's only because I had like a detainer, So if I had to get the detainer taken off, and like, I would have been 0. Like, when I left prison, it was 0. But so I go there and I've got like 2 levels. I mean, my counselors, when they're like, what are you doing here? They're like, oh wow, you got 26. Oh, okay, yeah. When you get below 20, we'll move you to the low. And it's like, okay. But honestly, I was there for 3 years, and it wasn't that bad. Like, the first day, somebody got stabbed. People get stabbed. But it's like being a non-enemy combatant in a war zone. Like, it's happening around you. You just try not to get shrapnel. Yeah. And you just deal with it. And so, I taught GED. Did you align your, because we brought 1090 Jake on, and he spent a lot of time in the state prisons in Florida. You were federal, so right? Different. I think he was already sided with the Bloods. Yeah, he was already ganged up before that. But with you being in the federal system, it's a little bit different. Was there a race thing? Were you there linking up with only the white guys? I know you. No, because it really didn't matter. Like, are there? What are the politics in your jail? Yeah, basically. There's you have cars. They call them cars. Like, so you have, like, if you're from Houston, Texas, then you're in the Houston car. You're in the Orlando car, or let's say maybe it's the Florida car. Like, depends on how many people are there. Like, Florida car, he's in the Georgia car, so you can do that, and they kind of click up and hang out. So you click up on state, not necessarily race. Right. Well, some people, there are like Latin Kings. Of course. There are, Bloods, Crips, all that. Yeah, those guys are there. But they don't, like, nobody wants me in a gang. I don't want to be in a gang. And what am I going to do? Your books? Like, I'm no good. Yeah. And because I'm educated, you have a certain status, right? Like, you're the guy that, you're basically Google. They don't have Google. So it's, hey, Cox, what does this mean? What does the continental United States mean? Like, well, what does that mean? Like, how many states are there in the continental United States? And so or they say, hey, Cox, I don't understand this, and then they ask you. So these questions, these normal questions, you get asked where you're like, hey, there's 50 states. Some are on the continent and connected, and some aren't. And, but you can't look at them like that.
Yeah,
you get
of
your shit
course.
slapped out. You
Yeah,
just got to be like, oh, okay, yeah, no, I get it. So listen, a lot of people get confused about this. And then so you act like it's a good question, but really you're thinking,
damn.
Yeah.
oh my God. So
a lot of these people have been in prison their whole life, like even through
Right.
childhood.
Damn.
oh yeah, in and out. Yeah, they got a prison GED.
Yeah.
Right.
Where did
If that.
Jordan Belfort go? Was he in maximum, medium?
No,
or
he went to federal, but yeah, he
He went to a camp. He did like 18 months or something. He did,
That's it?
Yeah, for $102 million. But he had money and he could hire a good attorney.
You didn't
And
have
it
any
was
money?
the first time he was in trouble.
You didn't have any money?
I have no money. All my money's is.
and he went on the run.
Yeah, and I'm on the run. Like, I'm a bad guy. Like, and I was on federal probation before. So there's no upside for me saying anything. It's like if you lay it out, it's all bad. So anyway, so I'm in the medium for a while, and I eventually go to the low.
Who did you hang out with when you were in the medium?
I hung out with a guy named John Gordon, black guy that did legal work. A guy named Kevin Weeks, white guy that did legal work.
Kevin Weeks, Whitey Bulger? No.
Don't look at me,
no,
bro.
No,
I was going to say, I don't think he went to jail. I was going to say, okay.
Hey, that ain't my family, man.
Yeah.
No. And then a guy named Zach, a buddy of mine named Zach. His name's Isaac Allen. They call him Zach. And he was there for fraud.
Okay.
And he'd been in and out of prison for
White
fraud.
collar guys, it seems like you
White
hung out
collar
with.
guy. Having a book written about him right now. Like, listen, talk about brilliant. Probably the dumbest smart guy like I know. Like do like amazing scams and then go and buy like a hotel room with like a stolen credit card and the cops show up and arrest you. It's like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
You had $500,000 in the bank.
Yeah.
Well, I know. I thought it'd be okay. Like, how do you think it'd be okay?
Yeah.
You're running a scam that's bringing in $100,000 a month.
You mentioned you hung out with some guy, or you knew some guys that were in John Gotti's crew, and then also some guys that got taken down by Donnie Brasco.
Yeah, there were some guys from like the Donnie Brasco, when he busted like 40, 50 people, like a ton of people.
In the Italian mob, yeah.
More than you really realize in the movie. And some of those guys were there. It was so funny because people like Donnie Brasco would come on and guys would be like, hey, Tony. Like, I can't remember these guys' names. They go, look, the Donnie Brasco. Look, that motherfucker. And they go nuts.
Forget about it.
They go crazy.
Yeah.
And
What was it like hanging out with the mob guys? Was it cool?
so I didn't hang out with the guys until I went to the low.
Oh,
Right?
okay, those
So-
mob guys were in the low.
No, those guys, the Donnie Brasco, those guys were in the medium.
Okay.
But when I went to the low, then you're around these guys. But they're old, like they're part of Gotti's crew.
Yeah,
like,
they're old.
so supposedly, when Castellano got murdered,
Yeah.
and the guys
Oh,
with
shit.
the hat, like supposedly 2 of the guys that actually killed him
Yeah.
were there. Now, they don't say that, but everybody else would be like, so-and-so Castellano got shot, right? They're like, so-and-so and so-and-so are 2 of the guys. There was like 5 guys that
And
ran
just
up
so
and
the
shot
audience
him.
knows, Castellano was the boss of the Gambino crime family.
Before Gotti.
Before Gotti, John Gotti had him murdered, right, which is a big no-no in the mafia, by the way. John Gotti had him murdered, and the 2 guys that killed Paul Castellano were there with
Well,
you.
it's not 2. There was like 5, but
Oh.
2 of them were there.
Yeah, and they killed him at a steakhouse in the middle of Manhattan.
Yeah. Because
Wow.
he would go to the steakhouse every single like Tuesday or something. Like he
Yeah.
had a pattern, and they just waited for him.
Yeah.
They put on these Russian hats, the fur hats, so you think they're Russians,
Yeah. And then they just fucking gunned him down, and his bodyguard, they fucked him up.
Yeah, they killed.
They killed them bad.
Both? Did they kill them both? Or
Yeah,
just
they
him?
killed his bodyguard and Paul Castellano. And that was a big no-no back at the time. And John Gotti took power after that. And everyone knows John Gotti killed Paul Castellano. Everybody knows.
Well, everybody knew who was involved too, because these 2 guys, like everybody was like that, they were involved.
Yeah.
Now they're there for something completely different, right? But when I
Well,
went,
they didn't actually get him for the murder.
no, they never got him for the murder.
Okay.
But everybody would be like, that's the guy that's such and such. But he's really here for tax evasion.
Yeah.
Wow.
Like they'll get him for anything. They'll take anything.
Yeah.
So when I went to the low, there were a bunch of other guys that were all like, they remember like the was it Lucchese crime family, whatever. There was guys from all the crime families, and they would all hook up and hang out together.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. They
Yeah.
hang out. Yeah, they're all. Yeah.
They're
all Italians,
You're
and they're all
75,
mob
you're
guys, yeah.
72, you're 69,
Yeah.
you're 74.
These guys are
like-
old.
Yeah.
This is the 80s we're talking about, bro.
It's
This is the 80s,
over.
90s when these guys were doing it. I mean,
Are they
they're
gonna-
around in the 70s, but
Are they gonna die in jail?
Yeah, probably, a lot of them probably got
yeah.
life sentences. Rico.
Some
like,
of them maybe on COVID. Some of them might.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
They
Rudy
trust me-
Giuliani put a lot of them away.
Trust me, they want them to die in jail. Like
Yeah.
these guys had sentences like Buck Rogers' fucking release dates. Like they were outrageous. But
Holy.
COVID released a lot of people. Like a lot of people, they were like, look, the guy's fucking 75.
Let him go home.
Yeah, come on, man. You know, it's over. He spent 20 fucking years in prison. I know you want him to die in prison. Give him 3 years out. And listen, COVID's going to kill him in here. Like, we can't have all these guys dying. You know, the amount of people that are dying from COVID in
That's how
prison.
Tekashi got out, too. A lot of guys got out from COVID.
yeah.
Tekashi got out early from COVID.
It's
Right.
harmless. They're harmless at this point.
Yeah.
Even if you're dangerous once, you're 75, you're harmless.
And it
So-
opens them up to lawsuits, too.
Really?
The government, yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you mean if they die in prison
If they
during
die in
COVID?
prison, it
yeah, then
opens-
it's like
yeah, opens them
yeah,
up.
Yeah, absolutely. This guy's old, like he's totally susceptible.
Yeah. It's
So-
like, we don't want him to be our fucking problem. And remember, in 2020, people are like, what the hell is this? No one knew. Like now, 2020 hindsight, we're like, oh, COVID. But back then, remember, people were
They're
fucking freaking
terrified.
out.
Yeah,
Buying
scared.
toilet paper and shit out of nowhere. So,
So I
Yeah.
go to the low.
Yeah.
So the quick version is I go to the low, and so I got 26 years.
Mhm.
I go to the low, and I start writing books, right? Like I write a memoir about myself, and then I end up writing a book about a memoir for a guy named Ephraim Deveroli. Did you ever see the movie War Dogs?
yeah, I think so. I've heard of it. I don't know if I've seen it in full length.
Never
Or...
seen it.
You've never seen War Dogs?
Pull it up real
Bro,
quick.
pull
Bills,
up War
please.
Dogs.
Yeah, we'll pull it up for you. Let's see here. Go.
Jonah Hill plays.
Oh, yeah. What the fuck? Yeah, the guys that sold weapons. Yes.
Right.
I've seen this movie. Yeah.
Oh, you know what? David Packows is in Miami. You should interview him.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
I've seen this movie, dude. Yeah.
So Packows is played by this guy Miles Teller.
Jewish guy, right?
Yeah.
Packhouse. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Okay. So
I know. Yeah.
he's great.
Yeah.
Anyway.
He's bald now, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
I
was
know
bald
exactly
then,
who you're
too.
talking about. Yeah.
So anyway.
I'll reach out to him. We'll make it happen.
Yeah. I got that as information, bro. He's like right down the street.
Okay.
Awesome.
So, what ends up happening is I get a couple guys in like Rolling Stone magazine. I write a book for them. I option their life rights. I write Deveroli's memoir. He basically screws me over, but I end up suing him from prison.
Oh shit.
Yeah, we settle when I get out. But this is towards the end. Like I start writing guys' stories from inside prison and getting articles written. I'm working with true crime writers on the street. So I'm doing all of this.
So that Dateline interview did help.
No.
It didn't. People didn't like. No, I mean, as in, it didn't get you the attention that you wanted and stuff.
No, because I don't need attention. I'm in there with criminals. You can't write your story. You're a bank robber. You robbed six banks. I can write your story. You can't. So I write your story, and then maybe I start sending it out to true crime writers. And there's a guy in prison writing true crime. That's nuts. Like so.
And you're shopping it around for them and shit. You're
Right.
wheeling and dealing.
Right,
Okay.
and I'm
yeah,
getting
negotiating.
everybody to attach their life rights to the project, so you can't do anything. Like now, I own your life rights.
Gotcha.
Right.
All right.
So
I
if
see what you mean.
and the life rights is like I own them, but you get half of whatever I get. Right.
Gotcha.
So if I option it, you get half the option. You know that whole thing. So I'm collecting. I write like 7 books and a bunch of synopses, and I'm working with people on the street. So this is all going on, and then American Greed contacts me.
Okay.
American Greed is like Dateline, right?
Yeah.
But even worse. So American Greed contacts me, and I call my attorney, and she says, I know what you're calling about, like American Greed. The U.S. attorney's already called. She wants you to do it. She said she'll consider it substantial assistance.
Of course.
And I'm like, oh, she said that last time. She's like, what choice do you have? And it's like, you're right. I don't have a fucking choice. So I do the interview.
What year is this now?
2010? 2009 or 10?
So you've been in jail for about 3 years now.
Yes.
Okay. How long were you in the medium before you went to the low?
3 years.
3. Okay.
And I was
so
locked up for a year in the U.S. Marshal. So I've been locked up for 5, going on 5 years.
Okay.
So they do American Greed. They
Wait, 'cause
run,
you didn't get bond.
no, they run it.
Yep.
Or air it. We go back to the U.S. attorney. We say, hey, we got Dateline and American Greed. You said you'd consider substantial assistance, and she goes, and I did. It's just not enough.
Oh, wow. Again.
So then,
Fucking AUSA's a bitch, bro.
keep in mind the Dodd-Frank Act has just passed. So now all loan officers and mortgage brokers have to take 8 or 9 hours of continuing education. So I get contacted by a school that teaches these courses, and they said, we want to write a course based on your experience for ethics and fraud. And I go, okay. So that guy goes to the U.S. attorney with my lawyer. She says, I want him to do it. I'll definitely consider it substantial assistance. We've got an email that says it, everything. But once again, it's consider. And so I write the ethics and fraud course. They start using it. Like, people are calling my ex-wife going, I just did my continuing education course, and half the course is on your husband. He wrote the course. Like, so it's being used. We go back to the U.S. attorney. She says, yeah, it's not enough.
Oh my God.
So at some point, I end up going to a guy. His name is Frank Amadeo. He's a rapid cycling bipolar with features of schizophrenia. He's doing legal work in prison. He's a disbarred attorney who got 22 years for the short version is defrauding or stealing nearly $200 million from the federal government.
Okay.
Frank backed a coup in the Congo. Frank is, like I said, he's got features of schizophrenia, so he believes that God is telling him he is preordained to be emperor of the world.
Okay.
That makes sense to me. Okay.
No, Frank, here's the voice of God telling him someday, or you are preordained, you will be emperor of the world. Not ruler, not emperor. So I don't even talk to this guy for a couple of years, by the way, while I'm at the low.
Yeah.
But after I get to a point where I've done all this stuff, I've been pimped out. I finally have a buddy of mine who says, bro, go talk to Frank.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't have given a shit. Like, I would have never even tried. But because Frank I just considered him insane.
Yeah.
And I'd seen him act insane. But literally, when you're hearing guys' names being called to R&D, right, receiving a departure, and you see, T-Dog walking down the strip towards R&D with his bags over his shoulder, and you're like, what the fuck's going on? He's like, yeah, bro, immediate release. What? Yeah, Frank won his case. What? And then a week later, your buddy comes up and says, hey, Tom in Unit B3? Yeah. Frank just got 10 years knocked off his sentence. The fuck out of here. Yeah, they're going to put him in a halfway house in about 6 months.
Holy shit.
What?
So you became a believer.
And then, listen, you see that after a year or so, you go, I think I need to talk to Frank.
Yeah.
Crazy or not. So I go and I talk to Frank and I explain the situation to him. I show him the documents. I show him the emails. I show him everything that I did. And he says, I'm not going to let this happen. This is disgusting. And he says, and when my legions march on Washington, I'm going to burn the Constitution and the president will kneel at my feet.
Yo.
And I'm staring at my buddy who told me this guy should do my legal work. And he's like, just calm down. And Frank goes, I'm sorry, I'm going to need a 2255 form. Tell Jimmy that I'm going to need him to type up a motion for, and he just starts rambling. And guys grab their shit and start writing down notes. And I'm like, the fuck is going on? He's like, I'm going to need your transcripts. I'm going to need a copy of your judgment commitment. I'm going to need a copy of, and he starts telling me everything. And they're all writing it down.
Genius.
And I'm going, I'm doing all my time. Like, these guys can't help me.
Yeah.
So the short version is Frank files a 2255, right, which is basically saying that your lawyer is ineffective, is what it says. He switches it a little bit, which is not your lawyer is ineffective. Your lawyer didn't understand the law, which is different. And he's saying my lawyer didn't understand the law because my lawyer told me to cooperate.
Yeah.
And she thought that that doing these interviews would be substantial assistance, which they're not. Because as you said earlier, if you read the statute, substantial assistance is when you help the government get indictments.
Yeah. Yep.
And she told me that wasn't what. Now, she told me because U.S. prosecutor, but that doesn't matter. In the court of law, it works well. So we start going back and forth over the course of 6 months. And eventually, the short version is, the court issues me an attorney and says, we're going to reduce your sentence. And they say they want one level off, which is only like 30 months or something like that. It's like 30 months off.
Yeah, 2 years,
and
2.5 years.
Right, it's nothing. Yeah. So, but what they do is they basically say, but we'll bring you back to court.
Okay.
So they bring me back to court. I argue. My new attorney argues in front of, and listen, Millie, my old lawyer, gets on the fucking stand. You understand? The FBI agent there was an FBI agent that kept coming to see me trying to build a case, but it never happened. She comes and gets on the stand. I'm like, everybody's coming.
On your behalf. Okay.
Everybody.
Okay.
And the judge says, Mr. Cox, like, we're asking for like 13 years off. It's not going to happen. And the prosecutor's asking for, 2 years, right? 2 years and change, 2.5 years. And he's like, the prosecution's asking for 2.5 years. That's not nearly enough for what Mr. Cox has done. He's like, but Mr. Cox, he's like, you're asking for 13 years. That was never going to happen. Right. And I'm like, oh my God. Yeah. And so he says, I'm going to give you 3 levels off. And that ends up being 7 years. That's 7 years. 7 years. So 3 levels is 7 years. It keeps going down incrementally, like every month. Yeah. So like that, if one level is 30 months, the next level down might be 29 or 28. The next level down might be 20. See what I'm saying? It keeps going down.
Got it.
So it ends up being, 7 years off. So I go back to court. I'm sorry. I come back and, I got 7 years off my sentence, right? Like I've already done 7 years. So I got 7. So I got like 8 or 9 years left.
Yeah.
Okay. Like that's it. That's what it is. Now I didn't think I could do 7 years to begin with. I've already done 7. So it's like I can do this. And I've been writing all these stories and I'm getting money sent in and I'm building like a body of work and I figure I can get out and maybe I'll.
How old are you at that time, roughly?
Bro, I'm old, bro. Like what was I, like 40? I was like 40.
Remember, you finished college
45.
like 95.
45. Like I'm like 45 at this point.
Okay.
So anyway, so I get back and that's it. I've got like 8. I got like 7 more years. 8. I got 7 or 8 more years. Mm-hmm. So and listen, by the way, so now I'm at the low. Mm-hmm. Everybody knows I went back to court.
Yeah.
Everybody knows I got my sentence cut. So now I'm a snitch walking around the compound.
Oh, they assumed you were a snitch.
Yeah, well, I was a snitch. I mean, you're still,
yeah.
It's like guys that say like, oh, I didn't tell on nobody, but
because the FBI agent went over there and testified on your behalf too. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, everybody, they just know. They know that Cox went back.
Time off.
You could ask anybody to take a look at the the BOP website. Like he's just 7 years just knocked off his sentence. Something happened. Yeah. Anyway, so that's not good. Not that anybody's bothering me. But but it's kind of known.
Yeah. And
they don't really say anything, but everybody knows. And some people just blatantly know. I've had a conversation with them. I've told them what happens. Yeah. What happened. So, but they also think to themselves, hey, he didn't really snitch on anybody because nobody got arrested. Like he got it off for these interviews and writing that ethics course. Like they're like, okay, that's kind of like a Frank Abagnale thing, right? Like catch me if you can. That's okay. Yeah. So they're kind of okay with it, whatever. And I've been there so long. Fuck them. Yeah. So I come back, and I remember I went to Frank Amadeo, and
You're probably the OG there because the 7 years in the low is very. Most guys are there to do their last 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, they're not there too long, unless you're really old.
Yeah.
So anyway, I go to Frank, and I remember I told Frank, I said, Frank, as soon as I got out from the bus, like I went straight and found him. I said, hey, and he already knew how much time I got off. Mm-hmm. I said, hey, I got 7 years off. He said, yeah, I know, I heard. And I said, I don't want to. It's not that I'm not appreciative. I said, but I was really hoping for more. And I said, he goes, so was I. He said, we're probably going to have to eat this elephant one spoonful at a time. He goes, keep your ears open. He said, something will happen. And I thought, oh, I don't know what the fuck that means. But I'm like, okay. So I leave. I'm walking around over the next few months, and there was a guy named Ron Wilson there. So Ron Wilson had stolen, it was a $100 million Ponzi scheme, but he'd actually just stolen, it was actually just lost like $57 million, right? Gone. Blown it over the course of 15 years. And the bulk of them came from pension funds, retirees, churches. Like, vicious. Like everything about him was vicious. But, so he was an old con man, right? He was like 63, 64, I think, something like that. But I liked Ron, I hung out with him. We would talk, shoot the shit. He knew I went back. he'd been locked up maybe about a year and a half, and he was cooperating with the Secret Service against people that had helped him in his fraud and other frauds. So he's cooperating. So, and I say this because that's just what happened. But had Ron Wilson been a 22-year-old kid, nothing would have changed from what I'm about to tell you. So I'm walking around the compound with Ron Wilson, and we're walking and talking, and he's saying to me, where he's talking about his case, whatever, and he says, he said, the fucking FBI or the Secret Service, like they're never going to reduce my sentence, even if they arrest all these people. And I go, why do you say that? He's like, well, you don't understand. They think I've hidden Ponzi scheme money. I go, okay, well, they would have to find the Ponzi scheme money to prove that, so they have to give you something. And if not, we'll have Frank file a motion. And he's like, yeah, you don't understand. I'm like, okay, whatever. He's a grumpy old guy. And so we're walking around, and then 2 weeks later, he mentions it again. A couple days later, mentions it again. And I go, why do you keep saying this, bro? Like, you didn't hide any Ponzi scheme money, so there's no way for them to withhold your sentence reduction for that.
Yeah.
And he goes, can I trust you? And I go, probably not. And he goes, I did put away some money.
I knew it.
And I went, okay. I said, well, I mean, are they going to find it? So I gave my wife like $100,000 or $150,000 in cash and some bullion and gold, because his whole scheme was based on silver, right?
Oh, okay.
I gave her some gold and silver and maybe 150 total. And my brother's got maybe $20,000 or $30,000. I said, okay, well, you said they've already talked to them and they denied having anything. And he was like, yeah, they did. Sorry. And he says, yeah, they did. I said, okay, well, they're not going to now tell them. And he's like, my wife knows that my brother has some money. And he said, his wife, in the course of the investigation, found out he was having an affair.
Oh, man.
And my wife, she's bipolar. You have no idea how crazy she is. She'll burn the whole house around her. She doesn't care. She's going to make sure I don't get out of prison.
Damn.
And they're currently getting a divorce.
Yeah.
Damn.
And I'm like, fuck, bro. And I'm like, well, she ended up getting indicted if she told. So I doubt that's going to happen. Oh, you don't understand. Okay. So we keep walking. And the government didn't want to give me anything to begin with, remember? And when I got to court, they argued for me to get nothing, like one level.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, like, is what he told me enough to get a sentence reduction?
Oh, shit.
So if I tell on old Ron, is that enough? And I went, that's not enough. Like, they're going to recover what? Less than $200,000?
Yeah.
That's if these people give it up?
Yeah.
And then if I tell, he's going to know I told.
For sure.
Yeah.
And I'm going to get shipped.
Yeah.
And my mother comes to see me every 2 weeks.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, like, I can't get moved from this location.
Yeah.
I'm already they're already trying to send me to a fucking camp.
Yeah.
Because now I have less than 7 years. I have 7 or 8 years to go. I'm like, fuck. Like, I can't say anything. Okay. I lay down in bed. I wait. It's like a month and a half, maybe a month. And I have to call my lawyer because I had written my memoir, but I hadn't had it published. And I wanted to get some of the transcripts, right, from my sentencing, because the FBI said cool things. Like, people said some good stuff.
Yeah.
So, okay. So I call her up. I said, hey, I never got the transcripts. You said you were going to send me the transcript. And she's like, oh, Matt, I'm so sorry. I had to wait a few weeks for them to get ordered. This is literally within a month or two of me coming back.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's like, you're right. They should be done. I'll send them to you. I go, okay. She goes, I go, okay, well, thanks. I said, all right, I'll talk to you later. And she goes, oh, what's going on? So what do you mean? She goes, what's happening? What's happening? So she didn't want to talk to me ever. You know, she's a public defender.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't know, nothing. She goes, nothing happening there? And I went, no. I said, you know what? Listen to this. There's a guy named Ron Wilson. He told me where he hid Ponzi scheme money. She goes, hold on. She goes, oh, wow. This is a bad guy. This is like $100 million Ponzi scheme. How much was it? I go, no, I don't want to say over the phone, but it wasn't a lot. Wasn't a lot. She goes, okay, well, let me look into this for you. And I went, okay. Like I'm thinking, I'll never hear from this chick again.
Yeah.
I'm going to get my transcript and never hear from her again. Hang up the phone. A week, maybe 4 or 5 days later, a CO comes up to me and goes, Cox, you got to go to SIS. SIS is like their internal security. I go, he goes, next move, because they have control movements. You got to go to SIS. I go, all right, cool, whatever. Like he does it on the down low, right? Because you don't want to be seen going to SIS.
Yeah, that's like the intel people too.
Right, it's like you're a snitch if you go. But what do I give a fuck? So I go to SIS. I knock on the door, and they go, Cox, come in here, sit down. And I sit down. The fucking lieutenant dials the phone number, says, here, you got to talk to this guy. And I go, hello. And the guy goes, hey, my name's Agent Griffin, something Griffin, with the Secret Service. And I understand that you know where Ron Wilson hid Ponzi scheme money. And I go, whoa. I said, I want something in writing. That says, and I tell him, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, okay. First, he tries to tell me that, oh, no, I promise you'll get something. I said, no, your word doesn't mean anything. No, I need a U.S. prosecutor. You're legally allowed to lie to me. Yeah. So anyway, he ends up sending me something like 2-3 weeks later, and then they start asking me questions, and I answer the questions. And they're asking me questions, by the way, about all kinds of shit. Oh. Can you ask Ron Wilson this? I'm like, how the fuck am I going to ask him that? Like, I don't even know who that person is. I'm going to bring up something he's never mentioned. Like, you're trying to get me fucking stabbed, or you're trying to get me killed. Like, but this goes on for like 6 months.
Okay.
And then one day, they call in the brother and the wife, and the brother gives them $150,000, not 30. And the wife comes in and gives them like $350,000. So it's $500,000.
Oh shit.
And so they're like, so Ron, one day, I know this has happened. They're telling me that we brought him in. This is what happened. Boom, boom, boom. I'm like, oh shit. They're like, they're being indicted. Wilson's going to get indicted again. Okay. I'm like, oh fuck. Like, I really didn't think they'd indict him. Because he's already got 19 and a half years. He's going to die in prison.
Yeah.
And so, okay, no big deal. So I go, oh, okay. And so I'm thinking, fuck, they're like, how is this going to affect me? Are they going to move me? Are they going to? Because to be honest, I don't really think they're going to fucking do anything for me.
Yeah.
And so what happens is one day Ron, weeks later, Ron sees me from across the compound. He goes, Cox. And I'm like,
oh, shit.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Like, this ain't good. I mean, look, he's an old man. But at this point, like I said, he's 65, 63, 64, something like that. But it doesn't matter. I don't, he might attack me.
Yeah.
I can't have, like, I'll go to the shoe. Like, I can't have him guy running around telling people this. Like, it's not good for me. Yeah. Not that it's going to change much, but I could get shipped. And so he's Cox. And I'm like, what's up? What's going on? He's like, they indicted me. No. No. Why? Turns out that they interviewed my wife and my brother, and they gave him $500,000. I go, $500,000? Yo. And I go, I thought it was like a couple 100,000 or something like that. And he goes, well, I didn't want to tell you the exact number. He's like, I didn't trust you. And I go, Ron, how could you not trust me?
Yo.
So, listen, this is real. I could tell you about having to join a gang and getting in knife fights and stuff, but this is really prison. Yeah. So he ends up, he goes, they're bringing me back to South Carolina. So they put him on a bus a couple days later. They bring him back to South Carolina. During that stay, he gets his discovery.
Oh, shit.
His discovery has quite a few emails between Matt Cox, his buddy, and the Secret Service.
There you go.
Oh, shit.
So he finds out it's you.
Yeah, he finds out it's me. So, so what happens is,
why did they do that though, Myron? Why did they tell the person who's like actually telling on them? Why did you do that?
He gets time off.
No. They're telling Ron that he did it.
Well, because it's part of your discovery. He has to be able to mount a defense. What if he wants to go to trial? He has. Look, the Constitution even says, like, right, like you have to be able to. You have to be able to face your accusers.
Okay.
So I'm one of the accusers. Like I get it. Look, if
that's how he knew who snitched on him, is because when he got all of the reports back from Secret Service, everything they did in their case, it shows everybody that cooperated against him.
Right. And the fact is that if you cooperate against somebody, there's lots of people that want to cooperate and they don't want to be called a snitch. Mm-hmm. Okay, well, you have to balance that. You have to balance, like, do I earn the respect of my fellow criminals, or do I get fucking a chunk of time off my sentence?
Get a decade off and go home sooner.
Yeah.
And chat, just so you guys know, we're going to do FNF News shortly here. We're going to wrap up here. Don't worry.
Okay.
I know you guys are probably like, oh, what the hell? Don't worry, we're gonna do the new FNF news, but this is a great story. I don't want to interrupt it. Sorry.
Yeah, I can wrap it up real quick.
Go ahead.
So
go ahead.
what ends up happening is
So
Wilson,
he gets superseded, indicted. He goes. They send him back to South Carolina.
yeah, he gets 6 more months on his sentence.
Okay.
That's it.
So he gets 20 years now.
Right. And listen, COVID hits.
Oh.
They release him.
Oh shit.
Wilson only does like 6 or 7 years on his whole sentence, on a 20-year sentence.
Wow.
So my 6 months didn't do anything. Now his wife and his brother are indicted, and they're given community service.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They just held the money.
For what do they call it? What obstruction of justice?
Yeah.
That's right. So
Yeah.
right, they had the money.
They
No
got a
big deal.
bullshit charge.
Right. Now I of course go back to the U.S. attorney and say, hey, I want my sentence reduced.
Yeah.
And I even have a letter that says that the U.S. attorney said they would reduce it.
Yep.
And the U.S. attorney says, we don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, because another district you helped out.
Right. It was another district.
Yeah.
So we end up sending, but still they're like, what? That's crazy. And we're like, no. So we have the letter. We send it. There's a lot of back and forth, but they basically at some point they finally say, okay, fine, we'll reduce your sentence. We're going to give you 1 level. We argue. Frank and I argue back and forth, and they end up knocking 5 years off my sentence.
Nice.
So now I've got a total of 12 months off my sentence. And by the time that happens, I'm like a year and a half away from the door.
Oh, wow.
So I get out of prison like a year and a half later. I go to the halfway house. And so I go to the halfway house. I do 7 months in the halfway house. And then I move out of the halfway house and I end up move into somebody's spare room. And, whatever. I start going on podcasts. I go to Concrete. I get like
You have your own channel? You have a true crime channel now on YouTube?
Right. Right. Yeah, I was going to say, I go on Concrete. I get like 2 million views. I go on Patrick Bet David. I get another 2 million views. I go on, I start getting all these. And then I start my own true crime podcast. And I just started that like 4 years ago.
Wow.
And then I optioned my life rights recently and optioned a bunch of my stories.
You got married again?
I got married to a chick in the halfway house who did 5 years for a meth conspiracy, who desperately didn't want to date me. And, but I mean, I know I told you.
She didn't do the meth, guys. She sold the meth.
Yeah,
You're a smooth talker, though. You're a smooth talker, man. You got it.
She's super cool. Super happy.
That's a crazy story, man. I got to give that a done. That's some interesting stuff, man. I mean,
This is a movie, literally, bro.
He told you he was going to make one.
Yeah.
No, Matt, I wish we had a little bit more time, man. No, that was awesome. Can you tell the people where they can find you?
Yeah, it's Matthew Cox Inside True Crime, and basically 95% of is me interviewing long-form content where I interview other criminals, and then I also interview law enforcement like retired FBI, former CIA, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Periodically,
I'll jump on your thing, bro.
Yeah. I was gonna say you should.
Oh, I mean that's the least I could do.
Is he really
obviously.
Is it really going to?
No, I will. I'll do it, bro. I'll do it. I did Johnny Mitchell. You know what I mean? I don't mind going in and definitely talking about that other life that I used to have when I was in law enforcement. So no, I think the people would like it.
Did you go to L.A.?
No, he actually was here in Miami.
Oh, okay.
So we ended up doing it here. But yeah, he was, hey, I'm in town, blah, blah, blah. I was like, yeah, sure, bro. You can use the studio, whatever. So he came, we filmed it. I did an interview for his, and then he did an interview for me.
Okay.
Good stuff.
So yeah, cool. I owe you one, bro. So no, I'll be happy to fucking do it.
I'll just watch from afar. Anyhow, we're from our sponsor.
Wait,
real quick.
well, what I'm thinking is we read our chats on the next one.
We're from sponsor at
We're
least.
sponsors? Okay,
Because
go
they've
ahead.
been waiting Rumble.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead. I got to read it. Okay. It's time to say goodbye to Starbucks and hello to Rumble 1775 Coffee. As you guys saw, we were drinking it the whole time. I actually have it in here right now as we speak.
Me too.
Unlike other brands, this is the coffee that backs free speech. Is unapologetic about it. Visit 1775coffee.com. Use the promo code STUDIO to get 15% off. The coffee comes in medium and dark roast. It also comes in Peaberry, which is a similar to kind of coffee. In other words, this stuff is premium. Click the link in the live chat or the description. You can also go directly to 1775coffee.com and use the promo code STUDIO. You get 15% off. And you niggas better buy it because we waited until the end to fucking read that promo for you motherfuckers. So you guys better get the fucking coffee because we've been drinking it the whole damn show. That's how we're able to give you guys a damn good interview. How's the coffee? Did you enjoy it, Matt?
Yeah, it's real good.
Yeah. Angie made it, so
there you go.
it's always better when you force women to do it. Anyway, guys, hope you guys enjoyed the show, man. We're gonna literally transition and go on with Elijah Schaffer. We're gonna cover the FNF news. There's so much stuff to cover, guys.
And Matthew, thank you for being honest, being I want to say downright a good storyteller, and thank you for coming, man. It's great.
Maybe we'll do
Appreciate it.
something again in the future. I owe you an interview, so we'll definitely do it.
Yeah.
No, because I kind of we should do something what it's like after a part 2. After
Like
prison. After prison.
Okay, let's do it.
Cool, Matt. Thank you so much, man. It was an
Yeah.
awesome interview. Seriously,
Yeah.
one of my favorites.
Thank you, bro. I'm trying to think. Did he call us right now with that story?
No, man, it's real. It's definitely real. Hey, guys, we'll be back here. Give us about 10 minutes, and we'll reset and be back on with Elijah Schaffer. F&F News coming on up, guys. We'll check you out. Peace.
Peace.
I ran so far.